you're in the game. Feels like I already know you. We can go as far as you want to. Bring me back to life. Bring me back to life. You're my oasis. Bring me back to life. You're my oasis. You're my oasis. I need you to save me. You're my oasis. I know you can set me free. Ooh, yeah. I feel as blue as the ocean. You flip the tide with emotion. You're a mirage, I feel you there. Even when you're not around, I'm drying up, I need your hydration. Bring me back to life. Bring me back to life. You're my oasis. Bring me back to life. You're my oasis. You're my oasis. I need you to save me. You're my oasis.
I'm like an angel, yeah, kind of pervasive, just like a assassin, rushing the cool, and look at your face, If I want, I can take you with me. Mighty way, bitches free, Tennessee. I'm living my life playing the game, shooting the shit make you so lame. Bitch, you won't fucking stop the flame. I'm not together this time, the feeling I got every time when you're around, when you're around, when you're around, when you're around, when you're around. The plane dropped out. Plane dropped out. They're fake friends. Let them hate and can't wait until a fan. Baby girl, what you need? I got what you need. Very good flexing, you and a lot of weed. Swear we in the club, we just fuck that. Living our lives like the motherfucking Chris Brown. Wanna make a game out of you and top. Baby girl, don't like a jack. The plane dropped out.
Oh hey, human observers. My name is Right, and my name is Left, Right. And we were left here to welcome you at the WePlay Esports Invitational featuring Rocket League. Right. We're about to witness an epic brawl with the best teams from all over the world, right? Team BDS, Team Vitality, Semper Esports, Guild Esports, Carmine Corp, Sandrock Gaming, Vodafone Giants, Dignitas, The General NRG, Benvy, Space Station Gaming, Rogue, G2 Esports, FaZe Clan, Shopify Rebellion, Susquehanna-Cynics, and we've got one more team ready to evoke positive emotional responses from you, the team of our great casters, right? Such big names, like, wait, right. Our human observers are mortals and can't wait forever. You're right. We need to start. We will show you our talents in some other way. Oh, we've got a surprise for you. We've had data that humans like surprises, right? Yeah. We have analyzed how sentimental humans are, and we wanted to reproduce a real genuine human ritual, but we need a second to arrange it, right? And to not lose your attention, I will tell you a joke. Why was the robot tired when he got home? He had a hard drive. Your humor cluster needs maintenance. Reboot your sense of humor. Excuse me, Mr. Camera, could you please turn away for a moment? Okay, now you can watch.
Yes, hi, hello, welcome. We are broadcasting from beautiful Ukraine. I am less beautiful, but I'm still here. It's F-Dot, it's Lawler, and Supersonic as we bring you the final day of the WePlay Invitational. Rocket League's on the docket, and as we break down who's going to bring home the majority of the $50,000 per region, this is what it all comes down to. Welcome back, folks. We've got 3 teams in the running. 2 teams will battle it out first, and then we'll see who goes through the gauntlet of the best of 3, best of 7, and it's been a lot of fun getting here. Lawler, glad to have you here. Championship Sunday.
Yes, Championship Sunday. It has been a wonderful event with a whole bunch of different results that are almost kind of expected. Obviously, the Vitality situation's a little bit different, but these top 3 are ones that I think we've all had our eye on.
Yeah.
But the biggest surprise is this new Dignitas roster.
Yeah, this new Dignitas roster has been impressive. We had questions answered. They're showing up, they feel good, they're playing well, and this first match, Kate Corp versus Dignitas, it's going to be a blast.
Lawler brought up the Vitality situation. The Vitality situation is they're not here. Well, there's also, the Dignitas situation. They are here. And some of the other teams are stumbling down as well. So it's been a fun ride here. Let's rewind the clock just a little bit. Let's go 24 hours, shall we? And look at what happened yesterday as we finalized our bracket, so to speak. Vitality started going up against Vodafone Giants, and Vodafone Giants came out to play just a little bit, but Vitality at the end of the day, they didn't go to sleep. They're just no longer here.
Yeah, we started with our lower quarterfinals with Vitality and Giants and had some expectations on both sides. Obviously, we have the defending champs coming back and showing us what they do best. Utilizing space, creating opportunities, and putting them away. A lot of them has to do with the back of that man right there, Alpha 54. Shooting accuracy has been impeccable. And no slouch on the third day. But again, it is a team effort. Everybody getting involved, doing what they can. Still a lot of offense from Giants, though, on the other side.
Yeah, Giants definitely put up a fight. Ended up taking 2 games off of them. Could not get the series, but valiant effort. We didn't have a ton of series, day one going to these game 6s, so that's definitely a battle there. As you said, Alpha 54 being the man on the side for Vitality. They do end up getting that one done. In the end, though, we'll get to look at some more replays when we get to their final match of the event.
Yeah, this one for me is just kind of like a good job, good effort. What a player, what a play. Clap, clap, clap. Move on to the next one. Because as we look at Vitality, I think this was indicative of what would have happened. Giants didn't look terrible, but to see Vitality work so hard for this set, I think really told us what was going to happen in the future with the team.
Yeah, they just basically gave us what we expected. We're like, yep, Vitality's really good. They're going to put a ton of pressure. They're going to cut rotations midfield and just put you under a lethality amount, like some crazy amount of pressure where they're just taking shots one after another, and that's exactly what we got. Obviously, Giants put up a pretty good fight, but still a lot more to come.
Guild took on Team Dignitas after that, and well, you guys saw the bracket, so spoiler alert, it was Dig. But this is how it went down. The strong stuff coming out of the side of Joria's and the crew, and honestly, this Dignitas squad, we spoke so highly of them for good reason. Guild has been playing better than we've seen them play in most recent memory, and Dig still was able to do one better.
Yeah, Dig came out, as I said, there are some questions. There's some people I've seen that have disagreed with our questions about it. It was out there. It's the storyline, right? Is Scrub going to fit in? Are these things going to happen? Scrub looks happy. He looks like he's feeling it, and he is really, statistically, if you go and look at like Octane or something, it doesn't necessarily say that Scrub's the guy, but there's so much that he's doing on the field that doesn't get reflected in the stat line for this team. He's creating opportunities. It may look like his shooting percentage is a little bit lower, but he's shooting passes just off the post, just above the bar, and opening up the opportunities for his teammates to come in and clean up. He's everywhere. He's playing so well. This is the best looking Scrub we have seen in a couple seasons.
We say that, but the one stat that does show up is he's shooting over 29% accuracy, which is by far the best on the team. He has been the cleanup guy and so much more. Dig started with a ton of early pressure, and it was almost maybe a little bit too much, and eventually they settled in and adjusted. I will give Guild a lot of credit. Anytime Dig scored, Guild bounced back immediately. Almost had a response goal almost every single time, but there was a lot of contrast in that series for Guild. They ended up dropping.
That was a fun series, for sure. And immediately off of the back of that, we got a chance to see BDS versus what could be the hottest team in the tournament. By hottest, I don't mean best, but I do mean hottest. Carmine Corps came through, and the French organization just, overperform is tough because maybe Astral Stake and Itachi this is just the level they play at. Ultimately, they did fall down to this BDS squad. They're the team that waits in the wings in that grand finals bracket. But Carmine, they've been giving everyone a run for their money, and they looked like they were standing up here as well.
Yeah, after a really solid performance against a difficult Semper team, they go in 4-1, the previous champs in Vitality, and we're like, all right, your guys' offense is incredible. Astral is doing exactly what was expected of them. But your defense is the thing that's really standing out to me, and the ability to, under those high-pressure situations, still find a clean rotation, clear the ball, get it downfield the other way. The difficulty, though, BDS is a team that will dominate you on every part of the field, and they do it again here on offense.
Yeah, they're complete textbook. It doesn't matter if it's in the transition game, if it's in offense locking you down there, or just in the scramble needing to have a good defensive rotation. They play every single position just as well as any other position. K-Corp, though, has been showing up big here. Astral, the man, kind of leading the charge for this team. Eventually, they did run into BDS, as we see, and they fall down, lose their game. We were talking about it. We actually thought that they would be a great one against them. In the end, though, couldn't get it done.
BDS, 13 matches. They're 12-1.
Yeah,
Vital-
92% win.
Pretty good.
Doing all right.
Vitality and Dignitas go head-to-head to see who would stay alive to deal with K-Core after that. And again, spoiler alert, it ain't Vitality, which I think might surprise a lot of folks if you weren't watching the tournament. Dignitas has just come up, stood up, jumped up, and slapped the backboard.
Surprised me to no end, right? We talked about it here. I thought that they were going to be the matchup to go against BDS. We were like, oh, this playstyle might work against BDS. I didn't expect it to work against Vitality. It worked very well against Vitality. It actually was the reverse of what I was expecting.
Yeah, majority of the game was actually Dignitas on offense. The reason why their accuracy is so low is because the defensive Vitality is so good. So many shots coming in, peppering the net, and the Vitality's like, okay, we can save that one, we can save that one, and you do that for about a minute and a half, and then they're like, okay, we're finally out of boost. We can't save that one, and Dignitas puts it away. So it was a true battle. The series score of 4-1 does not tell you the story. I highly recommend going back and watching it, but do it after today because we got the grand finals to get through.
Yeah, yesterday was a lot of
what a
fun,
shout,
kind of
Jack.
setting everything up. This one and the last match, watching these replays, I was like going, ooh, like you heard me going, oh, over Supersonic talking. Because, I mean, even the teams that have kind of lost out at this point were making moves that looked good. Carmine and Dignitas, I think, are the two teams that have performed much better than people might have anticipated coming into this. And then we have the sort of number one, number two team waiting in that grand finals. And once again, folks, it is a best of 3, best of 7. So we've been playing best of 7s the whole way through. Win 4 and you're all good. But when, excuse me, BDS comes up against the winner of this next one, you're gonna have to win 2 best of 7s against the same opponent. And it's going to be a tall task to do so. Obviously, we got to start off with the bottom side. And Carmine Core and Dignitas are the squads that are going head-to-head. And I said it earlier. I think it's actually funny. Later on, we'll talk about North America and how I think these situations are kind of like mirrored. But Team BDS, numero uno, numero dos, depending on who you're asking, they're waiting in the grand finals. You should expect that. Carmine Core and Dignitas, I'm not sure if everybody expected that, but after watching a couple of days, I think you're like, yeah, these two teams absolutely deserve it. If you don't think they deserve it, talk to me. I want to know why, because these guys have performed real fun.
Yeah, we always look for who's got the hot hand, which team is really performing on the day, because the Rocket League is a lot of that. It is who's performing the best at the current event, and it goes day to day, but every once in a while we talk about the eye test. You look at a team and you go, whatever they're doing is working. I may not be able to point to it at stats. I may not be able to give you the specific circumstances. You just kind of have that feeling around them. Dignitas and K-Core both have that feeling surrounding them. I will say, though, with Dignitas' momentum side, talking with the interviews with Scrub, everybody on that team feels passionately about what's going, and Scrub didn't sip the theoretical tea. He sipped the literal tea, and since that moment, they have been dominating.
Yeah, apparently that's what it takes. It just takes a little bit of tea, good to go. And, you know, maybe take your tea today, get a nice warm-up. If you can get the win here in the lower bracket final, you'll move on and have that heat coming with you into that series against BDS. BDS going to need to warm up. They're not going to have a match before the grand final.
I want to expand a little bit on what you've said twice now, Lawler. You mentioned it earlier when we were looking at the replays, and you mentioned it just here. Scrub Killa in-game. Yeah, we get it. We've seen you win before. But out of game, I don't want to say a completely different person because he's very much Scrub Killa. He's just opened up a new chapter, and I think that's really fun. Looking at him on the cams, you see him very boisterous. Getting him on the interview, we see really how he's kind of taken this one, talking about how, yeah, you know what? I need a leader. He is a soldier, and he salutes apparently Jack, and that's what happens when he's got somebody to kind of follow up on. He was talking about some previous teammates, and just it really seems like he has zoomed out and gets the big picture now, and it's scary to watch him play when he's feeling good.
When was the last time we talked about Scrub being an unselfish player, feeling like he doesn't have to do everything? He has talked numerous times in his career, any interview I've done with him, when he is behind players that he fully believes in. Yeah. K-Dop, Fairy Peak. He's like, these guys are incredible. He still talks to this day about that roster and getting to play with the leadership on that team. Yeah. He feels the exact same way, and that should scare and terrify everybody in the scene if he is feeling that same way with apparently Jack and Joris, two of the best 1v1 players in the world, arguably no questions asked. they are very, very good. And the stats that we just saw reflect that. He's taken a little bit less on the goals. He's taken a little bit less on the assists, but his defense is impeccable, and the other two are shining very brightly because of it. That's going to continue here, especially if he keeps shooting at 30% to put goals away. So, yeah, they're looking great.
So the answer the entire time was, you just got to get Scrub into a situation where he's happy. He said it, hey, I'm a mental guy. I need to be happy. I need to be in a situation where I'm enjoying the environment, the people around me, and he has that again. And as you said, that should scare people. It scares me on behalf of people that Scrub is this excited.
So honorable of you.
He didn't, interviewing him, he was so excited to talk to us. He literally, just kind of, stop and, go again and go again. He just wanted to keep talking about it, and seeing him gush about his teammates and how happy he is in the situation that he's currently getting to play with makes me excited to see how he's going to play on the day.
I mean, last note about Team Dignitas before we start talking about KC. We're here to talk about X's and O's and everything, but also, I like to see players have fun playing the game.
Yep.
That's why we all come out here at first. This is work, but you got to still have fun, and I think Scrub Killer and the squad are absolutely doing that. It's scary, but it also kind of brings warms the heart, so to speak. Carmine Corps is going to be across the way, and the French organization, they brought a number of fans in, so shout-outs to that. But Astral, Steak, and Itachi, they have earned their fans as well. Steak has been playing lights out this weekend, and Astral and Itachi, this is a team where when you look at the roster, you go, oh, Itachi's the guy, let's watch it happen. All three of these players have earned their spotlight throughout the 4-day tournament.
Yeah, we talk about interviews, but the one that really sticks out to me is actually from Astral on our day one, where he talked about, we're not happy with the way we're playing. We expect so much better.
We don't like winning.
That's what the mentality difference is for me. Dignitas is vibing, no expectations. Let's have a good time. Let's get some wins. While K Corp is let's live up to these expectations. Let's make sure we're always constantly improving. Let's put a little bit of pressure on ourselves and refine and become that diamond in the rough. There is no rough about K Corp right now. They are playing absolutely incredible Rocket League, and knowing that they're just getting started is pretty exciting to think about.
Yeah, K Corp's there and just trying to live up to the expectation. That interview, he was basically, oh, we won. I'm not happy. We played better. And guess what? They went out and they played better. And they're here today for the grand final. So if they can keep that going, that mentality's working for them as well. One side's very happy. The other one's very corporate.
There it is. Carmine Corps feeling pretty good. Dignitas also as well. We're feeling good. So let's get it started, folks. Winner goes to the grand finals. The WePlay Invitational, day 4, starts now.
Here we go. Lower bracket finals. Stacks alongside Spaceman. I apologize in advance for everything that comes out of both of our mouths as we get ready for Carmine Corp and Dignitas. Apparently Jack has been probably the story of this event. We've talked a lot about Scrub Killer, him fitting in on Dignitas, but apparently Jack has really turned things around for Dignitas. 9 goals over the last couple of series that we've seen from Dig. Can he keep it up against this stellar squad of Astral, Itachi, and Steak?
I mean, that's going to be the million-dollar question for Dignitas, and if he does, you know they can make a quality run to the grand final, but the most impressive part of this weekend is how all pieces for Dig have come together. But the number one thing going into this series to know is that Carmine Corps are not pushovers. They have been here before. They understand what it takes, and you heard him talk about it on the desk. Every single player this weekend for Carmine Corps has found a way to step up massively. They're having some of their best individual performances.
K-Corp trying to finish off their first run in one of the big events in the Rocket League Esports preseason with a dub, but they have to go through first Dignitas here and then find a way to do what they could not yesterday against Team BDS. What nobody has been able to do, though, to KC's credit, or K-Corp's credit, they did get a game off of the mighty BDS.
And it seems like the fundamentals here for Steak has been executing off the backboard all weekend. And when we look at this roster for Carmine, everyone's stepping up on different days, right? You look at what Astral was able to produce on days 1 and 2, Steak all throughout, and Itachi being the quiet X factor, usually the number one guy we go to when we look at this team, but it's really been Steak and Astral standing out this weekend, and that means Itachi's job is a little bit easier.
Scrub Killer gets that away from the oncoming Astral, but another lateral pass out to Itachi is blocked away. Now apparently Jack will have it, and he is met by Steak. Been a lot of pressure out of K-Corp to start things off here. Astral got this by, and it's Itachi to the back wall, down in front, but nobody else is there. Kind of hard to dive in along the goal line when you're trying to set up rotations. Scrub Killer will watch his teammates do some work on defense, and apparently Jack has the clear out to Scrub.
When we look at the road here for both these teams, it has not been easy, and that's what's been so impressive about Casey and Dig. They have continued to find ways to shift the narrative against their team and pull out these miraculous wins against some of the best in Europe. You look at Carmine Corps, winners bracket quarterfinals, 4-2 win over Semper, winner semifinals, 4-1 over Vitality, and in the winners finals, again, they unfortunately dropped to BDS, but they played Vitality and BDS back-to-back, and they still found ways to take games.
Yeah, they found a way to take 4 out of 5 against Team Vitality. And yes, Fairy Peak didn't have comms for some or all of that series with K-Corp. But then they also lost in 5 games to Dignitas. So, you know, drop down in front. Scrub Killer, who has had an awesome lower bracket run to his credit. Couldn't score there. Apparently Jack sailed one high. Scrub will have another look, just throwing that to the back wall, try to bait out the defense, draw them out, make them burn some boost, make them uncomfortable, put them in awkward positions. It hasn't quite paid off yet. 2:20 to go. Jack will try again, and Stake just got a piece of this ball, but it is right over to Scrub Killer. This is great pressure out of Dignitas. Again, yet to put one up on the board. Maybe now? No, Stake is there.
This is great pressure, but smarter defense from Cape Corp. They are meeting the challenge both from Jorius and Scrub through the corner, and they're relating that back in those comms. They're making sure they always have someone up on the ball on the ISO play, and when it comes to locking down on the top of the glass, they have someone being Stake, meeting the challenge on the top bar. They are taking away chances for Dig, not making it easy, and one more threatening shot. Apparently Jack will kick it out, but the defense for Cape Corp, immaculate off the start. Apparently Jack just a little bit too good. Dig still looking for their first goal.
Kick back out for apparently Jack. Still nothing on the board on either side, but K-Corp has had to play defense for the vast majority of game 1. Again, best of 7s all throughout this tournament. I'm sure the players absolutely love that. They love the double elimination format because, yes, they can lose when they draw a bad matchup like Vitality or BDS, and still have a shot at winning this, as K-Corp and Dignitas both have. And also, of course, with this format, there is no bracket reset. You're not at any kind of disadvantage coming out of the lower bracket. That ball's in front and bullied through by Scrub Killer. More on the format in a moment, but Scrub Killer's got the first one for Dig.
And that's what's going to be important for Dig here on Championship Sunday. Get Scrub Killer warmed up and ready early, involved in the action. So far, the relentless pressure has continued, and K-Corp can only hold on for so long. You can always throw Stake at the top bar, but everyone else has to find a way to pick that ball up and push it down to the other field. Dig getting an early one here, and a nice one at that to get them on the board.
It took conceding a goal and a kickoff for K-Corp to finally get on the orange half of the field. They didn't stay there very long. Astro will try to bring it back in. Down in front, and Stake scores. They get that goal right back.
I love the pressure up the midfield, and Astral will circle back into the play. That huge 50 continues, and Astral, the second extension to Stake, 1-2 right up the gut. I love the aggression from K-Corp. That is how you respond to Dignitas on the following goal.
42 to go. 1-1. Now down to 40 as Itachi up the ladder. Got pumped away by Jorius. Astral won this, though, and is on Scrub Killer to make sure there's nothing else coming in, which he does. 30 seconds between K-Corp and Dignitas. Overtime looming in our first game of the day. Astral, sky high. Itachi took a moment. He will go, but it's Scrub Killer that plays out to the corner. And again, both teams just kind of jockeying for position as they were in the first 30 seconds or so. Stake, flip, reset, sent away by Jorius. One last chance for K-Corp? No. Apparently Jack will just have this go to ground. Is Itachi going to get greedy? He did. And now Astral has that bumped away and somehow kept up by Itachi. Well, this is a bold strategy, and it may just pay off. It's sent away once again, and surely now to OT we go.
And what are you noticing, Stacks, about the start of this series? Both offenses taking their looks, but everyone else relatively reserved. They know this is a marathon to get to the grand final. They know what awaits them. It's got to come one play at a time. but no one making that first mistake, and that's where we're going to see one team punish the other. Who's going to make that first awkward challenge? Who's going to make that first miss? It's all going to come down through this corner play, and so far, Dig have been finding ways to get it back to the midfield line.
It's Itachi trying to go underneath. Did not work out. Good defense out of Scrub Killer. Now Joria's trying to go quickly around Steak, and Steak slowed him down just enough. Everybody's going to be back on defense for K-Corp. That could be a problem because last time we saw them all get back on defense, they never got back on offense. That shot just goes a little wide, and K-Corp watched game one flash before their eyes.
I mean, apparently Jack can do it all, even when he doesn't have the greatest of mechanics. He doesn't need it. He just has the awareness, the spatial recognition, and the ability to get right in front of the play. And leaving it up to Jorius, we've seen this connection a couple of times this weekend, and so far it's worked out, but not yet here in the OT. Killed about a minute at a time. We continue on. Apparently Jack carrying right over the dunk, and apparently Jack wins the 1v1. 103 in OT, and Dig get game one.
Boy, ever since dropping down to the lower bracket at the hands of Vitality, it has been a different Dignitas team. It's been a different, apparently, Jack. His 10th gold in the last 3 series, and he's only getting started tonight.
I mean, just the execution down the stretch, right? The poise, the confidence in the pocket of the action, not fraying away from the moment. Apparently, Jack, if he is the one taking those shots and taking that risk, and you have Jorius and Scrub to follow you up behind, using those wings to create space, that is where Dignitas get very, very dangerous because their offense can start either at midfield or all the way on the other side. It just never seems like they're out of the play.
A lot of near misses in the middle stages of this game, but it was that strike there by Scrub Killer that got everything started, but it also finally let K-Corp get on the attack, and when they did, they got an immediate equalizer, and then apparently Jack, just over a minute into overtime. Overtime's been great for Dignitas. They've played a lot of it down here in the lower bracket, and far more often than not, they have come out victorious in golden goal territory. They get yet another under their belt, and they start off this lower bracket final with a dub. We were talking about the format a moment ago.
Yeah.
And then, we were rudely interrupted by Scrub Killer. Hi, Kyle. Good job. Nice shot. There is no disadvantage to coming up to the grand finals out of the lower bracket. It is just a straight best of 3 sets of best of 7 series. So that's going to be a different dynamic for these teams. But the team that goes up to that grand final from here, they're going to be all warmed up.
Yeah, G2 was also quickly interrupted by Scrub Killer. I felt like that one hurt a little bit more, Stacks. But looking at the entirety of this series, man, you know what's impressed me so far early on? Again, the patience from both teams. We're not seeing a lot of small mistakes, a lot of small commits that end up biting you on the back end in transition. Both playing very reserved and waiting for their opportunities, but it's been very back and forth. This tug-of-war should continue, and going into game 2, I mean, you look at what Dig's been able to do on offense, and K-Corp can absolutely respond. Do you think it's going to come down to a shootout, or are we going to be looking at these 1-1, 2-1 games going down the stretch?
I would have to imagine it's going to be low-scoring games all throughout. Dignitas' defense has been outstanding, only allowing the 2 goals. They let K-Dop score twice against Vitality, when they were playing against Vitality.
Sure.
And it just felt like just a tiny bit of charity. I mean, they probably could have pitched a shutout the entire series with as well as they were defending. It's a level of defense we haven't seen out of any Dignitas team in a long, long time, especially against that caliber of competition.
Itachi, right off the top bar, and Steak will kick it to the corner. So now you start to see this development, right? Astral so dangerous on these recoveries, but Steak will leave off on the play, and now Dignitas thinking about their counterattack down the field. And this is when Dig start to get a little bit threatening, because if K-Corp can't recognize some of the boost steals that Dig are grabbing, then you're running out of resources, sure, but Dig love to set up for sustained, continuous follow-ups into their extra hits. Even if it doesn't go towards the net, it pulls defenders off the play, and then you create gaps in that spacing, and from there, it gets easier to win your one-on-ones. We saw it apparently Jack did in the last OT, as that one wraps around dangerously, and a great shot. Backboard and back at the wall. Astral gonna take it away.
You're throwing pens at me again. You did it back on day 1. That's why they separated us. Like, Tylacto never did that. Digital Bacon never threw anything at me. And you're throwing pens again. We're going to be separated for NA. You know that, right?
They're going to take me away.
Oh, boy. Yeah, take you away entirely. Nobody's safe even there. Astral will bring this one across. He's got Itachi, but apparently Jack jumped in the way. Jory is just going to sky that one up. It looked like they could have had a numbers advantage, but Dignitas not able to move downfield quickly enough. and that's why they have to rely on that defense. This is not a team that's going to rip down the field in an instant. They like to take their time. It's kind of a slow, methodical pace downfield, but it works sometimes. Then they give the ball away like that. Itachi hits Astral, 1-0 K-Corp.
And neither roster has flown down the field, but it's just taken these, like you said, methodical steps in a great movement out of the goal. Stake getting physical and pushing Dig back to the brink. You have an early goal here in game 2 with 2 and some change here, about 30 seconds to go. But still, I like what I'm seeing. Again, the patience in this series from both teams, taking the looks appropriately, and a demo could lead way to a Dig equalizer, but through the corner we go with apparently Jack's POV.
K-Corp has now done as much against Dignitas as Team Vitality did. They have a lead now in game 2, and it almost expanded. Stake couldn't get around to that ball. That was almost put right into his lap. This goes to the back wall. Itachi's got to have it, and does, with Scrub Killer bearing down on the K-Corp defense. That's a miss from apparently Jack, and it opens up a world of opportunities. Stake coming through, and he scores!
Scrubs had some impeccable diving saves this weekend, but that will not be one of them because he couldn't get there thanks to Stake and the awareness just to immediately go for the shot once you have possession. Scrub doing all he can in that situation, but K-Corp taking advantage of that midfield space and immediately flying down towards the goal line, something that has changed in this game, and they got a 2-0 lead.
Dignitas has not been great coming from behind in this tournament. They battled pretty well, though, against Semper at times. See if they can battle here against K-Corp. Can they bring this game back? Itachi deflected by Jorius.
What are Astros doing?
I have no idea. It's like they were just huddling in midfield like, all right, so we got a 2-0 lead. Yeah, we're good. We're not good anymore.
2-1, you're good.
Yeah, no, it's 2-1, so we're going to let them score. And then, it's going to clutch up, all right? We're going to clutch up. That's what we do in esports, right? Clutch up. Let's go.
I mean, you know how comfortable and confident you have to be to call a huddle mid-game?
Yeah, right.
That's something that I feel like Envy would be doing in North America. But you got 2-1 here for Dig, and you know how this one has currently gone. Sure, it was a jump lead and a quick one at that for K-Corp, but Dignitas not out of this by any stretch, and I feel like this series might start to swing as we get into games 2 and 3, right, where the momentum begins to shift heavily. And again, both these teams fighting for a spot in the grand final to meet the final boss, BDS. It's going to be a tall task, but you're going to have to get these scrappy games out ahead early.
Oh, Jorius, what a read to block Stake from putting the final nail in the coffin of game 2. And now apparently Jack with newfound life for Dig. He beat 2 there. Now he finally got just a sliver of boost, but it's Astral at the back. Jack just not able to get downfield nearly as quick as he would have liked. He had nothing in the tank. That's been a theme for Dignitas in this game. Just not able to move as fast as you have to move to take advantage of any lapses from K-Corp. Down to 30 seconds, though. Scrub Killer. Again, just nobody over there.
Yeah.
Little disjointed on the attack. This is a promising opportunity, though. Got it out to the corner, though, did Stake. Then Jory is taken off the field. What a stand by K-Corp.
I mean, this corner defense for K-Corp is unreal in this game. They have been removing Jorius's looks consistently, and apparently Jack has always tried to facilitate. He's always tried to get in and find ways to create something unique, create something that a look that hasn't been displayed yet so Jorius or Scrub can take advantage. But K-Corp immediately recognizing the play, taking it away and pushing it back to the midfield. These constant clears from K-Corp have been perfect, and they have kept Jorius and Scrub neutralized in game 2, and that is a very good way to respond in this series, immediately making adjustments, and that's one of the hardest things to do against a team like Dig that is so hot game to game.
6 shots at the top of the scoreboard. You saw it. That's a lot of offense against a team that does not allow that many shots. It certainly does not allow that many goals. Dignitas got broken there a little bit. Apparently Jack's got a couple of goals in the series. Scrub Killer's got one of his own, but it's the 2 out of Stake, the 1 out of Astral that have Carmine Corp back into this series. 1-1 with, again, as Spaceman mentioned, final boss, BDS, waiting in the wings.
You know, here's the interesting thing, and it's not even that interesting, but I'm going to say it anyway. When we began game 2, yeah, it's from this side of the table, it's just what? When we began game 2, what was kind of the quick conversation, right? Like, how is the series going to go? Is it going to be 1-1s, 2-1s? Well, game 1 was 2-1, Dig. Game 2 was 2-1. K-Corp. So that is what we're going to see. And even though it's been relatively slow today to start, obviously players still getting warmed up, getting in their groove. For both teams that have been so hot this weekend, it's very clear that they are respecting the other side on the field, and they're taking what they're given, but they're not overcommitting, and they're not making that first mistake because they know the other side can immediately come up, make a challenge, make a win, make a goal. So it's been a very, very respectful game of Rocket League. We're really watching chess for some of the best in Europe.
Yeah, I'm done with all this civilized stuff, though.
Okay.
Like, I just want to see somebody just barrel right through the attacking zone.
You might get it.
Get a couple demos here. Maybe Scrub Killer just going to take his time, picked his spot, and still could not get around Itachi. Excellent positioning midair as Itachi shuts down Scrub Killer. Back the other way, it will be Itachi on the attack. This will angle downward and sent out by Jorius. Good read, though, by Stake. A lot of familiarity, certainly not team to team, but individual players have played against each other for so long. Everybody knows tendencies, and it's almost reflex to just go right to where they expect that ball to go, and it's hard to guess wrong when you know these players so well.
Yeah, and I know maps are maps and they don't really bring much, but we've seen Dig have some crazy comebacks and wins on Coliseum. I'm just saying it's happened, it's a fact, it's a statistic. They usually do pretty well on this map, so listen.
D-Rec, can we fact check that?
Listen, D-Rec, don't fact check it. Listen, all I'm saying is if they come out and they play to their style, which is trying to feed Jorius and scrub the ball, but that always comes through apparently Jack, who has stepped into those roles, Dig are going to have a very good time here, but I like what I'm seeing from K-Corp early on, right? Challenging Dig as soon as they get possession in the air, winning against the aerials, and those 50s really stall out. Not only are you losing boost, but you're stalling out the extensions that Jorius and Scrub can give you. What a pass! And the caster curse continues yet again.
Wow. I had no idea Jorius was anywhere near this. He just stayed with it. How about Jack just hitting him on the fly? Jorius from Jack. It's Jorius' first goal, and Dignitas back in front. K-Corp get a kickoff where they have been outstanding. That's just off the mark. Came out low, and Scrub Killer just got back in time.
That's always the hardest one to score when you know you're so close but no boost and you have to get there. And 3:15 to go. It has been still back and forth, and seldomly have we seen the offenses explode into this series. And one more kick down will leave way to Jorius in a lot of real estate off the backboard, almost with a pinch, but Astral, fantastic save to keep this a 1-0 game.
I just keep refreshing Twitter, waiting for D-Rec to just tell me, no, there's no basis in fact for what Spaceman has said. Just lending more credence to the
Who are
people
you gonna
that
believe, me or your own eyes?
I believe apparently Jack. 2-0 as he just dribbles right on through. Big performance now out of Dignitas as they take their first 2-goal lead of this series. And maybe this is the turning point for Dig as they try to leave K-Corp in the dust.
You know, there's almost something intangible when, like, the unspoken captain of your roster starts to get hot, starts to get it going, get the offense online. Everyone else begins to feed off that energy, and a great follow-up and flip from Itachi, but it will not connect. Regardless, the defense for Dig doing all it needs to. Doesn't have to work overtime with a 2-goal lead and a bit of time on the clock. Now it's just about clearing the ball downfield and taking chances away from K-Corp, and Itachi swinging back into the play. Has plenty of boost. Flip reset there. Over one. Scrub, never mind. Apparently Jack will save it, and this is an opportunity for K-Corp to cut the lead in half, but they need a goal, and they need it now.
Oh, Joria circled around. A little lack of communication there. Dignitas out of sorts defensively. That's the opening K-Corp needed. Could not take advantage of it. Stake all the way at the back again. Out of his way for boost. That meant Jack could win the challenge. But now here comes K-Corp. Itachi with a little help from Jorius, bringing it back to his own back wall.
Here we go.
And then more possession for Dignitas. Oh, Jack almost got that cleanly, and if he did, it's 3-0.
That's such a huge challenge, and the prediction,
it almost was again.
God, Astral, right place, right time, parking his car and leaving it. And what a read on that defensive end. I mean, K-Corp, their defense has been so good. The crossing just cuts that ball to the other side. I mean, they're playing terrific defense. The only problem is they are down 2 goals. They need to start scoring soon. And with how this is going, they have not had possession for long stacks, and they need to find a way to get the ball back.
Defense wins championships. It does not erase deficits. Astral, back wall, nowhere near the mark, and nobody could follow up thanks to Jorius' effort. And now apparently Jack will just carry this through midfield. Felt Itachi coming on, so he flicked it up. And now Stake is out of momentum, so Jorius will dump it right back in, right at him down the middle. And more time coming off the clock, meaning K-Corp on defense even longer when they still trail by 2. That's a good touch out of Stake. Astral got to get one netward here and does not. Itachi center. It's a little high though, and nobody else could dive in after that ball. And another opportunity. That's a whiff defensively. Itachi scores, and a goal coming from kind of out of nowhere here for K-Corp.
I mean, Jorius almost got that extra extension, but he lands a little bit awkwardly, and the ball flies ahead, gives away possession, and Itachi immediately picks it up and reads 1-2 K-Corp. Have an opportunity with 41 seconds to go. It's going to need a lot. You're going to need a lot of presence in that orange side in the offensive third to get it done. But if anyone can this weekend who's proven themselves, it certainly is K-Corp. And with everyone back now, single file right up midfield, it's going to take a nice pass, and that might be it. Right back down, but apparently Jack is there for the clear.
You know what I love about the WePlay Invitational? It's given us some unique things we've never seen before. You know, like NRG versus Envy later tonight on the North American side, and another 2-1 game between K-Corp and Dignitas. If this scoreline holds, it'll be a 2-1 series in favor of Dig. They may get a third, as apparently Jack tried to put it away. He could not. Astral to Itachi, back to Astral for the tie, and another one that he sailed well right, like a Florida State kicker, wide right. 2-1 to Dig, 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, there's been a couple of issues here so far for Astral and KC where they have just been off target. Their accuracy has been wide right, wide left. Not really like an altitude problem. We haven't seen too many shots bank off the backboard, but very much opportunities in those ISO plays on the 1v1s where they have just kicked the ball right. But in situations like that last minute, what Dig love to do is have apparently Jack in midfield, then use Jorius through the left corner, and they love to stretch that ball out to pull the defense out of the goal line. And if it ricochets or a bad 50 win goes down, Scrub Killer can usually fall in from the third lane and pick something up, but they love the midfield pressure funneling through apparently Jack in the last minute. We saw it here and there, but the response downfield from K-Corp was really good. Only problem is their accuracy has not been able to overcome some of those mistakes.
Twice, K-Corp have gotten back into a game late against Dignitas, only to see them pull away at the end, put that game away. Now they're up 2-1 in the series, halfway to a shot at Team BDS. Carmine Corp has had a shot at BDS in this tournament. Dignitas has not. They fell to Vitality in a sweep, and then avenged that last night with authority, beating Vitality 4-1. It's a 3-series win streak so far, going through Semper, going through Guild in a 4-0 sweep, Vitality in 5, and now they're closing in on taking down Carmine Corp. Talk about a murderer's row run through the lower bracket. There are no easy matchups in this tournament to begin with. 8 of the best teams in the EMEA region. You have to earn everything you get. Dignitas well on their way here, but it's Carmine Corp getting the first look on offense.
I know the Shogun dream is to have a best of 5 end 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 3-0. What happens if we end this series every single game being 2-1 and we trade games like we're doing? Because game 1 Dig, game 2 KC Corp, game 3 Dig. What happens if we go back and forth to game 7 and it's constant 2-1s? We need something for that.
I'll get back to you on that. Itachi will score here. So there's 1 for KC, and we know somebody's going to be owed at least 1 more.
Little love tap on apparently Jack. Just like a little high five. Thank you for giving me the space. K-Corp, get on the board early, and establishing the offense quickly is something that needs to happen. So far, they made it work, but there's a lot of time still in this game, number 4, and we keep going. It's a 2-1 series lead for Dig. And that just means it's going to be back and forth down to the end. Itachi, once more, possibly Astral for the cross in, won't be successful.
I figured it out.
Oh, God.
So if this series goes 7 games and every game's 2-1, it means somebody will have scored 11 goals and somebody would have scored 10. That's what we call it.
We call it 11-10?
We call it somebody scored 11 and somebody scored 10. Look, it's not nearly as dumb as a spaceman sweep, okay?
Why did they put me with you today?
I
Why
don't
do
know.
they keep doing this to me? They need to put you in a padded cell, you old man.
I'm not old, I'm a veteran. Off the crossbar and sent away by apparently Jack. Was a well-placed shot by Stake. And now it'll be Astral turning around as he realized apparently Jack had that ball. Looked like he was going to commit to that and instead backed off. Itachi battling with Jorius, and it will be Scrub Killer just launching away. And Carmine Corp holding the line for now. Still 1-0, but you have to imagine they're going to want a lot of insurance against Dig.
And it feels like the tempo of this series is starting to kick up going into Game 4 because now we're seeing a lot of long clears and a lot of interceptions right at midfield, leading way to K-Corp's opportunities. What a redirect there it is, but a great save once more from Astral. And what I'm also noticing is that yesterday, Scrub was MVP in like every single game. He's been relatively quiet so far in this series, and apparently Jack has been the one moving the ball upfield. Another diving save. Somehow, Scrub is able to secure it finally. Did get what they're looking for.
Yeah, outside of that one series, Scrub Killer was on fire throughout this lower bracket. 1-1 here. It's amazing that he... it is going to be 2-1. You know it.
Damn it.
Which way? Which way?
I feel like K-Corp got this just with the trend today. I think I got
No,
it.
the correct answer is the next team that scores. Duh. You just didn't pay attention to school, did you? Who am I kidding?
I'm
He
going
didn't
to go
go to
outside,
school.
dig a hole, and be a carrot. All right, you can take care of this.
Scrub Killer getting the performance against Vitality that he had. He finally scored a goal against them. He hadn't scored at all in the opening series.
Yeah.
And then got the series winner that put Vitality away. This has popped up, and Jorius and Scrub will both have it away. That could be trouble. As Carmine Corp is still lurking on the offensive end. I don't know what happened there. We'll just take it. And away we go with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, they went from a double commit to a possible triple commit, and that ball barely moved an inch. So here we go with Astral. His POV right over, no dunk there, and that double commit works out in time. But right back in front of the net we go. So troubles to clear the ball Dignitas seem to have, and through the corners has not been their friend so far. Astral, soft flip, but once more, apparently Jack having to clear it out to midfield. It looks like Dig are a bit uncomfortable at the moment, unsure of how they want to transition down the sidelines, and have not been able to maintain possession for more than, what, a couple seconds?
Oh, Astral looked like he faked going for the pass, but still couldn't get around for the shot. Now this is a little wide. Apparently Jack couldn't put it in, but Jorius does, and there it is, 2-1 to Dig.
We still got a minute 26, but apparently Jack moving it downfield, and Jorius following in suit. I mean, it was pretty sloppy down the stretch, but hey, it works out in a goal. I'm really not
was
sure too
a
much
goal.
what to say, but
Of all the goals that have ever been gold,
Yeah.
that was one of them.
that was a really good tautology. Nicely done, Stack.
A what?
Tautology.
Sure, we'll go with it. I don't think that's a word.
It's a word. Now you're making me second guess it. Is it a word or not? It's
Here goes Steak. Didn't quite get around, apparently, Jack, as cleanly as he would have liked, but Astral can get this down in front. Itachi for the tie, he scores!
perfect from the elbow. K-Corp leading off of apparently Jack's back pass that goes absolutely nowhere, and a wonderful redirection from Itachi. We got a tie ball game.
1:03 to go. It won't be 2-1 unless, I make the executive decision to dock a team a goal. Jorius hopped away. Now Scrub Killer. Final minute in a very tense fourth game. If Dignitas can break this deadlock, they will be on match point. One win away from the grand finals. And when you think about how they looked on day one against Vitality, to see this team this close to the finals, that is a very big turnaround. Again, the team without a coach, and they've been panned, right? You have to have a coach. They're performing very admirably, but it's Astral that scores here. Quickly down the field, Itachi got it around Scrub Killer. Nobody else home. 3-2 K-Corp.
Dignitas have been struggling with these close reads right through the corners and towards that back post. They've very much been struggling to read the ball up front and then move it out. These long clears from K-Corp have continued to put pressure on Dig, and now Dig need to move down the field off of Scrub Killer's possession. And they need to tie this game up, but K-Corp doing a wonderful job yet again of getting the ball away and immediately rotating down on our counterattack. And even these extra 50s just make it that much more difficult. Itachi, back wall, back down as Jorius clears it away. 5 seconds for Dig.
That's a win for Jorius with no boost in the tank. Apparently Jack desperation mode. Jorius pops one up. Steak will try to down this one. He finally does. Carmine Corp tie the series. We really do have a series on our hands, effectively a best of three to send somebody into the grand finals.
I mean, in the woes of that game for Dig, it really came down to a lot of the times the touches in the back wall, they were very much struggling to read those long passes. And then as soon as someone from K-Corp would come up to extend, Dig were whiffing left and right. They were struggling to clear the ball away. And fundamental defense is fundamental for a reason. If you can't clear the ball and you're constantly getting pressured, you're never going to get out of your own half. And Dig had to learn the hard way.
And defense has to be fundamental. It is rarely fun. A lot of players, they just love scoring. But the teams that can play elite level defense and keep teams like this to just 1, 2, or 3 goals, those are the teams you see in tournaments like this with $50,000 on the line here in the WePlay Invitational. Big chunk of change if you can get to the grand finals, first of all. Slightly bigger if you win the whole darn thing. There is, of course, Team BDS waiting to knock you down. Again, no lower bracket disadvantage going into that grand finals. Best of 3 sets of best of 7s for whoever survives this series between Karmine Corp and Dignitas.
You know, it still feels like this series is a game of chess, and it's a marathon all the way down. And I don't expect this one to be ending with a best of 3 sweep. I really feel like we could be going to Game 7 with how back and forth it's been. And this is the moment when we look at Dignitas' roster and Karmine Corp's roster. This is the moment in a series like this on this stage at this point in the tournament where making the small adjustments will prove that you are either a championship caliber team or that you're around top 3 but not quite over that hump yet. If they can both make those small adjustments and continue to get better as the series goes on, that's a promising sign for both these rosters, and I expect that to happen in this series.
Rook to G5. 2-2 tie between K-Corp and Dignitas. Itachi right over to Stake, but Jack intercepted, and I thought he was going to be able to get that through. Now Jorius. Good deflection here, and Astral had to work a little bit to play that out of harm's way. Karmine Corp struggling a little on the defensive end. Dignitas bringing the fight to them. Apparently Jack's going to bring another one over, and Itachi knocks him out of the way, and we've seen that so often. If you can't get the ball, do the next best thing, knock the attacker out of the way.
And the decision for Dig now going into the rest of this series, knowing the limited space they have to operate, is how do we change our offense to get more creative? Because so far, it's been apparently Jack running the ball right upfield and then letting Jorius and Scrubkilla take advantage from it. It hasn't worked. And on the other side, K-Corp have been very comfortable with these extra wins in these massive 50s that just set up Stake and everyone else to execute on the goal line.
Dignitas has gone just a little cold over the last several minutes of this series. Karmine Corp in the driver's seat, trying to break a 2-2 tie in their favor. How big it would be, but again, we've seen both these teams face adversity, and they've handled it incredibly well, especially for new-ish rosters in a preseason event. But it's K-Corp starting to pull away now. We saw signs of this out of Dig earlier in the series, but now it's KC up 2-0.
Now we're starting to see some defensive breakdowns. They are struggling to move the ball out of the goal line. They can't get it to the corner because they're not making the reads. They're not winning the 50s. They can't take it off the backboard because they don't have enough boost because they're getting starved. They're getting pressured. And K-Corp are more than happy to continue to send one at a time. This stagnated offense is working. Dig need to find a way to clear this ball out. And if they can't, this is going to be a very fast best of 3.
At times, we've described Karmine Corp as a team that relies heavily on individual plays, and you know, it's a lot of maybe give the ball to Astral, get out of the way, and then maybe open things up for Stake and Itachi later. How about these stat lines? Astral, 3 goals, 3 assists. Itachi, 3 goals, 3 assists. Stake, 3 goals.
Stop. It's 3 assists.
No, it's 2.
I'm so tired of your nonsense, Stacks. I can't believe they made me come all the way out here.
How about this one from Stake? He'll score his 4th. The assist goes to Itachi, and it's 3-0.
This is just beautifully read by Itachi. And again, the trust at midfield for Stake to understand he needs to make that read while Itachi circles up the sidewall, and Itachi putting it right out of the defense's grasp. Dig. There has to be a better way to contest some of these touches. They just haven't been able to find that extra level, that extra bit of gear they need to click into. And with Jorius getting an awkward touch once more, Stake, so much real estate in the air, leaving it to Itachi that stabilizes Astral on target. That is disgusting. Astral making it 4-0.
If this turns into a shootout, as it has, one-sided on the side of Karmine Corp, Dignitas is not going to be able to keep up. They need to keep a team like K-Corp in check, keep them below like the 3-goal threshold. Instead, Karmine Corp have run away in the early stages of Game 5. However, now we reach the halfway mark. And of course, if K-Corp could do it in 2.5 minutes, why not Dignitas? There's a lot of Rocket League left to be played in this tie-breaking 5th game.
I mean, we could say why not Dig, but they need to play better defense. Now, again, they have been losing the 50 game. They have been losing the spacing in the aerials. They've been giving up so much room for K-Corp to establish their identity past midfield. I mean, how many times have Stake gone uncontested with the ball, moving right upfield that just immediately finds a pass to Itachi or Astral? There needs to be more of a panic setting in for Dig, more of a resistance on that defensive end. And now is the time to score as Stake saves it yet again.
Yeah, that slams the door shut on a great opportunity from Dignitas. And as you mentioned, at some point, you kind of throw caution to the wind. It's got to be sooner rather than later. Doesn't matter if you lose by 4 goals or 8. A loss is a loss. You might as well just try to get something on the offensive end. And Dignitas have been doing that. We've seen them. The plays looking a little more creative coming downfield. Much more promising, but still the confident defending from Karmine Corp has shut them down every single time. And this has to be incredibly frustrating for Dignitas, as that one, again, just out of reach of Scrub Killer before it's swept away.
It just seems like Dig's like a step behind Karmine Corp. They are constantly just a half a second behind every single play. And now Scrub taking away from his teammate, but with a minute to go, you're down 4 goals. Now is no time for caution. Throw it to the wind, man. Itachi, breakaway. 5-0 Karmine Corp. Getting it completely out on the field and getting it done. With under a minute, they're going to go up 3-2 in the series and be on series point.
Hey, I've got good news for you. Now Stake has 3 assists.
I was waiting for that one.
There you go. He's also got 4 goals
Mother
to go with it.
Healing.
There you go. 4 goals out of Itachi, 4 out of Astral as well. This is an incredible full team effort out of Karmine Corp. Yes, some of these numbers heavily inflated by the fact that it's 5-0 in Game 5. But this is the kind of statement we've been waiting for out of Karmine Corp in this series. Make no mistake about it, heavily favored coming into this on paper because they're the more familiar team. People are still wondering, what are we going to get out of this Dignitas team? Will we get the Dig that showed up yesterday against Vitality and shut them down in every facet? Well, it doesn't matter if we got that team because this Karmine Corp team is a step better now in Game 5. Decisively in front now. 3-2, 1 win away from the grand finals and Team BDS.
This series has really come down for me to intangibles with how Karmine Corp have been able to play this. I mean, let's look at the layout so far. It's been back and forth 2-1 games ever since we started this one off about 15 minutes ago. And what was happening? The resonance of this game, of this series so far, had been back and forth, chess-like match. Everyone gets a touch, clean play all around. Not a lot of mistakes. No one wants to make that first double commit. Since then, Dignitas have been struggling defensively to clear the ball, win 50s, and move it out of the defensive end. And ever since K-Corp have been meeting that frequency and just waiting for their time, once they realized there was a hint of weakness, once they smelled that little bit of blood in the Dignitas water, they immediately started executing. They immediately started getting aggressive, and their passes became a little bit more violent, a little bit more momentum-based. And they started pushing that ball heavily upfield, trying to find long interconnected passes. And once that happened, Dignitas completely crumbled. They had no response in game number 5, and it just seems like Karmine Corp have been reading through the series numbers the entire time and waiting for the right moment to take Dig down.
After a series full of very tight-knit, close games, closely contested battles, it is Karmine Corp sending a message in Game 5. Can they do it again in Game 6? If they do, they've got BDS in the grand finals. Best of 3 sets of best of 7 series. Going to be a long, long day for one of these teams, but they'll have all of that momentum. I think it would be incredibly valuable for Karmine Corp to take care of business here. If they can blow Dignitas out of the water again, BDS has something to worry about in that grand final.
Yeah, and these series often feel like they're more impactful sometimes than what the scores show, and it's because when you have a back and forth match, when you're constantly trading blows, the smallest mistake feels 10 times bigger when it starts happening because it's been 2-1, and the smallest mistake for Dig has been clear problems and defensive problems, and usually they can outscore that mistake, but in this series, it's not happening, so you're getting 6-0 scorelines from K-Corp. You go into Aquadome with a chance to go to the grand final and seg Dignitas home in pretty dominant fashion near the latter half of this series. I think this would be an immense win for the confidence of K-Corp, but for Dig, they have to completely regroup, regain some of their mentality, their confidence, and find a way to call small audibles to change their defensive issues because the offense isn't getting it done just yet.
It's Itachi to bring it across for Carmine Corp, and Astral got in Scrub Killer's way, but nothing there for Stake. As it is cleared out, Dignitas quickly on the attack, moving downfield a lot faster than they have previously in the series. Can they continue to turn that around and force Game 7 here on Aquadome? Apparently Jack doing all he can to drag Dignitas back into this series. Going after Astral, didn't get him, and now this goes to the corner and things still just seem a little disjointed. Occasionally the ball finds its way near the Carmine Corp net, but not with enough danger for them to really worry. This is a promising opportunity, still sent away. All hands on deck for K-Corp defensively.
There's a sense of urgency right now with Dignitas, and that's something that's changed. And what they're doing quite well is what the offense was incapable of in the start of this series. It was so often, apparently, Jack moving straight upfield to facilitate. K-Corp read that, so what do they do now? If we don't know how we're going to approach, speaking from Dig's POV, then there's no way K-Corp knows. So let's just get a little bit more creative. Let's start taking isolated challenges. Let's play the one-on-one, push them out of the zone defense. From there, you can only work at those small angles, and you can force K-Corp to make awkward challenges, and it's worked out. They've been getting possession back, and Dignitas look like they understand the intent in which they're pushing the ball upfield now, much better than they were earlier on in the series with 3 to play.
Great setup by Stake. Itachi could not get over Scrub Killer though. Just got the back of his car in the way. And this goes out to the corner for Jorias. Dignitas trying to keep Carmine Corp in check. It's their best shot at bringing this to a 7th and deciding game. Pinched all the way to the backboard. It's Scrub Killer that goes up. Jorias didn't burn too much. That means he can send this away, but only as far as Astral. That's a great job by apparently Jack following up the play. Can he get this central? No, Itachi just barely got a piece of it, and that's been the theme of this whole game. Both teams doing just enough defensively to frustrate the opposition.
Yeah, Dig's not done either. They are putting their foot down on the pedal stacks. They're not giving up. And that's what we like to see. You can get so far behind in a series that you feel mentally defeated, but at this moment in time, Dignitas are not wasting expenses. They are getting upfield, conserving boost, and letting apparently Jack do what he wants, but Scrub in the backline, filling that island, will try to extend. So far unsuccessful. The pass to Scrub, off target. Dignitas, right back to apparently Jack. Here's an opportunity, but even then, this threatening offense feels like it's just looming for that first goal.
Itachi threatening to boom it downfield. Now this goes to Jorias, and Astral just got there first. Couple of goals out of Jorias, but not here. So he's got a full tank of boost. He'll try again. Jorias hungry to break this scoreless deadlock. He's unsuccessful. Apparently Jack looking for Jorias. No. And again, we continue to play to a scoreless draw between K-Corp and Dignitas. Grand finals awaiting whoever survives.
Someone's got to break. There has to be a double commit somewhere. We've gone right back to the start of game 1. The resonance has matched itself yet again. Apparently Jack trying to extend the best he can. Here's Scrub to meet it. Apparently Jack circling back in. Keep him on the bottom eye of your mini-map. What is this, Call of Duty? Back into the game we go. A minute to go. 60 seconds. It's got to take something. And for these counterattacks downfield, this is finally the first chance they've had on a breakaway. And a pinch almost makes this a 1-0 game. And they just can't quite find it yet.
Scrub Killer with the save of the game to keep Dignitas in it here. Scrub looking for Jorias, almost did it on both halves of the field. And now a little bit of disruption here among the K-Corp defense, but they do break the zone, and Dignitas could not take advantage. It's been a theme as well. K-Corp have not been perfect defensively. They've been vulnerable at times. Dignitas has not been there to punish them for it. Itachi looking for Astral, way too much on that pass, and it will be Scrub Killer, who's got Jack downfield, trying to run interference. Now it's only Jorius all alone. Apparently Jack trying to get back to help. He can't, but Jorius slams the door shut with 7 seconds to go. Itachi will try one more time. Looking to end the series? No. And we could have gone to OT, but Jorius decided to have a go, and now we'll go to overtime in Game 6.
Of course, this is how this series is going to go. I mean, we've gone back and forth 1-1, 1-2, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 6-0, but we're going to end this one in OT. And for Dig, your tournament life here is on the line. You have to win it here. And we've seen Dig do some miraculous things. This might be one of them. Scrub Killer going to sky it, but easily taken away by Carmine Core. And Astral circling in the back line, but gets the bad read, and now Jorius can extend. And Jorius grabs corner boost. Apparently Jack, what a pinch off the back wall. Astral, Jorius, shot, good. Dignitas, Game 7. Here we go.
Wouldn't have it any other way, and another pen goes flying from Spaceman. 24 seconds into overtime. 1-0 after all that. That's how Dignitas has to win. That's how they did win. And we go to Champions Field to start day 4.
So sick of these pens. I just don't understand. Did get it done. They handle the pressure, and that's what stands out most.
Hold it up.
They started
Hold it up,
making the challenge. Again, this is the 9th time this has happened in 2 days. I have killed more pens. There's an analogy in there somewhere. We'll
sure.
Listen, what I am impressed by most by Dignitas is the uncertainty principle they've been playing with, because they have been so directed in their offense. They have been so predictable so far. It's been apparently Jack moving upfield, facilitating, and then if Jorius is there, we're going to kick it out to him. If Scrub's there, he's going to come from the island. We'll kick it out to him. Carmine Corp are like, you do that all day, we'll score all day on you. And so Dignitas have just played unpredictable and unorthodox in that game, and all of a sudden Carmine Corp are not sure how they're going to play it, and a bad flip in the end in the OT leads way to Jorius pushing it through the corner, and a wonderful pinch off the back wall from apparently Jack, who yet again puts Scrub in the best position possible to win.
Apparently Jack has been the centerpiece for Dignitas, especially offensively. Scrub's defense has been outstanding. Jorius at defense, outstanding. But apparently Jack has been the guy to get them on the board, or in position to get on the board. And now, finally, to iconic Champions Field. Somebody goes through to face BDS for either anywhere between 8 to 21 games. Gonna be a lot of fun. Dignitas would love for it to be them. What a great redemption it would be after being swept in their opening round match by Vitality, who again, they did beat just last night. Jorius, center, and Itachi sends it away. Scrub Killer, very patient, looking to set up for apparently Jack. He could not, and now Jorius has to retreat as that ball's screaming back to the Dignitas half.
I mean, you go into this game.
Oh, this might be in. It might be in. It is. Jorius, 1-0.
That's such a huge clear. I mean, with how both these teams have come into this game, feeling a little bit punch drunk at this point, and to get that long play from Jorius early on, so now he starts to feel like he can spread out his offense a little bit more. He can start hitting those rotations and cut through the lanes to cut off K-Corp. Dignitas needed that goal desperately in this series, in this game. But Astral looking to tie it up right back into the thick of it. We've killed about a minute so far, and Dig have the lead.
Jorius with the initial save. There's interference out of apparently Jack, but not enough for Dignitas to secure a second goal. Scrub Killer going underneath, and it's Astral with the save. Everything is going to be magnified by a lot as we go through Game 7. Every mistake, every pass, every demo. So important now with no margin for error. There is no, all right, fine, we go next. You go next, you're going to the next event next weekend, or maybe just right into RLCS 22.
I mean, you don't want to say you're going next when you're in the lower finals, knowing you have a chance at redemption, regardless of who you are, against BDS, to prove that this roster makes sense. The proof of concept on paper in the offseason is now coming into fruition for both of these talented squads. 6 men on the field, but only one will leave victorious going to the grand final. And apparently Jack has led this squad all the way here. He needs to continue to be that presence in Game 7. Stake a miraculous weekend of individual talent and a wonderful read from Jorius to kick it to the corner. This is an opportunity for Dig to get possession back in their own side, but a dangerous pinch from Itachi, and he won't get the goal there. We still sit at 1-0 Dig.
The Dignitas defense, when they are this good, they can shut down anybody. Yes, anybody. Maybe not BDS. We may find out in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Absolutely. Astral Just got a piece of that as Jorius tried to play it right through him. Now apparently Jack out in front. Scrub Killer late coming on, and it's deflected away by a couple of defenders, but here's apparently Jack again. No way! Oh, he scores! 2-0!
Oh, God, I love that play so much. I mean, look what Scrub does. 1v2, wins the extra bump to send that ball to the ceiling, and apparently Jack just grabs the read immediately. That's the communication that we talk about with apparently Jack and Scrub. He puts him in positions, and Scrub falling off the play, taking 2 defenders out of the goal line. Apparently Jack stepped up massively. A 2-0 lead in Game 7. Dignitas, this is a way to respond in a series when you're on death's door.
After all these low-scoring defensive grinds, could you imagine if it's Dignitas that blows out K-Corp as Jorius shot whistles right towards Astral. Now it's Scrub Killer, blown up by Itachi. Still, though, more offense coming from K-Corp. It's Stake to the backboard. Nobody's up there, and Scrub Killer still met him.
Oh, God. This one's going to be a barn burner. We got a minute 48, and K-Corp have played so well in this series, but they have been struggling to find that opening point. The hardest ones to score are always the first goal. And Dignitas, credit where credit is due, the rotations are clean, their challenges are clean, and Stake is just as good. He's having a series of a lifetime, and it's 2-1.
5 now in the series for Stake. That gives him the series lead for Carmine Corp. They're gonna need another, maybe out of Stake, who has, as you mentioned, Spaceman, been incredible all throughout this WePlay Invitational. He's got it on his, well, near his hood, off the ensuing kickoff, but it's Jorius and Dignitas on the attack, sent away by Itachi. This goal's got to come sooner rather than later. The more time that burns off this clock, the more comfortable Dignitas is going to get, and the more the Carmine Corp is going to be tempted to panic. This goes right out towards midfield, and more time burning away as Dignitas tried to run out the clock, nursing a very narrow 2-1 lead.
We sit yet again at 2-1. But you feel like the tides are starting to turn. And even with Scrub's kick high to the ceiling, this extra challenge and this extra patience at midfield, the tempo has kicked up for K-Corp, and they are hunting for that second goal. They have less than a minute to do it, though. Towards the back wall, it's Scrub back out to midfield, and Itachi with a slow. This should be an opportunity for Dig to get their cars in front, but yet Stake comes in for the cross and cleared away yet again. Full boost, Astral now to meet it, and apparently Jack with a kick downfield. That is a huge clear for Dig's favor.
Dignitas playing with a little bit of fire. That's a great demo, though, on Itachi. A couple times they almost invited Carmine Corp into their defensive end and challenged them to score, and that's a dangerous challenge to lay down to a team that absolutely can't answer the bell. Jorius burning all of his boost to burn a few more seconds away. Apparently Jack did not get rid of this ball. Jorius can't catch up. Itachi ties.
Oh my word. This play from Jack, I mean, you could tell he wanted one pinch and to send the ball out. Instead, it bounces back into the car and he has to basically just clamp down on the wall. 4 seconds to go. Dignitas, K-Corp. Could we be going to OT? Stake. 0 seconds on the clock, no boost. Itachi to Astral, and Astral can't make the read. We got OT.
There was no defense there either. If Astral was back a little, this does not go to overtime, but we'll take it. Jorius looking to end it quickly. Got this through. Apparently Jack, though, beaten by Stake. Astral waiting at midfield to win it. Oh, he was not across as the ball skipped free. Itachi, he got the double, and he'll score. Carmine Corp advance.
What a play from Itachi. Astral, Stake, down 2-0 with less than 2 minutes to go. And they bring it all the way back. Sigh of relief in the face cam, some positivity, but a crushing defeat for Dig yet again. However, with all of that said, a phenomenal weekend for both Carmine Corp and Dignitas. The ceiling is clearly high on both these teams.
This was an appealing appetizer for sure for Dignitas fans who wondered, how was Scrub Killer going to fit in on this team? What were Jack and Jorius going to do? How would they fare without a coach? They performed admirably. It's third place in the WePlay Invitational, but for that squad there, K-Corp, they continue to march on, and they got what they and their fans have been wanting since yesterday. A rematch, another shot at the #1 seed in the EMEA region, Team BDS. Best of 3 sets of best of 7 series. It went 4-1 to BDS last time. I can only imagine what K-Corp has for an encore now that they have the momentum of that Game 7 winner.
That was very much a marathon of a series.
Yes.
And for K-Corp, this is one of the best ways to get warmed up for a grand final. You go a full distance, you win it in the late situation, and you get that confidence injection to go play the Kings of Europe. And BDS are ready and waiting for you to meet that challenge. But until we get to that point, let's throw it back over to the desk to break down that final match.
Bonjour. Carmine Corp taking this one to 7 and then taking it all. Welcome back. It's Tom, it's Adam, and it's Jason. And as we break this one down, I'll be honest, watching this one go back and forth in the first 4 games, I thought was the top part of fun. I was like, all right, we're back and forth. Then we got to game 5, kind of collapsed. And then we got more fun in Chapter 2 of this series. This was a great one. Carmine Corp earns it.
Yeah, this is a back and forth energy battle from the beginning all the way through. The first couple games, 2-1, you're watching one team kind of just edge out the possession game. Both teams are getting multiple attacks on net. We got to see offense, defense, anything you could possibly ask for out of a series we got here. And at one moment there, that blowout match, the 5-0 in Game 5, you could almost see the life kind of drain out of Dignitas. I'm in the back talking with Tylacto, and we're just looking at him and kind of see them check out mid-match. Needed that first goal, needed the win, and it just wasn't coming. It just didn't feel like they were going to get it. Eventually, they did get that 1-0, and the energy came back in Game 7. It was just hands, back and forth fighting. That, for an opening series, for the day, that's nuts.
Hey, man, you talk about the big moments. You need somebody to step up, and we saw that numerous times. The one in particular I'm thinking about is Jack. Second goal of that game, steps up huge, air dribbles it all the way through, and slams it in front of them. They're like, that's a 2-0 lead. We got this. And then for KC to go out of their way to play super aggressive to get goals. They tied up 4 seconds left, bringing it to overtime, and then also clutched the victory. You want to talk about big moments under high-pressure circumstances? KC stands the test of time. They get their rematch in the grand final.
That's the thing, man. I really came through, and I looked at this one, and I see Dignitas as when you have players like Astral and Itachi play out of their mind, but when you have players like Scrub Killa, I look at you. This is, for my money, the team with the bigger, let's say, concrete foundation. I say when the going gets tough in these late hours, Dignitas, in my world, is probably the one favored to kind of eke it on out. I see them come back in Game 6, and I'm like, all right, they're going to bring us to a Game 7. They're going to close it out here. That's that veterancy. You know, that's you've got a world champ on your team. This is that winning mentality. They bring it to Game 7, and I'm still thinking that. And in the last moments, Stakes like, nah, man, let's do it, team. The squad brings it back, OT. I'm not sure if you used the phrase, the test of time, but KC aced it.
Yeah, man, you're talking about, to me, when there's big moments like that, you can't go to a stalemate. You can't just hope something is going to happen. You got to go and take that opportunity and create one yourself. To go aggressive at that moment, when you're sending the house, you're like, it's make or break. We either lose this or we win this. And that coin flip, you go for the demo, you open up the net, wins a challenge after apparently Jack's sidewall play, you throw it on target and it goes in. Those are the big moments that are like, we're going into this overtime. We are doing nothing but getting a W here. Phenomenal play for K-Corp.
You could tell how tense it was on the side for Dig the entire way through, right? Apparently, Jack, Game 1, Tylacto's sitting there, he's like, oh, he got demoed. In the demo, Jack reaches over and he has a towel next to him, and he's getting his hands dry, and he's constantly going for it. You see,
Put one of these on him while we're at it. You know?
You see Scrub start going for the infamous T from yesterday, trying to bring it back, right? Like, they were under pressure. Game 1, you could feel that just all the tension between the two teams. This is can't ask for a better series.
It was fun. I mentioned the back and forth for the first 4 games. We're talking about 1-goal games, some of them going to overtime. But I think we get a little bit of foreshadowing in that third game where it's a 2-1 scoreline, but Dignitas have 11 shots versus KC's 3. And you're like, oh boy, here comes Dignitas. And then KC just gets them right on back. It's wild how you see some of these performances, and sometimes they line up, and other times it's just a flash in the pan, I suppose, is the best turn of phrase I can kind of come to.
You talk about how it's 13 shots to 3, but the scoreline's only 2-1. And it wraps back around to the thing that we've been pointing out. Yes, KC's offense is impressive. What they do with Astral is impeccable, but their defense still continues to shine. It still showcases in really tight pressure situations. Their defense is carrying them through those big moments and allowing them to stay in the game. So I expect a heavy reliance on their defense up against BDS, the team that puts on more shots than anybody else. They just have to be able to transition those into scoring opportunities. Otherwise, it's going to be tough because the last time they played, it was heavily in favor of BDS.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where in a category for saves, you typically don't want to be higher in the ranking, right? It means you're taking more shots.
Yeah.
So that's a stat that coming into the day to look at, BDS is 8th in that category, which overall means they're number 1. They're not allowing the shots on net.
Right.
Where on the other side, it's number 4. BDS is a heavy shooting team, number 1 shots per game coming in. On paper, it looks like it could be a really, really hard matchup for them. I mean, it's always going to be a hard matchup when you run into BDS, but the defense looks solid. It looks like they weren't allowing the pressure to take them out. They never felt like they were out in the mental game. They looked like they were good all the way through. Didn't see anything that alarmed me in the faces of the players. So they're going to come in warm coming out of a series and get to go up against the behemoth that is BDS. We'll see if they can stand
That's
tall.
what the BDS stands for, is behemoth, man.
Yeah.
Apparently. It's actually not, but.
Yeah.
I'll go with it. It is for today.
This is the squad, man. The pink, white, and blue. Team BDS, they come out, they're number 1 in a lot of players' hearts despite not winning the European Championship last year. And if they're not number 1, they're arguably number 2, right? This is the boss music battle that you look towards. And Carmine Core, man, this is David Goliath. That's what we're looking at here. David's got some gear on, though. I think at the end of the day, BDS absolutely top card. But I look at Carmine Core, and I think that this is possible, which is, I mean, it's a big conversation coming in here as a team that isn't in the forefront of everybody's minds when you jump into this tournament, and to see the way that they have worked through this bracket and earned their way into the grand finals, you've got to take a look at this. And when we say, so here's the question, best of 3, best of 7s, marathon, potential 21 games of play. Does that benefit the sort of the veteran expected top card of BDS, or does that give the Carmine Core squad the upper?
Without a doubt, it goes in favor of BDS. You're trying to tell me a team's got to beat BDS not once, but twice, back to back. Can you arguably say that anybody can do that except for Vitality, maybe on LAN?
Well, you don't have to. They can win the best of 7, lose the next one, and win the next one.
I'm just saying, it is unrealistic to think that it's going to happen. I do agree that it is possible, but this is when Rocket League is at its best, in my opinion. The reason why I love Best of Set so much is the chess match that we are about to see. The ability to not only take a play style from game to game, but series to series.
Yep.
There is not just going to be, okay, this one trick worked, we're able to close out the series, we're good. We got to come back to that again afterwards. So it is a constant adjustment period, and you got to keep that level of intensity, because when you're playing against offenses like both of these teams have, it is grueling the amount of mental strain that goes on. We talk Rocket League, it's only a 5-minute game. These guys are exhausted after these series with all the pressure on the line, $15,000 first place, and everything else that goes along with it. So yeah, it is a test of time, as we have stated, and it's going to be exciting for all of us who just get to sit back and watch as fans. So I'm happy to be here.
That's where I was going to go with it, was the idea that BDS, we can talk about the strength of these teams and everything, but it's the experience that BDS have on the big stage doing longer sets that when you talk about best of 3, best of 7, I look at BDS and whether or not they've done the best of 3, best of, they've been on these marathon engagements in a way that Carmine Core might not have the experience.
And if you go back and look, I don't know, at the 90 billion tournaments that they won in the RLCS season.
It's close estimate.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with that. They played 800, 700, whatever number of matches. They're a team that is never phased. When you get webcams popping up there, that's a team after a game, just no energy, no phase. They win, doesn't matter. They lose, doesn't matter. I'm just going to keep on talking and ignore everything that you have said. I think that, there's some energy coming in from KC here, right? Maybe they go in and they take a single set off of them. But BDS, when you start getting into that third series, if it makes it to it, BDS is going to be a little bit fresher because they didn't have to just play a grueling 7-game series. And
I mean, the best example you can give of that is you look at the championship that they played against Vitality. That first series, Mark Bayotte was whiffing, which is like, that is not a sentence I'm used to saying. And it was just, they were so out of their element. And then immediately the next series they get back into it, they give us a really good nail-biting series. So yes, BDS, I expect experience in that regard, but I also expect the fortitude, the mental side of things where they have the ability to stay with it. They have the ability to keep themselves going despite all the pressure, everything else going on. Because, yeah, they are BDS. They're arguably one of the best teams in Europe, if not the best team in Europe. Yeah.
It has been an exciting weekend here at the WePlay Invitational. Carmine Corps has surprised and delighted their fans. Now, as Tylacto said, the Dark Souls boss music plays. Can they beat BDS? Let's find out.
Bonne appris midis, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue à la Invitational WePlay. Je m'appelle Digital Bacon et tu s'appelles Tylacto, and that's as much as I got here, buddy. Come on, save me.
I was getting a little confused. I can translate. Something along the lines here is Carmine Corp. K-Corp been climbing that ridge through the upper bracket. They were that mountain, only to get pushed down in the upper finals by Team BDS. But they are back here at the summit, the grand finals here in EMEA, to face them once more. They want another dose, and you can see they're sort of there, chilling, preparing for what they're going to have to do.
Well, they've just got one heck of a warm-up against Dignitas, who really tested them. But last time round, Carmine, unfortunately, didn't really test BDS, and that's just, quite frankly, because BDS, to me, are the best team in the world. I know there's a lot of contention elsewhere, but I look at this team and go, how do you defeat them? That's just not possible, right?
It's a record that, and a result set that is impossible to be compared to. We can see them here. Sadly, we're missing the camera for Mark Bayotte there. He's chilling. Maybe we can, oh no, he's off the end. We might actually see him in extra or Monkey Moon's cam, but they're getting prepared. Of course, they're going to have to have gotten prepared because they haven't had the warm-up. That's always the discussion with double elimination brackets, right? Coming in to this grand final. Reminder, it's a set of 3 best of 7, so you know, got to win 2 best of 7s. You could argue, there's an argument to be made, the BDS don't have a huge advantage, if any, coming from the upper bracket. They haven't had any warm-up, but they certainly got there efficiently and have been able to watch the other games.
Yeah, I'd say that actually gives them a disadvantage in regards to that. Coming into this, ready to play, have been pushed to the limit and know how to play with each other. They just dismantled, and I use that term loosely because Dig were really pushing them, and then they finally got the answer and cut Dignitas's run down. They had to make it through the lower bracket the entire way. BDS and Carmine met in the winners bracket just yesterday, and they'll be meeting here once again now. We're hopping on to DFH Stadium. It's BDS in the blue. Carmine Corp are going to be taking the orange, and they're going to be taking this first goal against them. It's extra.
It is, and he's finding himself on the board. We can talk about this man all day long, cleaning up here an early goal for BDS. This is bringing K-Corp right back down to reality here in Game 1 on DFH Stadium. There is so far to go. Neither team can win the grand finals just with this best of 7 alone, apologies. But it does move them to that championship point. It means so much, even this early games, the value they can have later on in the series.
So Extra trying to just keep the pressure going downfield, and you can see it's definitely working as Monkey Moon looks to line that up off the backboard. It is picked up very nicely by Carmine as they look quite confident right now to hold BDS at bay, but that is the problem. It's at bay. It's keeping them away from their net, not away from that midfield line. which BDS have so much control over. Monkey Moon staying back in net alongside Extra to just make sure that these shots aren't damaging.
And I'm still so excited to see this K-Corp roster, still so new coming into this tournament. That series against Dignitas, wild. They suddenly blew out in Game 5. They showed up with a huge scoreline off the back of the Game 4 performance from Itachi. I'll touch back on him. You thought at that point maybe it's over. Dig held them though. That 1-0 OT win in Game 6, you could easily have shattered, let alone when you're 2-0 down. But they continued to bounce back, fought back, won in the overtime here, and they've already got that equalizer here in Game 1.
Astral and Itachi hand in hand going for that play, but it will be Itachi with the finishing touch right there on the back post. Just a small clean hit which BDS cannot keep away.
It's just, I want to highlight this bounce back factor more of this K-Corp roster. So much discussion has always been talked, especially about the mentality of some of the players, especially Astra, right? I'll say it out there. The mentality of the roster players among it. You wonder when the chips are down, who's going to pick them back up?
Astral is a very emotional player. When the going gets tough, Astral can get a little bit in a slump. He wants to do everything on his own. It's the Bluey factor from seasons of yore where he puts the weight of the world on his shoulders. He goes silent and he doesn't use his teammates. In Rocket League, you have to all three be working in tandem. You cannot be a solo hero.
But that's the thing that's changed for me on this KC roster. When I look at them, that has changed. His interviews, he's happy, smiling. They were 2-0 down on series point just minutes ago. They came back from 2 down. This is a player that just keeps getting better and better. He's maturing, he's so focused, and when he's at his best, he just looks like one of the flat-out best players in the world.
The first tournament that Carmine come into, and they seem to have already reformed one of Rocket League's best players. But they reformed an entire squad. You've got to look towards the other two, Mistake and Itachi, and I mean, their last season as Vodafone Giants back in the spring was not really one to write home about, was it?
It was mainly just the way it ended. The series seemed to get worse as it went on after almost peaking in the fall, and that's when it always seems deflating. The change was not surprising, and what a change it's already proving to be. They've changed up their game here in this Game 1. It was a scary first minute, but BDS have suddenly got a dangerous KC on their hands. BDS have only lost 1 game this entire tournament, and it was in their upper bracket final series to KC, just a 1-0 scoreline, and what it would mean for them to get this very first one on the board.
So much, I can tell you that. And over on the Rocket Baguette stream, as they're currently now doing the French coverage of this tournament, they're probably in absolute anguish over who they want to win. Us as casters, Tylacto, I mean, it's a difficult story. BDS are pretty much perfect.
Just want to see fantastic Rocket League. This could be the very best Rocket League we have ever seen. In fact, it should be with the new 2 teams. BDS have already brought such high levels so often over the past year, but the players just keep getting better, of course, as they double commit there on K-Corp. It's going to have to find themselves on the back foot, but this is the cutting edge of Rocket League. Everyone knows it here in the European region, the North American region. Who knows what region's out on top? We're so excited to have a LAN again. Until then, we have to have domestic battles as we're having battles on the field here. It may be early on, but every game counts here.
It does indeed. Just hold on a little while longer, guys. It is coming, and in the meantime, we've still got some absolutely cracking Rocket League. 0-0, ball up in the air, but I don't see this one being scored. We head into OT, 1 apiece. Carmine Corp, I'm saying it now here, Tylacto, they need to get this first game. It would bolster them, give them the momentum, the morale to go deep within this set.
The hero this very hour was Itachi against Dignitas. Going into that game 7 overtime, Dignitas were 5-1 in overtimes this tournament. But KC said, yeah, sorry, we don't care. And what a huge play it was from Itachi under pressure to be patient with all the expectation. But can they produce a play of that quality again as it's dangerously down off the backboard? The man I mentioned, he's there making the challenge, but BDS ever going, never forgiving any mistake. They will punish.
Marked by 8. Into the ball by Itachi. Extra just waiting for this moment. He's still lingering on the ball. Monkey Moon with 55 boost pops it up in the air. Itachi sending it towards mid. He doesn't have any options to pass it off, so he just decides to keep on it. Just dribble the ball through the air. Does get this lock. And there it is, as you said. Stake to finish it off. Loose ball across the net. BDS caught sleeping.
And that's only the second game they've lost this tournament, but one game on the board for K-Corp, who are a team in form. They managed that much in the winners final when they faced off against Team BDS. We can talk about that series a little more, as this is the tone setter today. That series, it felt closely fought. There was a lot of physical play, especially from K-Corp, as we look through our beautiful garage. But fact remains, 3 of the games in that best of 7, BDS won by a 3-goal margin. I fully expect them to take the reins again.
I do indeed, and there's one part of me, quite a large part I've got to say, because I like an upset. NA had so many of them. Dignitas was probably, I think, our biggest upset here in EU. You could argue about Carmine taking down Vitality, but BDS, the champions, at the very start of a new season, dropping to what is essentially a new team, would be the juiciest upset of them all, I think.
Yeah, and it may not count for points in the circuit going into the 2021-2022 season, but for these teams to open up on the right note, to have no deflation, to be excited about how they're playing and to play with each other. Think about Dignitas after day 1. So deflated, 4-0, changed their tournament when Scrub went and got a cup of tea. They were winning games like no man's business.
I mean, I followed his lead. I went and got myself a cuppa.
Going all the way to the lower finals, that's a team that will now be excited to play against each other going into the fresh season. BDS, they want to have the comfort of knowing that they are still the best. But K-Corp, what if they win this tournament?
What if indeed? You say no points towards a new season, but there is a lot of cash up for grabs, and that is a reason all in of itself. KC opening it up here. K-Corp looking strong straight out the gates. Marbe has to send this out wide. An extra, not bold enough to step on it, does read the situation well, gets it to Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon launching it downfield as Extra wants to follow up on that, but the attack breaks down. It's only been 30 seconds. Stake can't get the finishing touch, but he was damn close.
He really was. He managed to get the overtime winner last game, of course, but no contact that he was looking for there. He's a lot of physical plays brought to this team, both him and Astral coming into this championship Sunday, averaging over a demo per game. They're right in the upper echelons for this tournament. No physical play needed there. Astral going to get an early lead there, and you see that head roll, a little bit of frustration coming through from Monkey Moon.
You do not want to see Monkey frustrated. It can go one of 2 ways. Either he engages beast mode, ascends to the heavens, literally into outer space.
True.
Or, in the last occasion we saw them against Vitality, it all begins to crumble.
That's so close as well. I was wondering if you were going to bring up the spectre of the RLCS X Championships against Team Vitality there.
The ghost of season past is a strong feeling.
It was a terrifying experience, and it seriously looms heavy here. It's the last best of 7 they played, and of course they were beaten out 4-0, 4-2 I believe, completely swept out effectively in terms of 2 best of 7s in a row, and really added to their total. In the entirety of last season, BDS lost just 8 best of 7s. That's ludicrous. We've never seen anything like it, and I still believe we'll never see anything like it again. 3 of them were 2 Vitality, and you can see what it means to them here. The fact that their massive trophy cabinet does not have that centerpiece.
It does not indeed. They started right in the textbook last season, but as they got to the last pages, the pen ran out of ink. And they looked a little bit embarrassed, but that's because they had set the precedent all season long. It was theirs to take. This tournament as well, the WePlay Invitational, feels with the run so far that it should be theirs to take. But that game 1 going in favor of K-Corp might just say otherwise as Mark by 8 gets a touch here. It's running in the air with Itachi looking for Stake. Going to be a bounce off the backboard, but the touch does come through. Works as clear. Astral picking up. Demoed for his sins as Monkey Moon has to block now. He needs to buy time for the rest to come on through. Extra couldn't get the touch as Mark by 8 called him off. Monkey just getting the fingertips to it, and he has to send this to the corner. He needs to buy time to keep the rotations alive for BDS.
And Mark by 8, his shot, he'd have been expecting better there. The player I want to watch on BDS this game is Extra in these final 2 minutes. He got their goal this series in the first game. It wasn't enough, but he won out a great challenge there in the midfield. He was a little too hot to handle for K-Corp, created that chance for Monkey Moon and smartly left it for him. He's the player that K-Corp need to keep quiet. He had a tragic series in the championships that we mentioned. He did not score a single goal in the first best of 7. If you can knock the confidence out of Extra, then you can sort of pause the beating heart of this BDS team.
A little bit of a mistake there by Itachi, but Stake perfectly positioned to be able to help recover it. Double commit in net with Astral stepping across. Double commit there with Stake going up for it as well. And look, BDS are not in a position to punish. What is going on here? We need to decipher this code.
Astro, he wasn't able to get the touch to the code that he wanted there. It's spilt out dangerously though, as Stake does get the touch. He pays for his life, but it buys time for K-Corp to get back. But they don't want to go back. Challenging high up in the midfield. Why let BDS into their half? Or in the final minute, K-Corp, they've still got the lead.
One of the most prolific victories against BDS was always Team Queso, now Vodafone Giants, and it came from just sheer aggression. You look at K-Corp here, they're putting a lot of aggression down, but it's controlled aggression.
Yeah.
They're not overstepping the bounds. When they did those double commits, the third man was always there to just clean it up afterwards.
Uncontested for Itachi in front of the BDS net, and with 30 seconds left, you would not have expected that. It was all from Mark from the backboard, not really having enough boost to make the play that he wanted. He will get up to this ball, but who's going to win the contest? Oh, Extra's got a big dunk. It stays in the K-Corp end here. BDS, they still have time to create a chance, but Stake, he's up so fast, and what a touch that is. Itachi, he gets the touch again, deep into Team BDS. The blue half, they need to get it out. Extra, he's going to cut it, he's going to flick it high, and who's going to follow up? It's Astral. Was he pre-jumping? This man is insane. He's going to get the dunk as well. Across, can K-Corp get 2? No, it's still up the ball. Itachi, can he drop it? Yes, K-Corp do have 2.
Rap God Tylacto right there laying down the bars to close out game 2, but now it's 2-0 to K-Corp. KC are doing massive damage here. I thought, and I'm not going to lie, coming into this, BDS would only drop 2 games in total. I thought with their run so far in this bracket, in this tournament, they were pretty much untouchable, but right now, KC are looking unstoppable.
Now, I wouldn't go that far yet. It was a lot of damage, but I don't know quite how much. They are doing a great job of not letting BDS play their game, but a valid discussion gets to be raised is how warmed up are this Team BDS team. Of course, they have the pick of whoever they want to play to warm up. Who wouldn't want to scrim them? But scrims, tournaments, not the same thing. That will always be the case. K-Corp straight off the Game 7 adrenaline of beating Dignitas from 2-0 down. In that Game 7, they're going to be firing on all cylinders faultlessly and with nothing to lose, especially after losing yesterday to BDS. They are just sending the house, the mortgage, everything. The question is, how long will it take for BDS to warm up and adapt? And when will this adrenaline wear off for K-Corp?
You got to remember, with this format for the grand finals, they have got a ton of time to figure themselves out, to get warmed up. As you said, Tylacto already on the attack, extra to shoot, but not to score. He's keeping the pressure high. Marpe lingering, wants this to pop out, and it does indeed. Find Monkey Moon, finds the net, 26 seconds, and we have finally found BDS once again.
That soft ball towards the net, the KC bus was coming, everyone was jumping, and it only took one. It was to the side, still dangerous, and now suddenly the crack has been shown. Can BDS exploit that now? With that early goal, we'll see as the tone continues here in this third game. KC halfway to a point on the board here in this grand final. No reset, no nothing. This is a best of 3, best of 7.
Monkey Moon with the ball alongside Mark Bay. He's trying to get a dodge, allow Monkey Moon to drop with it. He's working some nice 50-50s to keep control. Does finally have to be handed on over, and Extra's actually a bit too far forward here. Not able to keep the pressure going, and now a counter coming on out, Stick to turn around. Net is open.
Wow,
Monkey Moon gets one, but Itachi gets the better.
Can we just appreciate how bizarre this was, this bumping of the team between Monkey and Extra, the shot somehow Monkey getting to, but Itachi's just sending it completely. Like, what is he doing there? Just so desperate. It's so early on in the game. That willingness to take risks, it almost represents the all or nothing mentality that K-Corp are coming into this game with, and honestly, I can tell you from playing, that is so frustrating to play against. Monkey's like, oh wow, I managed to get this. Wait, why is he there? And it's such a great dunk, but it's not one you'd expect to be get undone by.
I'm going to be completely honest with everyone at home. Monkey has not really turned up so far this tournament. Marpe and Extra have. But that's it. Him not turning up is still like a 7 out of 10 player. He is still incredible, would fit on any top 10 team in the world. But now, when the going gets tough, Monkey needs to just crank it back up to 10. Be the world beater we know he can be. We just got a glimmer there in net because that was very good defending from him, but he can only get one save. He is not multiplied across that net. It's going to be BDS on the counter. Extra was looking for Mark. Monkey in the middle, shot towards the backboard. Itachi with the clearance.
So a little bit stretched the gameplay. Things like Mark going for that ball, even though he knew the backboard clear probably coming, they may be a little rattled. BDS. They can reel it back in. Of course, you've highlighted Monkey Moon not having the tournament of his life. You guarantee now you said that. He'll go absolutely nuts. He has been bumped though. That's nuts from State. Never mind.
How'd you just get through the brick wall that is BDS here in net? So many players, and Stake does not give a damn. He sees the top right of the net. He sees an opportunity, and we see him score.
Will the adrenaline wear off was the question. What if it already has, and this is just how good K-Corp can be? They've come back from one down. Monkey Moon might be soon to wake from his hibernation. We don't know. Quick response. Mark by 8 is there. That's a nice play from BDS.
My personal MVP so far this tournament finally turns up in the grand finals, because let's face it, the whole BDS were quiet up to this point, just not really clicking with one another. We've seen Monkey wake up. We've seen Mark Bay now wake up. As soon as Extra gets back online, well.
He's run the race to the ball in the midfield, Monkey has there. It's interesting. I'm just watching him. I'm not even like watching the gameplay. I'm just watching Monkey Moon. I'm basically obsessed. I mean, not really. He's getting dunked there. The reason why I brought him up in the first place is the previous series upper bracket final against K-Corp. He was getting 1.2 goals per game. It was probably his best series of the tournament so far, which is fair considering how fast their others went against Sandrock and Guild. He'll get the save there as well. Can he follow it? No. You see Astral, he's seen that too many times. Cuts him out. Not going to let him play his game.
Astral lingering about in the net there, trying to get bumps on Extra and Co, and not finding anything. Mark Bay throws it towards Monkey. Monkey back, looking for Mark. But Stake intercepts, wants to linger with that, but doesn't have the boost to do the job. Astral and Itachi in the back line, slow it down, let him rotate back in. K-Corp are really playing BDS at their own game. This feels like a very BDS style of play coming out from K4, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, maybe they followed the same blueprint, you know, 200 grams, 2 French-speaking players, and then a tablespoon of Spaniard thrown in there. It's a perfect trio. They match up very nicely. They're matching up nicely in this game, but what I've noticed is their willingness to space out. The mess that they caused at the first goal when they conceded, all 3 of them so closely bunched together in the net. If they can keep themselves spaced and separated, I think they'll be fine, but it won't be fine if they can't save that shot.
This is always a tearjerker in net for any defender. Marked by 8 with all the power in the world to send it. And where Stake is moving into the net, the trajectory of the ball, whilst it is slowed down, you saw it, 30 kph is super slow within Rocket League. But where he's moving into net, he was not able to get the flexion to put it up in time. Just not going to do the job he needs to do. Highly intense moments, small little mistakes, or just not able to get to the ball in time can be costly. 30 seconds. K-Corp still in this!
Oh, what a pass back from Astro. He's stretching round this ball. Pass or shot, who knows? It did the job. It's so well directed across. He gets round it, flicks it back completely past Extra, who was baited towards the front post. He took the bait. It was a trap, and Stake scores again to get K-Corp level again.
And Stake has just been redeemed with that one. Little mistake back in net. Not able to react quick enough in time, but boy, oh boy, was he able to react quick enough there when they needed him. Pass out towards center as marked by 8, clears it downfield. Oh, Astral. The boldness to just
Good
stick
control.
on that and just not clear it.
Still dangerous for BDS though. Extra is up, but the 50 still stays there. I think it may touch. He does allow it to here. BDS staring down the barrel of going 3 down in this first best of 7. It's 3-3 in this game 3. That's a lot of 3s. It's the magic number, but the magic player Astral, he was trying to get the flip reset. It doesn't happen. BDS defense, it stands strong. Itachi, he's gonna try and keep them there, but he won't be able to follow up his touch. Stake, he'll keep up the offense, but BDS standing tall.
They are marked by 8. Reading Itachi so well. Astral to Itachi. Itachi to the backboard, looking to link up with Astral once again, but well, the BDS boys just have other plans for this game. Itachi over Extra. Monkey with a clearance. This is going to be a grindy OT.
But will K-Corp get impatient? That flip reset, so dangerous. What a save from Extra. We highlighted him earlier, but we didn't talk about that defense. Diving across, pinching the ball with the ground and squeezing it across away from the net. We stayed level here, a minute deep into overtime. BDS can't seem to get this ball away from their net. It's pinged up again. It's floating in Stake. He's been dangerous. How dangerous here? It's a second touch, but Mark, the other Spaniard, will happily collect it. But still, BDS so strong, just they can't seem to break out.
No, they cannot. But they will go once again. The momentum is there. The mental is there to score. But are the mechanics behind it? Is the teammate ready to finish it? All that and more coming right up here in this game as Astral launches it towards net. Extra gets it away. Itachi past Monkey. Chases up in the air. Stake is there. Itachi needs to get out of dodge. He needs to get back in defense as Astral was moving up. They need a little bit of security and option afterwards, but Extra has just found the option of a clearance. Marked by 8, moving on back. Allows Monkey Moon to push up.
Oh, but he can follow up his own touch. He sent it towards that backboard. What a read from Astral 2 years ago. We'd be raving about that, but he makes them look common, as do all the players on this field here. The pinch is out, and suddenly BDS are breathing. They got themselves set up, but it doesn't seem to have lasted. Extra, a slammer of the clear, though. KC, they wanted to get that squeeze again. They got impatient, and it allowed him to get it over 2 players at once. Difficult save as well. You saw the dive across the net from K-Corp. I was nervous, wondering. We were both just stood like, hang on a minute, will it find the back? But no, it didn't. Half a game's worth of overtime, still 3-3 in game 3. Monkey tries to get the push out. Stake is up again. He's got so many aerial challenges in his repertoire, but not the one that makes the difference here. Keeps up this continuous press from K-Corp. They've got the grip out, they got the vice out, and it's not quite producing results yet as that double touch calmly covered by Monkey Moon.
But notice how BDS once again are locked into their own half. And when they do get into their opponent's half, near enough nothing found. Steak called off by Itachi as he wants to run this around the corner. Monkey's got other ideas, gets it past Steak, looks to run, not able to jump on it. He had his eye on the boost. The bump by Mark. Extra comes flying in, but Steak with the save.
Oh, it looked like a window of opportunity, but it shut all too fast. They cleaned up that draft real quick. Did K-Corp. They're going to have to worry about the defense again, though. Something they've not had to do as much as their opponents this game. Astral forces 2 to commit. The bounce down is dangerous. The touch even more so. It's Wall. It's so awkward, but the pinch on the goal line. BDS survive.
Oh, you have to laugh because if you didn't, you cry at a moment like that. Mark Bay does get the touch to send it off wide, but we're 3 minutes and 45 into OT. A long affair here, and no closer to getting a goal as Itachi with the back pass for Astral. The launch downfield as a clear. Itachi following up into the corner, ready to pick this up, and he does indeed. He's got Astral in the middle, but Astral was cutting into the corner. Itachi just could not get any power behind it.
Looked a little bit personal between Steak and Mark by 8 at the other end. I should stop because that's dangerous. What a save from Itachi. It was a fake attempted by Mark, and Steak called his bluff completely, and Mark didn't seem so happy about it. Chased him back to his own boost and stole it from under his nose, and it's allowed BDS with that important boost grab to set up this offense that they nearly could have won this game with, if not from that save from Itachi.
We keep going. 4 minutes. 35 played so far, closing in on basically a 2-for-1 deal. And these attacks from BDS, again, not close enough. They're blooming fantastic, it's got to be said, but the defense coming out from KC, the defense coming out from BDS.
The BDS is growing.
Solid.
They're growing. Previously they were surviving. Now they're starting to just do some living, looking a lot more comfortable, getting a lot more offense, and there it is. Just over 5 minutes extra to the top corner. BDS back within 1.
Monkey Moon pushes it into the corner. The touch from Steak.
Difficult.
It was so difficult. He needed that to be a punch across net, down into either his corner or out towards the mid, but instead he just got a very, very loose slap.
That's so difficult. Steak had 12 shots that game. Sorry, I can't help but notice that. But on the other end, that ball so horribly heighted for him coming from the wall. Maybe some communication could have solved it. He couldn't get down and pinch the ball, but because he was coming from over it, he couldn't actually generate the power laterally to get it across that net. So he just poked it up, hopefully, to which all of K-Corp were like, well then, guess we're in a bit of trouble, as it got slammed in from point blank range, and a huge game that is. Imagine BDS lose that and go down series point.
Yeah. Finally, 1 up on the board for BDS. Coming Corp already with 2, so they can drop 1, sure, but have they just seen the awakening of BDS in front of them? Are they back on track to be the dominant team we know and love? Or is that just a blip on the radar? Is that Carmine Corp just being pushed?
They were certainly pushed. I think they were more than pushed here. It was great offense from BDS, but even better defense. I have to highlight K-Corp easily could have won that overtime. You know, the awkward whiff into pinch between Extra and Mark on the goal line of BDS. It was so improvised. That was one of the saves from Extra there. Our highlight reel feels like it's eons long because it should be that save as well, but this ended up being the winning goal. Poor Steak just caught above the ball. Itachi also had to get around him. These fine margins making the difference at the very top level.
But again, that last goal by Extra was truly just a last-second swipe at it.
The instinct. The instinct was so predatorial. He pounced instantly, and I say you had to keep him quiet after his really poor showing for his standards way back in the championships against Vitality. If you can keep Extra quiet, you stand a real fighting chance against BDS, as of course hard it is to keep any of them quiet. But seriously, he should be targeted the way that I see it here. But he's very difficult, he's very influential, and he's being it here. He was in the upper bracket finals as well. He was getting over an assist per game, but now he's finding himself the back of the net.
Before Extra joined this BDS side, he was the team that would have got demoted in the very last season
of League play.
Yeah, League Play. Before we started RLCS, he would have gone into what would have then been RLRS. But of course, now we've got the new revamped formula, and boy, oh boy, do we love it. But he was on a team that, quite frankly, AS Monaco sucked. Like, they just could not get anything. They got one win, I think, during that entire season.
I think it'd be mean. I got a soft spot for teams that come bottom of League Play. I think we should stop talking about AS Monaco and start talking. No, go on, interrupt me. I know you want to.
But I was going to say, he was a player that everyone looked at a team and was just like, AS Monaco was bad that season, but Extra was not bad. Everyone wanted Extra after that season. They could see his power, and he decided to go with a team that had just been promoted. Of course, that promotion not giving them any extra helping hand going into the RLCSX, but he gave BDS that helping hand that they needed, and then the dominant streak started. But when is it going to stop? We already saw Vitality in the championships take them down. Will we see Carmine Corp take them down here? A minute 30 gone by already. Carmine Corp building up towards another attack, but nothing coming to fruition just yet.
It's been a really curious opening couple minutes as well here, with tensions at a high, couple awkward double commits, couple moments of clutch communication. I do feel like a mistake is brewing, but it could be from either side. The ball has been all over, traveling left, right and center, but no clean-cut mistakes, no clean-cut chances generated. Could it be, of course, a moment of brilliance?
Itachi blocked out by Mark by 8. And cool for State to come on in. Previously, you would have seen, Astral maybe go for that during these moments of frustration, but they know they are going head-to-head, toe-to-toe. Even Stevens against BDS. They know this is the team that is classified as one of the best in the world. And they're in a good position right now to maybe topple them. Halfway mark just past. It's Stake on the attack, looking for the pass out, but Mark by 8 gets in there, gets the ball away. Astro in the corners just got greedy, and he could be punished for this as Monkey Moon gets it around the center. Mark by 8 not expecting that. He's a little bit too far back.
Huge dunk from Itachi there. Extra had just sort of noped out with the boost joink. If he doesn't get dunked there, KC could have been in real trouble, but I feel really good about this BDS team as they move forward. For so much of that overtime, it looked like K-Corp and so much of that game were going to be the ones to find a winner because they had this unrelenting control of the possession, but that is not the case in the overtime. That wasn't the case. It's not the case now. Marked by Ye. All he takes is one chance. Goalie off the inside of the net, and the less we say about that save, the better.
I'm having to go gamer mode here and near enough stick my face right into the PGM and see what happens. Straight up, Astral not quick enough, going off up the back of the goal, expecting to be able to jump out of it, and he's just read the situation wrong. Net is essentially open.
It really was. He couldn't do what he wanted in time. You can understand why he was expecting a screamer. Marked by 8 came flying at that ball. There's every piece of evidence to say he noticed what Itachi, Astral, was doing off the inside of his crossbar and put that shot low deliberately. So we'll never know what could have happened, even if that save did look like it could have been easier. An important save that didn't get made, though, as we are headed for the final minute of Game 4. KC, they need an equalizer.
And those are the very small and fine margins that will separate these two squads. Literally, if you had maneuvered to that net 0.3 seconds earlier, you would have got the save and it would have been 0-0. That has got to be hard as a player to be able to take Tylacto.
It's nice from Stake. If you can get confidence plays like that, as long as you are getting the ball convincingly past your opponent at time and it doesn't feel like you're getting penned in by, like sheep, then the confidence will always remain. That heartbeat will stay going, at least for now. But BDS, they're looking for that second in a row. They're looking to put this surprise result down. K-Corp, the adrenaline we talked about, it could indeed be wearing off. The excitement, the buzz from that win in the lower finals. BDS are really starting to get going themselves.
They are, as Mark throws this towards Extra in the middle. Extra there was in a very awkward position with the shot. It looked almost as if he was between the pass and the shot towards net and just went for the top left, not really convincingly. BDS, I think, are overthinking this situation. They're trying to do something too complicated. Bring it back to basics, boys. That's what you're phenomenal at. Better than anyone else at
Oh, at least he got the save off the inside of his goal that
It
time.
worked second time,
Did
yeah.
Astral. That was a crazy...
See, that's what he wanted to do last time.
Oh, I see. It was a great pinch. I'm still crazy about that pinch from Stake to give them that one last chance. It got them a shot on the board, but it was only their third shot of the game. BDS very much in top. We need someone to step up from K-Corp to change the rhetoric right now. They need to make a huge play, something that really gets the excitement, the hype injected straight back into them.
I mean, that can be said for both sides.
It's true.
Sure. But the thing is, why take the risk? The flow at the moment is pretty much 50-50. If you take that risk and it doesn't work, you'll give an advantage.
I don't
to the
agree.
opponent.
I feel like
Yeah?
every time it's open play, BDS stand the better chance. As the more experienced team together, as the sum of 3 parts being slightly greater, their results speak for themselves. You take an open game on BDS's terms, you lose.
Just straight up, there's no ifs or buts about
how it
You
is.
just lose. That's it. BDS should beat you. And we can't think of a way, and everyone's been doing this many a month, near a year. How do you beat BDS? And it's always been put down to a bad day at the office for BDS, and I think that's wrong. There has got to be something that is done right, and no one can pinpoint the one thing that makes them crumble. Should we have a crack at it today, KC? You want to come out here and find that one thing that gets you the win?
I mean, the most impressive part of the BDS sort of monopoly that they've had for me is that their blueprint, how they play this game, has been out in the public and known for so long, and yet people cannot seem, all the opponent teams, they cannot seem to consistently pick it apart. It reminds us of the old Gale Force Dignitas days, but in fact, I would say BDS at this level of play, it's almost more impressive. Over 2 series worth of games in RLCS X, and they just dominated it. And if this is going to be the resumption of what's more to come, I'm all for it.
Indeed, I am as well.
Monkey Moon.
What a tuck away.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Open play, you let BDS at you, I mean, that's not even a
What
double
a
commit.
bump.
Astral has just clapped Stake there. Has anyone found him? Please look out your window, guys. Twitch, quick, look out your window. I know you don't do that often. See if Stake's landing in your garden. Please, have we found him? Yeah, okay, he's there. No problem. He's back on the field. BDS,
Thank you,
still ready to go.
We actually got that in here. It's like, he's fine. We just seen him drop over. Funny enough, in Germany, quite a good distance there.
Oh, I mean, we're in Kiev, so I don't know how he showed up here on the field. Not that he's there, of course. He's in his room. You can see him. Interestingly, we talk about Stake. You know, he's chilling there. He's there. He's focused. So focused. All of them are, as you would imagine. This first minute, pressure is on him. Really, the whole squad. No surprise in the grand final, but this will be the 3rd consecutive game. It's the slow motion undoing, but this is the ribbon of a present that they don't want to undo. It's a surprise they don't seem to like, and they're trying to do something about it, but they're just not finding any success.
No, they are not. Another launch towards net by Monkey Moon. Itachi to beat him. Astral dislodges Mark by 8, and Itachi wants to continue. Astral was there. The pass inwards towards Stake, but Stake was a little bit too far back. Again, those fine margins coming into play as Astral gets a clearance. Marpe is back in time, but it's out wide.
You feel that for Astral, that pass. It was a blind one mid. He noticed the gap in the defense that BDS had led up. 2 players on the defensive, and that's what's required to make that save required. They keep that lead intact. It was the pass that he sort of made blindly, and he's going to have to watch with his eyes wide open that one going into the net, because Stake wasn't quite there mid for him. And you feel like when you're a team, it helps so much if the receiver calls for the pass, so you know that it's there and you know that the pass is on. He made that pass clearly without a call. Maybe that just says how much he trusted Stake to be there, but just not quite clicking now.
That loss. That feels unfair for Stake. But that last goal, an issue of depth perception for us as spectators, isn't it? The ball is launched and you're like, he's going to be able to get it, not an issue, but straight up was too far forward and thus not able to get back in defense in time. We're coming at the halfway mark. BDS 2-0 up in the game. Sorry about that. Let me just scribble it out. I've got the eraser here. 3 0.
Another double commit, unfortunately. They're getting penned in. Double commits can often be completely fine, but you don't want to be condensed into such a small area of the field. Kameen Corp getting the errors forced out of them. They're not unforced. I just feel it's so desperate and it's so difficult to do. I wouldn't have a clue what to do either. They're down 3-0, about to lose 3 games on the bounce, and seriously, Bacon, unless something changes, I fully expect BDS to completely take this entire Grand Finals unanswered without dropping a single game from here.
I scarily said, I reckon it could go 2 series to BDS and they'll drop about 2 games. I thought it was going to be 4-1, 4-1. In all honesty.
Pass! What a pass! What a pass!
Do not dare count Kameen Corp out of it. Like you said, an incredible pass comes straight down from the heavens, from Astral, straight on over the stake, and he is going to thank it kindly. KC looking somewhat celestial with that one.
Oh, but it doesn't matter how great it is, it only counts for 1. We criticised the connection in the Astral pass into stake earlier. That was the most beautiful of passes in his direction.
Well then, easy Tylacto. Get a second. KC, you've done it once. What's to stop you doing it a second time? Push BDS. Aggress on them. I'm loving this.
Not quite. Not going to be that easy. BDS back in numbers. The shot not good enough from Stake. He found the net just seconds ago, but he's not going to do it here. BDS trying to weather the storm here, but they're packed. They're Anorak. They're doing a good job. It's still 3-1 here in the 5th game. The first best of 7 of the Grand Finals. Best of 3, best of 7 here at the WePlay Esports Rocket League Invitational.
Half the time, I swear you're speaking gibberish, but...
I am.
Yeah. I'm sure someone has deciphered you.
There is no translator that I'm afraid that can do that job. We're still a minute on the clock. I'm hyped for Kameen Corp, the potential comeback, but let's be real, this would be ridiculous. 3 goals in the same game. I just don't see it. It would be ridiculous the time that they've got to try and pull this off. Margin for error, non-existent.
It's so true. It's BDS with a little bit of pressure in their opponent's half, but they're looking to hold from the midfield. Extra. Allows that the bounce. He's so confident in himself. He's so confident that KC are going to respect him, that he can get away with it. Mark Bay not going to be allowed to get away with that shot as Stake sends out towards Astral, over towards Itachi, into the corner. Astral to look for the finish, and he finds it. It's 3-2. KC are on the comeback.
To show you the power of Astral, he tore this defense in half. Look at this shot to the bottom corner. 23 seconds on the clock. BDS testing the medal here. It's back down to 1 the margin. 3-2 in the game. They're still set to be 3-2 in the series, but these seconds pivotal. Marked by 8 with a huge 50 though. Kameen Corp going to be restricted to just 1 last chance at this point, but can they even generate it in the first place? Mark again winning the midfield challenge here. What a touch as well to buy more time off of that clock. KC still penned in. Extra just pokes it, says, come on then, do something. Astral has kept it up. He's flicked it over him, but I don't know if Stake can reach the ball. He cannot. And Bacon, those 2 goals, all for nothing.
They truly are, and that pains me so, because they were great goals. But
They were.
You've got to go further than great to be able to beat BDS, who are now on, can I just remind you guys at home, match point, the first
series
7.
point. First
That's
series
it.
point.
That's why I said match point and not tournament
I
point,
think
buddy.
it's testament to BDS's defense that those were the goals that got past them. I said they don't count for anything. In terms of the scoreboard, they don't. But in terms of mentality here, that's 2 unanswered goals going into series point here. KC still in this.
That they are. If they did not get those goals, let's just say it finished 3-0, I would count KC out of this first series, just this first series, because they were mentally just deflated. But because they were able to find those 2 goals, they know BDS do bleed. They are not unstoppable. And KC will go looking once again. They know 2 games, they can do it. They've got the capabilities, they've got the strength, they've got the passion. But do they have what it takes?
Well, we know they can do it. They're the only team to take games off Team BDS this tournament, but I highlighted their defense. You look at the stats, the shot percentage against them, down at 15%. It is taking teams 7 shots just to get a single goal against this team before Championship Sunday. You can see why. They're immediately on the back. That's a great save from Stake, though, if we're talking about defense.
Game number 6 on the way in the first best of 7. If you're tuning in right now, where have you been? We've missed you. It's fine though. Just make yourself comfortable and get ready for some blooming good Rocket League as Stake is up against Extra. Astral trying to slow this one down. Mark Bay putting it out wide. Put it to Monkey Moon. But Monkey Moon cannot put it towards net. BDS still aggressing up on this one. The 50-50 wildly high. Mark Bay and Monkey Moon both up for it. Astral attacks. You've got attack now. There is only Extra back. Could BDS hold on to this? I said there's only Extra back. He's the only one you need back, it seems.
I mean, Corp, they need to build from the back, though. We were talking about their defensive plays, and I need them to keep this clean sheet for a period of time and not let BDS resume their dominance. Now that they've got the momentum coming off of some goals last game, they need to keep it going. The builders, can they fix it? We're about to find out. BDS, they're trying to break it. The defense, no, stands sturdy right now.
It does. Demos, though, coming out so players cannot stand sturdy. They will be removed. And that drop, that pickup by Mark.
The defense has to respect this from Extra. From their angle, they couldn't see if he got it. Stake not quite with the read. That ceiling curve, always so difficult. He ain't going to be making contact, and Mark takes the risk. He's confident, stares down the eyes of Mark by, not Stake, apologies. It was Mark by 8 staring down Stake. I got them mixed up. And he just finishes it past him in the bottom corner. BDS have resumed.
And after that play as well, you can say Stake has well and truly been done. 1 minute 40 already into this game. BDS with the lead is...
Oh, it's another one. Monkey Moon, the Disney man himself, doubles down on the pain for KC. It's floating on their backboard. Problems again, 2 up, but it doesn't matter. No block. BDS are too clinical.
Carmine Court once again on the back foot. As soon as they think they're back in it, as soon as they think they're going toe-to-toe with BDS, as soon as they think they might have some advantage, BDS bring them back down to earth. But Tylaja, you're looking at the same game as me here. Carmine are definitely not out of it. They have every single opportunity. They just have to be picture perfect. I'm saying just have to be picture perfect. That is blooming hard to do. But if we're going to see any team this tournament take down BDS, we knew from the start that it was going to be this team.
We certainly had our suspicions and hopes, but whether or not they can do it is a question that is definitely being answered, but it's not in their favor. Look at this double touch.
And admire.
I'm still admiring.
Keep admiring.
Okay.
Yep, you're still now, because look at the man. First one to go to after the shot, and Monkey Moon is popping off. Halfway mark here in game number 6, and BDS are laying down the law. Monkey Moon, the man of the hour, finally woken up when they needed him most. He was here as Mark by 8. Safely down to Monkey. He knows he's going to be able to do the job, passes it back to him. It's a team run downfield as Astral will look to dislodge it, but Ayo, who's it once again? Your boy, Monkey Moon.
He is enforcing. It's 3-0 the difference. Once again, last game, K-Corp got 2. They're going to need to one-up themselves here. BDS looking for 4 games in a row after the 2 they lost at the start of the series. Mark, he's going to get a flick over to Extra. Will it be 4? No, it will. No, yeah, it won't. We're still at 3.
Not allowed. BDS, that was too simple a goal for you. You've got to do better than that if you want to score. Not because the defense was there, no. Just because the Rocket League lords, the gods above, will not allow such a simple play from you. We expect better.
Time is just running so slim here, but reminder, if you're watching from home, this is not the end of the European Grand Finals here at the WePlay Esports Rocket League Invitational. This is a best of set grand finals here. Best of 3, best of 7. BDS still need to win one after this. They've only lost 3 games this tournament, though. As it stands, that's not even enough to lose a best of 7.
No, it is not. 1 minute. K-Corp, if they can get a goal within the next 10 seconds, I'll count them in.
There's a goal in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Who's it for?
If it goes the opposite way, you can definitely count them out of this one. But 53 seconds. K-Corp, I want to see them learn from this time. You can see the frustration. That's not going to help you. Get the books out, do the studying, study your opponent on the pitch. Try everything you can. Get a little bit abstract. You know, make some art right now.
I don't know. All the paintings have been thrown out by BDS. I'm not sure what will work. Itachi and Stake, to their credit, have beat this BDS team before in a best of 7. It's way back in Winter Split as the Vodafone Giants with Zamway. That was one time of the only 8 best of 7s that BDS have ever lost. Something tells me that they're going to be winning this particular one to move up to tournament point. But can K-Corp bounce back? Can they gather themselves and actually make that? I think it might be. Yeah, it is 6.
Yeah, it's going to be 6. Potentially Brazil. Have we seen the Brazil?
No, not this tournament.
Not this tournament.
Not this tournament.
No, we do have trackers for that. But you say move on to tournament point. No. Tournament series. You know, there is 4 games they need to win in the next bracket. If they don't do that, they can do it all over again.
They made the last 4 look pretty easy. That game 3 overtime cast our minds back. As far as I'm concerned personally, mentally, that is where this series was lost. That was a huge in excess of 5 minutes OT in game 3. The difference between KC being on their series point, BDS wouldn't have had a game at that point. That feels like so long ago, because look at where we are now.
We are going to be going into the second best of 7. Astro and Marbe having a little bit of fun there. But the ball touches the floor. BDS take the first series and they're out of this lobby. It's break time for them because they have well and truly earned that break. Tylacto, first 2 going towards K-Corp. But then the next 4. They literally doubled them.
I do think it was the adrenaline from they need a massive moment. They got it in, of course, game 5, right? 2 great goals did K-Corp, but they need to go back to the drawing board. We were on Aquadome. I was admiring the manta rays and whatnot. It's not finding Nemo. They need to find something else, I'm afraid. They're going to have time to do it, though. The players will have a little break between best of 7s. BDS have struck first and got first blood. Still unbeaten in series this tournament. Will that continue to stay the same? Will they get the championship? We'll find out after a short break. Welcome back to the summit here, the grand finals, the WePlay Esports Rocket League Invitational. If you're joining us now, Team BDS have just risen up. 4 games on the bounce after losing the first 2, have taken the first best of 7 in this set of 3.
They have. Talk about rising up. I was looking on their Wikipedia page, Tylacto.
Okay.
They're closing on in to $500,000 in earnings. This is a team that's only been around for a year and a half, like as an org in the space, and the majority of that money has just been earned in the last year. But at the end of the day, they'll be earning even more money, but the difference is between $15,000 and $12,000. I know where I would want to land. I'm pretty sure we can guess where the players want to land. I'm Digital Bacon, joined once again by Tylacto, and this was a very interesting first series, wasn't it?
It was incredibly interesting. It was back and forth. There was no back and forth after that. It was drastic, the change. The Game 3 overtime pivotal point, we highlighted it before the break. I'll bring it up again. That massive 5 minutes and 2 seconds, I think it was, goal from Extra, the heart of the team again. He was playing out of his mind at times. K-Corp, they may have come out all guns blazing, but they ran out of ammunition far too soon.
But you talk about coming out all guns are blazing. BDS just were not there. Whilst K-Corp were, BDS were absent for the very first 2 games of the series. Full credit to K-Corp, they're ready, and we talked about that warm-up coming in off of that Dignitas game. Into this one, BDS, this is a natural warm-up. We do not get surprised that BDS dropped the first game, but the second, that had us worried. That had us literally shaking in our boots. This, though, is getting me shaking with joy as we're hopping back onto the pitch.
Sure.
Or not, because look at Monkey Moon and Astral, Stake, and Itachi. Good sports. Look at that. They saw the issue right there, and they're going, yep, this one ain't going live. We'll just bring it, play about. And
he's still chilling, Extra is. He's having a great time. The break, clearly not long enough for them, so we'll get that sorted out in time. You can enjoy some cool gameplay in the meantime, and I will take this time to talk more about this BDS defense. I was saying it took, I mean, look at Itachi, he's out. It took teams so far this tournament 7 shots to score against them, you know, to get that goal in the back of the net, but they've only been allowing just over 5.5 shots per game. You know, that's literally about 0.8 goals per game they're conceding. Sounds like a lot of raw stats, but I can put it in perspective. Second best defense this tournament before today was Dignitas, and that defense was nearly twice as bad. Yet they were the second best. You can see the difference it made, and whilst they didn't have it in games 2, 3 maybe, they tightened it up so good.
They did indeed, and when we look, let's take it over and look at BDS's efficiency, as I like to think about it. Efficiency might not be the best word, but they're never the lads to use the most boost. They're never the best at anything, but they're always just doing the bit. How do they pull it out? Like, I mean, I'm looking at your notes over here, and it looks like, you know, the mad drawings, the whole, like, conspiracy theory wall meme, and...
but this is actually true, though. I ran the numbers on it, but I won't tell you the numbers yet. We'll talk about it during the game. It's just the midfield game. When I was saying, and you're like, hang on a minute, K-Corp, they've still got this chance here. When the game is open, the midfield is so BDS favoured through this entire past year because they never seem to go back for back boost until they are forced to. Keyword, forced to. That's why I say you cannot let them play their game, because they won't go back there. They won't give themselves a holiday. They will stay proactive, always able to get to the ball, and it has such an effect on their opposition, who always feel penned in, feel like they're always getting challenged to the ball, and without that breathing space, there's much more likely to be mistakes. If the communication isn't there, the double commits come out, and it's a ticking time bomb until an easy goal comes BDS's way.
And when you think about K-Corp, What's the strategy against that? Don't play in the midfield. You've got to lock it into your opponent's half.
Yeah,
keeping that kind of pressure on is easier. Way easier. We're talking like kindergarten level easier than actually doing it, because you're going up against BDS.
Yeah.
I mean, you could play the counter strat methodology, but then you're giving BDS the midfield. So, yeah, that's a bit of a yikes for me, Chief.
Well, you've got to win the game off the field before you can win it on the field. For K-Corp here, they're on the back foot, but you look and cast your mind back to when BDS was swept out 2 best-of-7s in a row against Team Vitality, the RLCSX championships that were on this beautiful field that we're seeing here from the beautiful production team here at WePlay. The mentality after that loss, I went back and watched it last night. Straight after that final loss, you see Mark by 8 in particular, but all of BDS head in their hands. They could not believe it had happened. They had been broken by a Vitality with all to play for and seemingly nothing to lose. They turned up at their boot camp in their jerseys, coaches behind them with the gear all out. They were always going to hit the ground running, but BDS, that little bit of doubt got exploited. The expectation for them to perfect their trophy cabinet, got to them. They had such uncharacteristic performances. Mark by 8 had a solid one, but I have to highlight again, Extra was so quiet in those series, and when you suddenly, break that confident feel they've got, not just in themselves, but each other, suddenly you're dealing with a very different team BDS, and the best thing in your advantage in that regard is that they're not used to that. All they've been getting over the past entire year is positive reassurance. Oh yes, we are amazing. And then it becomes very easy for them to continue that on and say, yeah, just continue being amazing, Forehead.
And that's the thing which we've been talking about behind closed doors, should we say, in the green room, is what happens if BDS lose this tournament? Because we've not seen them lose twice back-to-back, have we yet?
Since the RSSX Championships.
That is it. And technically this is back-to-back. We know there's that long summer break over it. But what happens to BDS then? Is that when we start to see the cracks form? I know, however, what we will start to see, and that's another cracking game of Rocket League as we hop onto the pitch once again. If you didn't notice, BDS in the blue, Carmine Corp in the orange. So many fans out there, so many happy little eggs, and a fair few happy little eggs at home, I'm sure, there in Twitch chat. 20 seconds gone by, and look at Carmine Corp trying to push the envelope, push the ball downfield, and not allow BDS to have that midfield. The fake coming out from Extra, but Itachi lends a helping hand. It's the saving grace for Carmine Corp.
This could be the series that BDS take this tournament. If that's going to keep up, you can certainly imagine it's on the cards.
I don't even want to look at this tight.
I'm looking.
Tell me
it
when
was
it's
a
over.
blazing dunk on 420 under the crossbar. That is not what Carmine Corp would have wanted to open up with. I was going to talk about the break that they had extended before the game. We talked about it last series, Maybe they had an advantage coming in with the warm-up that BDS wouldn't have had. That extended break, BDS were the ones who weren't ready to go when we accidentally went into that game. KC, they were ready to go, but maybe that sort of getting extended gave them more time to gather their thoughts. They've got a great reset here. It's just that, the reset they've gotten has been rather unceremoniously interrupted by Extra's dunk.
Yeah, Extra, that was just straight up dirty.
Yeah.
Oh, how does he do it?
He's got a lot of cleaning products around. He can deal with it. That's exactly how he does it.
Yeah. But so far, not so bad for Carmine. It's only one goal, and you can see they are getting a lot of aggression pushing downfield. They just got to be careful for those moments when BDS full commit. I'm saying full commit. It's two players in there. That's an interesting little layoff from Monkey Moon. And once again, is Extra being that little bit extra enough to get a goal.
This sumptuous touch past Itachi. Astral cannot react in time, and again from close proximity, Extra, the shotgun of a shot. It's 2 for BDS. Business as usual.
I hate that phrase so much because it's so true.
It is.
I hate dominant teams because I want to see so many teams competing. I want to come into a tournament and see anyone be able to take it. But to be honest, most people would look at it and think, well, BDS already have one hand on the trophy already. Coming core, you better rip that away. Do not let them touch your trophy right now. They've already got one series in this best of 3. Make sure you take these next 2 as Astral launches it towards Stake. He's got Monkey Moon and Mark by it deliver. That's the beautiful follow-up. A Carmine Corp are back in this.
What a great catch here by Stake. Gets it into an air dribble. Monkey had already pre-jumped, but Mark was on the backboard, expecting the 50 to be high. The ball was uncontested in front of the net. Simple cleanup for Itachi near halftime. I wanted to talk more about Itachi this tournament so far. In terms of the 3 of them, I was the least impressed by him before today, and I was mainly just expecting more, knowing the guy and how great he can be, but he has shown up to play today, and that series against Dignitas, apologies, he was a standout player for me. He made a massive performance in Game 4, including a great bump goal. He got the OT as goal as well. He got the MVP that game for good reason. And then has ended up launching their comeback to win that series. He was only shooting down at 17%. You can tell he's more confident by the way he dispatched the second for KC. And look at the comeback. They have got the second.
They have. KC dropped Semper into the lower bracket, dropped Vitality into the lower bracket when they were put down there by BDS in that 4-1 series. They then dropped a dig out of the tournament. Carmine Corp have had a fantastic run, but the icing on the cake would be to take the grand finals.
Of course, Itachi's here. It was the first that he got. I'll correct myself. He's still looking for his second in this game. It's a huge tone setter, though, from Carmine Corp. I was worried. I said last series it may just be a BDS avalanche of games, but the response has been there out from the opposition here. It is not going to be that easy, even if that pass will find Extra. It is difficult here to get through this orange wall. It is flexible. It's jumping off the back wall. It's allowing Itachi to take that ball as Astral does just that. They break off seamlessly and launch an attack.
That they do, and the attack continues from Itachi. Extra does get the touch, but Stake now rearing up, sends it across net. Asher was not confident in that one. Itachi putting pressure, but Mark Bay A is absolutely running it downfield. The touch from Asher was good. Itachi turns around, wants to quickly get this counter off. Stake to meet it, but Monkey Moon stands strong.
Fiery final minute here. How much hot sauce is in the tank for KC? The flip reset from Astral. The save from Extra. He's doing wonders at both ends of the field.
That he is, but 40 seconds remain on the clock up top. Your eyes just dart to it every few moments as it ticks away. And the tick-tocks almost becoming deafening.
What a save from Astral! He's done what was done to him. He's taken a note out of BDS and a leaf out of their book. But will it matter here? The deadlock is still on in the final 20 seconds. Could there be late drama here on DFH Stadium? It's only the first game of this second series, but Astral is back at it again with a double touch flip reset, but he's not got the connection he was looking for. Extra, he's going to get dunked with the flick, but no problems here on the defense from BDS. They're going to drop it down. We will have OT in game 1.
Okay, a reset, refresh the minds, but you've only got a few seconds to do that. The launch towards net. Monkey Moon there to send it off to the corner. A little bit of a cluster up in defense by Mark and Monkey. Extra, you've got to help the boys out. And he's actually running downfield. The connection with Mark, but Itachi does just enough. The second touch from Monkey Moon, not what he wanted as he throws it towards the opposite corner. BDS were looking venomous.
That was so dangerous, the redirect from the wall from Extra. If you're a KC fan and you saw Extra at the end of it, it was the one player that right now you really didn't want to see there, but it was not on target, and Itachi did so well to hold his ground and make the touch with the on-rushing offender coming his way. It's again straight towards the KC net, but this time it's Stake to get the save as we see the players camped here. No more Itachi. When he left the room, that was the last we saw of him, but he's definitely behind the controller right now as he gets it on to the BDS backboard. It's just, they look so calm, so composed in dealing with it, but still, how calm will they be if KC take game 1 again?
We would have to find out, because I would not be able to tell you with all honesty. It's only if we see it happen. Astral denied once again. Itachi lets that linger towards the mids, but Stake's got to stay back. He knows not to commit onto that. You need that defense. You need some security against BDS, because as soon as you let go of that safety net, it is a long fall.
That was scary. BDS had forced all orange players around the KC net. You see it again here. They're getting bunched up, and it never seems to spell good news for them until they break out of it with Kangaroo Astro, who's back up with a reset, forcing the save out of Monkey Moon there. The mechanical masterminds on either side of the field facing off against each other there in front of the BDS net.
Stake to actually drop that down towards the backboard for a follow-up touch is so bold. Most players in that situation would go for the clearance, but he knows he's got the time. Brings it into himself. Doesn't get the perfect touch, but keeps control of it. The follow-through from Stake. Going for the second touch! And that is going to be it! KC once again take game 1. But this time, it's in the second series.
They have earned their stripes and broken the streak of 4 games on the bounce for BDS. They have the lead here in the second best of 7. It is a thin one, but what a way to get it.
What a way indeed, because that last goal was spectacular. 8 shots up on the board from Stake, 2 goals. I mean, straight up 25%, that's not actually a bad conversion ratio. In all honesty, that's pretty standard with more aggressive teams within Rocket League, so pretty much the norm. But BDS getting outshot, not so much the norm, is it?
No, I mean, it was 8 saves that game from Monkey Moon when you saw the scoreboard. BDS, did they get complacent, lean back a bit and see what was coming their way? Did the break get to them? And yeah, they're yet to find their mojo again. All I know is that K-Corp have reminded us here, just slipped us a note, put it in the pigeonhole, and they're like, by the way, we're still here, we're still fighting.
So tight. I'm so used to seeing Monkey Moon up on the attack, you know, hitting those clips. Yet he's in defense here, like you said, 8 saves. What's the deal with that? Why is he, I don't want to say locked into the back line, because we've seen Extra and Mark both go for those saves, but what is the deal with him being absent from the attack? It's hard, right, to describe it, because he has been everywhere on the pitch, but the majority of the time we do see him in defense.
It has been the case this series. He's got some memorable moments on offense, though. He got 2 amazing goals on Aquadome last series. He's clinical when he gets forward, but I think that's just nature of how the cards have fallen for him this series. You talk about being on defense, though. That, for me, is the secret for Team BDS. Moving around the field and having faith in each other. I was looking at the stats of the teams here. The formation they move up with the pitch with, and the refusal to go back for that back boost is shown in the fact that players think they have no time against them. But when you look at the average speed of all the players, they are all bottom half. When you look at the boost this tournament from Extra and Monkey Moon, they are 2 of the bottom 3 boosts per minute. Yes, you're hearing that right, everyone. The quick PSA to everyone playing ranked. The 2 of the best players in the world are getting the least amount of boost, and they are being this successful with it. As I say that, of course, they can see, but I am telling you, it is part of the secret.
Is only 1 goal. I do not want to go overboard in confidence with Carmine Corp, but it's got to be said, you can't help but smile.
It's exciting.
It is indeed. No one in the entirety of Europe, nay, the world, nay, Monkey Moon's from the moon, so the universe wants this to be done in 2 series. We want it to go the full way, don't we?
It would be certainly entertaining. BDS will very much disagree with you, though, here as they meet in the midfield. That 1-3 goalies doesn't matter. It's Extra again, getting the quick equaliser.
Boy, oh boy, was this a minty fresh goal. Straight up, Mark Bates there, sort of providing a shade to the ball, getting in the way. Defense looking like, what's going on here? Is he going to go for the pop towards net like a weird redirect? Who knows? Instead, no, straight up extra with the shot.
But the endurance as well. Talking about the entire format of this grand finals, BDS have been here before. They may not always have come out on top before, but they have this experience together from the championships. The Giants, of course, missed out. Stake and Itachi do not, and they do not have it as a roster as a whole. Will they give out? They seem to have found a second wind, but the question must be asked, how long will it last?
That is the question on everybody's lips right now, buddy, and no one can tell you, because Karmine Corp wants to drag this out, and boy, oh boy, drag it as far as you can. Keep the endurance up, because you are doing the bits. Game 1 go in their favor. We need to see game 2 as well as 3, 4, 5, 6, any single game. We want to see Karmine Corp, but at the same time, there are a lot out there that would disagree, and
it's the second time. It happened in the first best of 7. Itachi getting this dunk, slamming the door shut. It's a great flick infield. Stake involved again as Extra tried pre-flipping back towards the net. His touch read by his fellow French-speaking, because of course Itachi is Moroccan, getting the dunk on him, and KC have 3.
So, BDS, again, uncharted territory for them, or if it has been charted, they have not sailed upon those seas that often and are not sure of the waves. 3-1 in favor towards Karmine Corp, and the saving grace BDS have right now is that there is so much time left on that clock, so much time to figure out what is making K Corp so strong. Monkey Moon with the 50-50 up in the air, marked by 8 on the far wall, launching it towards net. Stake is there to deny Itachi. Actually gets that past Extra. Mark Bay is back in the back lines, facing off against Itachi, but Itachi keeping control, pops in the air. They were not expecting Mark to come out for that, to be so bold, because the rest of BDS were still rotating on in.
Smooth from Giants though. Astral, it's an obvious success so far in his massive moment in front of both nets, both ends of the field. He's already got 2 goals this game, and it's what we've seen all tournament long here at WePlay. You know, he's top scorer on his team, nearly at pushing for a goal per game, but I'm looking at the defense as well. He's had some fantastic saves that I didn't think were possible at times. He is getting over 2 saves per game, and out of all the top 4 this tournament, that is the top of any player by far.
It is indeed. BDS claw back another good little 50-50s coming on through from Extra. Send it downfield, and Mark with the final blow. 1:51 left on the clock. 1 to find to send us to OT, but I'm pretty sure BDS will want to find 2. OTs so far, like, I mean, in the last, matchup against Dig.
Yeah.
Dig were stronger on OTs, weren't they? Karmine Corp couldn't really figure them on out.
But the Game 7 overtime was the only one that mattered. Time was Itachi to clutch up. It's clutch moments ahead in the final 90 seconds of Game 2. Not that Game 2 going their way worked out too well last time. Of course, they were 2-0 up, KC were, before losing the series 4-2, but I'm pretty sure they'd take 2-0 over 1-1 right now. BDS trying to make the difference immediately, though. They want to reaffirm their dominance over this series, over this region. And what's next up? Possibly the well. They're getting themselves onto offense again here, but the saves are coming out from K-Corp. Now a minute, they run down this clock, but they don't look like scoring anytime soon.
No, they do not. Stake is waiting for it to come to him, and Extra's timed it beautifully to snatch it away. And it's getting tense. You can feel BDS have it in them to score right now, and it's all about K-Corp weathering the storm to hold off the 30 seconds. Itachi sends it on high, and Extra is going to drop this down towards Marbe. The 50-50 coming through from Stake. He wants to follow this into the corner. It's launched towards the center. Extra onto the ball. Puts it to the corner, and that was almost risky, but no one from K-Corp expecting that pass to Mark.
Mark did a great job of getting the ball deep into the K-Corp end though and applying that pressure to force them all back. If they saw the ball was going to be cleared, then they wouldn't have even bothered, but they're all back now in the same corner as Monkey Moon cannot beat out Itachi. Can he kill the game off? Extra. Well, he's just going to let that one pass. I'm not sure what touch he was trying to get. It will be 4-2 in the game for K-Corp. They have a 2-game lead in the series again.
It might be a garbage time goal, but the goal itself was definitely not trash at all. Beautifully taken off the wall, hammered it towards net, and straight up. No one from BDS able to get to it in time to dislodge it. And well. I'm feeling a bit of deja vu right now. I feel I've been in this place before, buddy. Yeah.
Well, the same thing happened again. Marbella, he was top of the scoreboard. He's been fantastic tournament long for Team BDS, shooting nearly 40% coming into Championship Sunday. That is ridiculous. That is not human. You do not see that. But when you win your series so convincingly, sometimes you can get some crazy numbers on the board. If he can step up again, you know BDS are just going to be right back on top.
Talk about one man stepping up once again, though, and we've got to look towards Astral. Originally signed to that Dignitas squad as
way back,
pretty much a youngster, it felt like, you know, another young gun. After that, moving to Oxygen alongside Chaucer and Ferrer to play with friends. He didn't want that serious gameplay. He wanted what Vitality had, that friendship between them, and straight up, it didn't work. After Oxygen, of course, was then lended on over, should we say, given on over towards Solary.
Yeah.
It still did not work. Chaucer now on Semper and Astro alongside these two beasts on Carmine Corp. He wants this to work out so damn much. He's learnt that friendship is not always magic.
Yeah.
It's all about the grind and the hard work.
So happy we could see that beautiful opening of the garage to the pause game. It was so amazing.
I can show you the well.
The production team, a massive shout out to all you guys here. For you listening at home, the production team here in Kiev with WePlay have been fantastic. I hope you've enjoyed the production. I hope you continue to enjoy it this evening on this final day, Championship Sunday. Itachi, he's running after the ball. Will he enjoy himself to an open net? He will.
Some might call that a freebie. I call that punishment. As Carmine Corp get the opening goal in Game 3 and put themselves at a heavy advantage over BDS. Again, it's a series of very, very fine margins, but each and every opportunity that rises, you have to take it. And right now, 2-0 in this series, the second series. BDS take the first one, but look just either side of the timer and you can see the current series score. Carmine Corp sitting pretty right now.
Oh, it's dangerous still, and that's the punishment again up the other end. We're going to be all tied up here in Game 3, but you, Bacon, were talking about Astral, his history, and the fact that he's able to play with friends now. That friend, of course, Itachi, not without history of his own, blew straight into the scene, but not after one time you may not remember. Smiley face if you remember all the way back, RLCS Season 3, qualifying with Zentox. That's playing with Classic and Hello. Yeah, Swiss players. Not many people are going to remember that, so I hope to see some smiley faces. Hello, it's French. Okay,
yeah,
thank you for correcting me. And that was the end of the day. They went to a last chance and Penta ended up getting the spot. Itachi was not allowed to play in that season. They were disqualified because he was not from Europe. He was playing from Morocco. And so his entrance, dramatic and emphatic as it's been, was almost delayed. He stayed under the radar, but as players, we all knew at the time how good he was. Everyone knew when he was eligible, we would want to be playing with him. And look at where he is now.
And it was literally those like Rocket Baguette tournaments keeping him alive, to keep him in the competition, in the question.
Ooh.
Until it was university. He went off to France, am I correct?
I don't know the exact story, so I won't disclose the details because I would be guessing. I'm just so happy that we have him here on the field now. He's been a great it's showing up here in this championship Sunday when it's mattered the most. I still see his Game 7 OT goal. 2 challenges coming his way. He had the composure to take it around them and take a second touch to put it in the then open net, but he's going to need a lot more composure to defend this series lead here in the grand finals.
2 minutes and 10 seconds gone by. We're closing in on that halfway mark, and it's 1 apiece. We had a couple of openers here, but then it got mighty quiet. Monkey on the line. I swore Astral was going to reach it, but nay, I got denied it. Astral getting denied an even bigger opportunity here.
Oh, he was so close. Stake was Itachi, realized it, tried to cover, but Monkey, he was already there, and the shot, I mean, that net was reasonably open. That didn't need to be crossbar down top corner, but he just made sure it was, sending a message as once again they have the lead in Game 3. Is this the start of history repeating itself? Will there be a change, a new author to rewrite the history? But what's past is past, and you guarantee Carmine all hoping to not be haunted by it.
Yeah, if anyone out there is looking into the crystal balls right now, trying to see the future, do not spoil it with us. We do not want to know.
I want to know whether BDS are going to double down on this lead, seriously, because Itachi was at the front post and very backwards and looking a little scared with his tail between his legs. But Kameen Corp will break out. It's a double from Astral. Can he get the flick? He's not got his flip anymore. The dunk just going over the bar. Great save from Mark by 8.
State's got Itachi in front of him. It was a little bit too far back, though, a little too aggressive as well. And Kameen Corp, that's what they've just got to tweak a bit. You know, that's the thing which they've got to just tighten the screws on.
Extra. He's won out that ball in the midfield, but this time the backboard read is there from Itachi. It cost them the level scoreline that it was, but they've made amends here. It's just that's defensive amends. That's not an equaliser, which is what they need right now as time still ticking down. Look at that, BDS back on offense. This is the control. This isn't just controlling the midfield that we talked about. This is just penning them in to their own end. It's not entering the midfield. Monkey Moon is entering the back of the net. Not quite. It comes off the post.
Does indeed. Need to calm down on this one. Just wait for it, because every single shot is not going to get a goal. We got to be quite frank with that, because the
BDS
defense
are pretty good. Are you sure about that?
So
They're gonna get one
good.
here. It will be Monkey Moon. It feels that way when it's clear cut, but this is all extra. Baiting in the defense. Astral not challenging. So unfortunately, they had 2 people back at the front post who were doing the exact same job. And unfortunately, to me, that just means you've only got 1 player back. If he challenges that ball, then you know that's never going to be a goal. It forces, you know, the play to have to go underneath or over him from Extra, but Extra sort of called his bluff on the fake challenge, and look at the result. The risk was taken, almost cocky from the K-Corp defense, and well, it's blown up right in their faces.
Yeah, the universe really humbled me right there with the caster's curse, didn't it? But we were blessed with that goal, because it was something special in front of the net. It is 2 goals up by BDS right now. They're just keeping the pressure, wanting to wind down the clock. Astral has got opportunities here. Sends it on in pass. Well, can he get the pop? No. 2 players back from BDS. And it's Monkey Moon credited with the save. Marked by 8 with another save. This is going to be a dangerous one, but no time left. It don't matter at all. It's still pre, however. Astral will get the second goal for KC.
Doesn't matter.
But
Too little. Too late. Team BDS repeating, getting this Game 3. This time, though, Bacon, it didn't even take an overtime. Is that an omen of worse things to come? They know that they've got a long way to go. 3 games away from taking the entire tournament. K-Corp still playing for survival to force the final best of 7. They're only halfway.
They are indeed, and whew, I hope we're only halfway in this best of 3, to be honest. True. Because, like I said, why shy away from it? We want to go to that 3rd best of 7, because it's more Rocket League to see. We want to get our money's worth, and we paid zilch for it, to be honest, but we're being treated nonetheless. Tylato in this one so far, this Game 3, BDS really struck back, but what was the difference maker for them to be able to get that edge over K-Corp?
I mean, it was sort of just a product of inevitability. They spent so much time in the K-Corp end and they didn't break out reliably enough. The only goal they ended up getting was a wild overcommit from BDS. There was times it looked like that might repeat, but I'm afraid they can't rely on one of the best teams in the world, if not the best, to give them that sort of gifts. Extra, turn them inside out there. That was the dagger for that game. They need to somehow close the wound because they've got time to do that. But you highlighted Monkey Moon and not getting all the goals in the world on the offense. He showed up pretty big that game for the cleanups.
And for me, I look at that and say, BDS is swapping things around, swapping players around, and it's keeping their opponents on their toes, where previously they were like, okay, and Mark's going to come in, Monkey's there. What is he doing here? It's unexpected. It's a surprise, and that little surprise factor just gives BDS the edge. Not only are they being so damn controlled at the same time, but it's that everyone on the pitch can do every job. They truly are the Three Musketeers.
They are the fluid interchangeability of Team BDS. Selman resembles the rising tide of them this series in the blue. They've got one on the board this second best of 7. Will they close it out here? Way too early to say. First minute nearly by without a goal. KC will be happy with the possession they're getting in that aforementioned blue side, but nothing to show for it just yet.
Extra with the pop out, but Stake to meet it, block Monkey Moon out, disallowing it to progress downfield. Finally, though, Extra does find a path, and the follow-up. This is dangerous as Mark with a push out towards Monkey. The shot on Itachi with the block. Another shot, Mark with another. They just do not stop. They are relentless, BDS. But now, with the ball in their own half, they have to bring it back into action. They have to reformulate a plan and come up with another attack.
But it is still early days here. K-Corp, that was great defense, but we're inside the first 2 minutes. They're going to link up on offense, and Itachi might be able to get a dunk in the direction of Stake. He does. He needs to keep this ball close, but the dunk comes through from Extra. A great read from him there. You see him, the bottom camera, focused as ever. No longer as bald as he once was a few months ago, as you got to give him respect for following through with that Stake. He's going to face off with him here, but the clear comes through from that man right there. Close.
So close. Extra trying to push every single inch that is given to him, every single centimeter, nay, millimeter. That is how close he is getting, but Carmine Corp are ready for it. They're ready for this. Stake keeping on that ball, pushing it into the corner, looking to get this charge downfield. Itachi, it's only a small push forward. It's caught off guard by Mark, but he's able to recover it, looking for Astral. Does not get a touch. Itachi not able to get that final touch. He's so close. Stake keeping the attack alive, but he's got no boost. Nothing can attack. Nada, zilch, zero. So many terms for it, but the end result is always the same. Reduced opportunities, reduced options in front of you to score.
It's a strange chance from that left-hand wall. It was for Itachi. He twisted nicely around the ball when he looked for the flip reset. He just couldn't quite find it. I think he thought he might have had it. From our view, it looked like he could have as well, but when he went to pull the trigger on the defender, unfortunately for him, nothing came out. You know what that's like when you think you have the flip reset. You click the flip and you're like, and your car just falls next to the ball and nothing happens. I am all too familiar with that, as I'm sure you're aware. That was the case for Itachi right there. It's off the backboard, dangerous. He's in the defense, but thankfully for him, and strangely, BDS's shot leaving a bit to be desired.
There they are. Time keeps on ticking. It does not wait around. Itachi wanted to bang that into the corner, but off the net, but he wound up in the other corner. It's an unfortunate little bit.
Astral. I think he has it. He has the flip reset.
It does!
I knew. Crazy shot from Astral. Holy mackerel. Look at the way he follows up on this ball with a flip reset.
Oh.
Yep, mic drop. Quite literally that goal, a statement goal. This is what they did not do the previous series. We're headed for the final minute, and BDS, they were used to just winning 4 games, no problem at this point. K-Corp, is that the difference-making goal?
Well, I know it's the type of goal that many of us dream of pulling off once in our lifetime. And he's just done it there, but I'm pretty sure he's also got a few more of them left in his back pocket. BDS, what do you have in your back pocket right now? You need to whip out a goal. You've got to pull something magical off. Have a response. Monkey Moon blocked out, 50-50, pushed out wide. Monkey does climb the ladder, but Astral is up there waiting for him. Extra beats into the ball by Stake. It's a push forward with Monkey. Opportunities are arising right now as he chases onto it, but Astral is just intercepting everything today.
Low boost for Itachi though if he ends up being called into action. You see he's not going to be able to affect this one. An extra will rise, but a massive save from Astral. He was already getting over 2 goals per game, I remember telling you, but you can see it here in front of your own eyes. The defensive stops to defend this lead that K-Corp so desperately need. And Itachi, he's going to get the challenge in the corner, but BDS are going to try and build from the back. It has to be now. The redirect is there, but Stake will dunk it home. They're still on the backfield, are marked by 8 here in this game 4. They want to tie up the series, but they need a goal here. The ball cannot touch the ground. They're poking it up, but it's one touch, one bounce, and they're not really doing anything with it as it does progress dangerously. The ball is somehow still up, and it's going to be kept by Monkey Moon, but Extra off that wall. It's poked again. Dangerous. The shot is there, but so is the save.
Beautiful following of Rule 1, but even more beautiful is seeing Carmine Corp on series point. It's not match point, it's not tournament point, but just a series point.
Just 4 shots they had that game.
Dang.
Boy, did they make them count. Last series, we were wondering whether that X factor could resume the adrenaline they came into this series with. And a goal like that from Astral is exactly the sort of need. Prescribe me a round of that. And anyone will play incredible with a teammate like that. And he really helped his team step up. You see that save on the goal line on 0 seconds. Stake and Itachi bring on the wall. There was no gap between them, though. They made the stop that they needed.
So as we look back on through these highlights, BDS in a very uncomfortable position, I would say, because they don't want to go to that 3rd series. They can. It's not going to kill them out of this tournament, of course. But Carmine Corp doing something that at the end of that 1st series, many people out there probably didn't think was possible after 4 on the trot, 4 in a row. BDS were able to knock down Carmine Corp, and, well, Carmine came back a kicking.
Yeah, but their mentality has already been tested this tournament. We've seen it from K-Corp in their very first series of the tournament. The question marks were there. Semper were up 2-0 in the series, but they won an overtime that was over 5 minutes in length. It was game 4, apologies, and then Carmine, they responded with 7 unanswered goals to take that series in game 5 and 6. But, you know, it was different this series, right? In the first one, they did lose an over 5-minute overtime, and they ended up losing 4 on the bounce. So sometimes you don't really know what you're going to get. And with a team as new as this, that is understandable, but it's also really exciting.
It is. So another 5 minutes on the clock, 30 seconds already gone by. And it is Carmine Corp in attack once again, but by with a clearance down to mid. Astral keeping it high. Itachi looking for Stake. Does find him, but it's in an awkward situation. Monkey Moon winning the 50-50, the block to put this down for Mark to charge onto it. And Itachi with the handbrake just stops it on the wall and allows the team to progress downfield.
Just joyriding downfield. In fact, it's off the backboard as well, but that's a huge touch from Monkey Moon there to misdirect that shot over the net. That one's directed still in front of the net, though, by Mark. By 8, you notice he doesn't take that 50. If he challenges Itachi there, that could easily have pinched past the BDS defense, but they are still in control in this game. They may not be in the series, but they're not out of it. Still the hope alive of this taking this 2-0.
So Extra takes to the air. Itachi with a very uncharacteristic miss there today, but you're predicting seconds ahead of yourself, and seconds might not sound like a massive amount in the real world, but in Rocket League you can get to one end of the pitch to the other in, trying to think off the top of my head, it is a ludicrous like 3 point something, can't you?
It depends. which player you are. If we're talking about you,
Yeah.
probably not quite as fast.
I'm like 5+, you know.
Oh,
I
see.
am the...
It's like the 0 to 60 of Rocket League.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm like the hatchback comparison. These guys out here, these modern new electric cars that can do it in under 2 seconds and are just unnecessarily fast.
Oh, it's not unnecessary. It's beautiful to see. Formula 1 style as well. Their car's already been added to the game. I'm excited for the new org decals to show up in the game. Rumour is they'll make your car faster if they're your favourite team. Do not quote me on that. Definitely not pay to win, as it's directed into midfield. KC, they want this win in this series, and they'd much rather it this game. Once they started losing games last series, it went very sideways for them.
I just hope that with these new org decals coming on in, with the home and away kit, we don't just have blue team versus blue team anymore, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's it.
Be exciting.
Marpe 8 with the push out. Stake is there. That's a simple shot, but it's purely to put that pressure on, allows the rest of his team to push up. Now they have control of that midfield line, Carmine Court, and then they will start pushing. It's one bit of pressure, which can lead to further bits of pressure as Stake wants to go for a second touch, put it into the back lines, and Astral is there. He's snuck his way in like a cheeky ninja, and he's going to slash the ball right on down.
There was 3 on defense when that play started, but after the demo and the bait, there was just 1, and there was no one faster than Astral on that play. K-Corp. Oh, how the tables have turned, BDS. You're the ones with your backs to the wall in this second best of 7. They've still got nearly 2 minutes to find a response to keep themselves without losing a series in this tournament. But it's looking mighty tough right now.
It is indeed, because right now, Carmine Court are doing it the near impossible. Take down BDS. Many would think you're absolutely bonkers, barking mad, crazy as can be. But Carmine Court, well, they stand up to the challenge as Astral stands up to the defense of BDS, throwing himself forward. Itachi can't reach that stake. One man back, and that's all you need as he stands strong. Cannot keep up with that ball, and it's Itachi's turn to carry the torch.
Oh, and we're into the final minute now. BDS, a look of relaxment on Monkey Moon's face, but they were all curled up for most of this game on defense, hoping for an overcommit from Carmine Corp. And even though they did commit all 3 players, they used it to get the goal. Disaster scenario for Team BDS, and they're still struggling to progress down the field. It's another flip reset from Astral, but this one not one of his finest, which is ironic because it was still dangerous.
Another goal right now for Carmine Court could be the decider, the sealer of this game, nay, this series. But BDS, 1 goal from you will send us to OT. Ball is currently in favor of Carmine Court as Itachi sends it towards the backboard. Kept away by Monkey Moon. 2 extra who wants to launch it down. The block from Astral, keeping it locked in that blue half. Up in the air right now as Stake pushes it towards that blue net, but Mark is there. Weak ball towards center, Itachi. It will touch the floor. Carmine Court take the second series. We go the full distance. We go to that final best of 7.
And now we've seen it, and they've seen it for themselves. Have K-Corp gods can bleed, and they've done it themselves. BDS on the back foot. That series, not just 4-2 like theirs, they lost this 4-1.
Yeah, they've just been one-upped, basically. They have just been done absolutely rotten, and Carmine Court looking strong. BDS just most of the time didn't have that answer. They were one step ahead of them each and every turn, and Carmine Court, they could do the damage that very few teams ever get done. Ty, I think we need a little bit of we need a break.
I'm still shocked.
Let's go. Deal with that shock. Let's go to a break.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, it's me Rocket Man, your host for tonight's exclusive show, called Rocket Kicker, and let's take a look at our contestants. Team number 1, River Rats. And their opponent, team number 2, We Dem Girls. and 2 amazing guys will be commentating on this heated battle. Hello, wave to the camera guys. Let's give it up for Digital Bacon and Tylecto. Rules are easy. We've got a table soccer field, but with a kicker. Instead of player figurines we've got cars on the field, so whoever will be able to score more goals in a 5-minute span, wins. Pretty similar to Rocket League, right? Let's hope we get tiebreakers. Let's kick.
And we're underway with another massive game of Rocket Kicker here, Lacto. Of course, we have yellow versus blue. Here's the River Rats in the blue going up against We Dem Girls in the yellow. Ooh. And super close! Supersonic's ferocious wiggles not doing the job.
Clearly,
You can place it in. Place it in.
Take your time. Lord Farquhar wins again.
Okay, well you can see already complaints there coming out from yellow team. Supersonic and Lawler already starting to make excuses. The players are struggling to air roll. As, oh my goodness! Aerial!
Back in.
Incredible. Still a 1-0 scoreline to blue team here. Stacks and Spaceman with that lead. You can see the shot lining up, but the defense is there. You will also notice the shot is gonna find the back of the net. Look at him set this up. This is a goal that will go down in Rocket Kicker history.
Even Stevens now is back in play.
We're stuck at this 1-1 deadlock. Remember the clock. Oh no! Stacks needs to make the save. He's gonna miss the ball. The score is still 1-1 as the teams are at a standoff. Will there be another aerial? Yellow team look really good now actually there. Yeah, I think it's still 1-1 actually, but I mean, blue team, you need to watch that. There's a little bit of a spin going on there. I'm not sure. Maybe it's my eyesight, Bacon, but something's telling me that blue team might need a penalty.
Definitely could do with that penalty. I mean, they have pulled out the pay-to-win strategies over here, and I think that's fair. I have to say, I am very impressed by the patience from the blue side, in particular Spaceman there. You can see a lot of the panic starting to set in as yellows keep on attacking. And it's an own goal!
Stacks has put it in his own net.
Wait, is that 3 minutes? I'm pretty sure we've hit 3 minutes.
I'm not sure. That's a 2-1 scoreline in favor of yellow team, and that's it. Just before the dead, it's bundled into his own net.
This was an incredible show guys, but there has to be a winner, and this time around it's your team, We Dem Girls.
Let's go!
Easy win. Easy win. Easiest of win. Kiss it. I got that for you.
Don't go anywhere, my friends. We've got more of Rocket Kicker fun as well as the league matches coming your way. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, gamers, as we're hopping onto the ultimate final of what feels like the ultimate tournament in Rocket League history right now, and it's only the EU portion of it. We've got NA coming up later, but right now, in this moment, there is only one more best of 7 left for Europe. We didn't even think we would be seeing this particular best of 7, but Ty, Carmine Court, they are living the dream right now.
They really are. I mean, after the break that we just had there, we are just before the final European series of the tournament. It is going to be potentially the best of 7 we may have ever seen, but just want to comment on Rocket Kicker there. Shout out to Stacks with the own goal that you all got to admire. The teams are still getting in the lobby, so as much as this series, this grand final is so intense, and it is 1-1, and it was a huge performance from K-Corp, that was also a huge performance in Rocket Kicker from Lawler and Supersonic. These teams may be fighting over the top prize of $15,000, but who wouldn't want to lift that tiny little golden trophy?
I mean, no spoilers.
No spoilers.
No,
yeah, you
no
can't
spoilers.
talk about shit. No spoilers. There may be another Rocket Kicker game that we're yet to see. You'll see it later in the broadcast, so do not look away. I mean, really, you'd be crazy for looking away right now. We are in the final final. You call it the ultimate final. It's the grand final, and we're going the distance in this best of 7. It's Extra scoring the opening goal again. I think he's done this in all 3 of the series.
I mean, that's just Extra, baby. And to go and become the ultimate team, you have to be ready at any given moment to give it your all. BDS have done it numerous times in the past, but this is the first time, the first opportunity that Carmine Corp have had at it. It's already been a good crack at the whip, but they've got to do it all again, Tylacto.
It's the test of their medal, though. Team BDS, we haven't seen this team since the last best of 3, best of 7. They lost to Team Vitality. The question always going into a new season is, would they still stay on top? Hell, what have they been doing with these few months of off-season? They were probably taking a break, but getting practice and reps in. But who knows? They might have been listening to Eye of the Tiger on max volume on repeat. How up for this game and tournament were they? They came crashing into this tournament like a riptide. No one able to stand up to them, not even K-Corp in the winners final, but we are starting to see that change.
And whilst they might be listening to Tiger, as you said, this is indeed the final countdown, the final series. 1 minute 30 already gone by. That one single goal scored by Extra. Itachi looking to make it a double, but not found. Monkey Moon blocks him on out the 50-50. Line it up for Extra, and he's got himself a double.
He has double trouble brought by Extra here inside the first 2 minutes. BDS still very much awake and kicking out on all cylinders. No problemo. They may have been quiet for the tail end of the previous best of 7, but look at this and look how much that goal means. This is why you need that first series in the bank.
If the DJ at the start of the day didn't get you a jump in, right now this should, because the excitement is going through the roof here on DFH Stadium. 3 minutes still left to go of this game 1. This series, however, 1 apiece, and it's going to be Itachi looking to line up. Got dislodged. State went through a pass there. How was that not communicated to Astral? In a moment like this, you cannot go back. You've got to full commit into that, especially if your teammates wanted you there.
Yeah, you definitely needed to have support. You were prey that you had support, but the timing just seemed all improvised. I don't know if Stake had initially planned to play a pass, so to make that call would have been really difficult under the time constraints. He was stuck underneath it. He couldn't generate power towards the net, but it is moments like that that mean so much and can be the difference, because down at the other end, Mark Baye, he makes the difference as the goal difference grows to 3.
That launch up in the air into the rafters by Mark Bay and the quick follow-up to drop it like it's hot back down to earth, back into the K-Corp net, and
yeah, you thought K-Corp were going to be coming out strong. They were on form. BDS, the team with infinite lives. Forget 9 lives. Cats don't got nothing on them. They've not even lost 9 best of 7s in the past year.
After that last series, it looks like BDS are just throwing down the Una reverse card here, Ty. Doing the job back against them because, I mean, K-Corp came out like this in that second series. BDS picked up for, that was a pretty good job you did. How about we try it?
I've got to correct myself. In theory, the series they just lost here to K-Corp was the 9th, but will there be a 10th? Will it get to double digits? Right now in game 1, it's not looking like it'll be easy, even if it is indeed the case. That's a great demo, but the shot, even if it was on target, Monkey Moon was there from the front post to make the save. And the way this game has gone, until something changes, until we see a great team or individual play, the clock ticks down and you can't see it happening with this 3 difference.
So 1 minute remaining in this game, and K-Corp still alive and kicking. They do not want to go out without even scoring a goal, let alone just conceding this one. They will fight tooth and nail to the very end. Stake takes it That was a nice idea there to drop it down to Astral, but the power, the passion behind it, a little bit too hot to handle. The mistake from Extra. Itachi would be credited with the goal, but KC are back in it.
They really are. I mean, you say mistake from Extra, maybe just the wiggle there in the fact he didn't get his challenge lined up. We can say nice shot to him all we want. He was right to challenge. It's unfortunate that they were a little too quick, though. That coming off the side of his Fennec, sinking in quite nicely. And KC have got time. Itachi didn't have boost. As much as he's flipped away there, he just couldn't have got to that ball.
Monkey Moon trying the cooks there, pinch there. Well, just like Lawler try the cooks there, pinch and rocket kicker, face
True.
it. 25 seconds left in the clock. Time is dwindling. Itachi, you got to get this one now. Just goes wide of the target. Astral putting it back into contention as Monkey Moon gets it high. Extra winning the 50-50. State with the shot, but Monkey Moon keeps it at bay.
Maybe they get a chance for one more shot, but they need a miracle kickoff to come along. Will it? And there's none of them deals going on there. No 1-2 double for them. It will be 3-1, barring any meaningless goal. No, it will not happen, but a meaningful win. Team BDS breaking the streak back. These teams taking chunks out of each other. Let's come back to the garage here, as you see there. The pit lane just coming off of it. BDS still BDS. Wow, would you look at that?
Yeah, they never went away. They can sometimes dwindle, sometimes make a few too many mistakes, but it's still the fantastic team that many, I'm not going to lie, myself included, would say are the best team in the world. But Carmine Corp coming on into the Rocket League scene, and they wanted to create champions. We see many of the same similar attributes as BDS here in Carmine Corp, don't we?
We do. There's a lot of similarity, but they haven't seemed to got the polished edges always consistently enough to get chains of games back together. Instead, or in case of the case, second series, they did do it, and they know they can do it. There's a real significant difference as a player with the mental side of the game between thinking you can do it and knowing you can do it. But a lot of the plays came out of the back of amazing individual performances, whether it's flip resets. A lot of the time it was Astral. It is easy to see the high flying flashy plays. Those are the ones that stick in our memory, but it was a team effort, and when they close that grip as a team and pen BDS in, BDS do not look like the beast we have seen so many times, but they look to be out of the cage again in this final series.
Carmine Corp is the only team in this tournament to have challenged BDS. Remember, Samrock Gaming 4-0 in favor of the BDS. Guild 4-0 in favor of BDS. The first time round, it was 4-1 to BDS, but when K-Corp came back, BDS sure got the first series 4-2, but then K-Corp have figured them 4-1 in their favor. Was that just BDS having an off series, the very rare one we see, or is it magic unfolding in front of our eyes for the new org entering the space that want to do absolute damage, tear down the foundations that BDS had made, this fortification of Rocket League that they had set up for themselves? Only time will tell.
You mentioned the last series, and think about the goals. Sandrock got just 2 goals against them. It was 4 that they conceded against Gilded BDS, and they conceded 5 in the winners' final against K-Corp. That was up, I believe, to a total of 8 in the first series, of which BDS still nearly outscored K-Corp by double, but that all changed in the past half an hour to an hour or so. K-Corp became a different team. They found another gear. Hell, they found another engine, and it was crazy, an 18-wheeler engine it's going to need to be if you're going to beat BDS. It needs that many gears. Most importantly, they've still got this clean sheet in Game 2, and it's a big one as well, as it's a near double commit from BDS. They're trying to get this breakthrough. It's all a little awkward on the Carmine Corp defense. They get it away. Not too much problems here. Still plenty of time on the clock, but it's very tense. You feel like it's hanging in the balance for K-Corp. Last time, they lost 2 games in a row to BDS. They ended up losing 4. They don't want to be staring down the barrel of that. They're lining up to the firing range, but they're stuck at the back right of it. Trying to line up the sights is Itachi. Never mind, he's gone. Extra trying to get it instead. Building from the back with a double off the ceiling, and I think he's going to launch another attack.
He is, but K-Corp can read that, Ty. They've got to go a little bit more complex. Simple shots towards the net do not work. Monkey Moon throwing it into the mixer a tad high. Off the backboard down, and Astral wants to run it, but Monkey Moon already in that mid. He didn't pick up any boost. Notice, once again, a very familiar sight for BDS where they don't need to focus on that boost. They can do so much with so little and focus on their positioning and rotation over grabbing the good stuff.
Or, I mean, I can see Itachi's got his camera back on, and that's great. But the one man who we can't see is Mark Baye, and he's the man I've been watching here and want to talk about. He has been on fire so far this tournament. His shooting has been ridiculous. I want to see a chance come to him here, but he's not going to be allowed it by Astral. He, coming into Championship Sunday, was averaging effectively a goal and an assist a game. Now, K-Corp have definitely been able to quiet him down, if anything, the quietest man on the BDS roster, but you do not want him to show up big, because when he does, even if the work he's doing can be seen as quite quiet, you see him here, it can make such a difference.
That it can. Extra blocks out Itachi. Monkey Moon with the clearance. He wants to follow on to this, but Astral is high, nice and early. However, BDS have got a hold of this midfield line. Stake does somehow snipe this, snatch it away alongside Astral there, and Astral keeping the attack going alongside Itachi. Monkey Moon with the clearance. He wants to connect with Mabe and does indeed. Itachi keeping it to the corner. He's made it past two of the BDS players and is looking to run it 50-50. Might be going in his favor. Stake can't get the touch. Itachi stealing away the 100, but Mabe finds himself a nice safe clearance to the mid. Itachi keeping the pressure, but BDS do weather that storm for a little bit. They do still need to get this K-Corp attack away. They were trying to pinch there. It was bold. They do pull it off normally, but this time around, it just did not work.
Still early days in this final best of 7, but this next goal immense for the outcome of the entire tournament. And this goal has been summoned by Stake with a softball towards the net. Monkey Moon's head was in his hand here. He's in the net, and he's not quite made the save. He's put it in reverse. Beep, beep, but he's just not got up to the ball in time.
The blinker's on, and to be quite frank, you saw Stake's reaction. He didn't think he was getting that. He thought he was going to be saved. He threw himself back into his chair in disbelief.
What a response!
I'm in disbelief at this. The response from Extra slammer into the back of the net off the 1-2-1. Beautiful.
That's a beautiful pass as well. This is why Monkey Moon is up there with the best of the world. He has made an uncharacteristic mistake there, trying to avoid a bump. He could have said he was, but focus on his play right off the kickoff. Head is up. Focus is resumed. The weight of that pass for the 1-2 with Extra has kept BDS alive and very much their offensive threat.
When you thought this game 2 was going to go K-Corp's way, BDS step up. Let us introduce ourselves once again on the line. Not going to be. We head in to OT.
As Mark with that crucial save, I was highlighting him earlier, and as I was, he was trying to chase a demolition on Stake. He didn't end up getting it, and it's interesting because one of the least physical teams, in fact the least physical before today, BDS with the lowest number of demos per game of any team this tournament. They do it clean like Mr. Sheen, but they don't quite seem to mind when they get in the demos hunted their own way. When you look at KC, Stake and Itachi, they are well up there for demos per game as Extra tries to fake out the latter of them, but Stake, he's there to make the block.
Very cheeky from Extra Itachi. Nowhere close to that one. And Astral thinking better of it, steps back, gets the demo on Monkey, so a bit of pressure applied, maybe putting questions into the rotations of BDS as Mark wants to run this downfield. Astral doesn't get the touch on that, but Stake does. Extra following on. He's got enough boost left in the tank. Can he dunk it? No. Wide of target. Mark keeping this pressured as Itachi gets the clearance.
KC, they're not strangers with losing overtimes, but they've come out on both sides of them. We could be soon to find out which side this will end up. You see all three of them being marshaled around the back line. That was so tense. Monkey just staring down Astral as he makes the save, and he has to rise to make another. KC barreling back to net as soon as they can as Mark tries to bait them out. State cannot follow up his touch because there's just no boost in the tank. There's no goalie after the demo. Itachi cannot make the block. Extra once again strikes again.
Straight up. How do you get this good?
He's extra.
He is extra. He's got everything extra. He feels unstoppable. BDS dangerously 2-0 up on the series, and Carmine Corp, if you're not sweating, if the fans out there aren't quaking in their boots, I don't know how brave you are or how much trust you have in this team, because it is an incredible amount to think that this is not BDS on the run. But stay strong, lads. Carmine Corp, they want this.
They want this. Of course they want this in the grand final here at the WePlay Rocket League Invitational, but still, they're such a sensitive, well-supported for now Snowbank Arcade Corp, but we've seen the avalanche of games happen before against them in the first series. They were 2 up, and now they're 2 down. It's an even worse situation that they were staring down the barrel of then again. It's BDS still with a consecutive game. I'm telling you, they have not won 2 or 3 games in a row against K-Corp. It's only been 4.
That is nutty.
Well, that's close, but safe. Carry on.
Do not make that statement to me right now and promise me the 4-0 if you do. I will have trust issues straightforward. Yeah. Right. Back into reality. Into the studio and back into the lobby. 30 seconds already gone by. Stake launch it up in the air. Mark wants to get this away, something rotten, but it is disallowed. Carmine Corp's midfield defense is just so solid. You have to admire it.
Whoa.
Admire this goal as well. Admire Tachi because he is fan-blooming-tastic.
Momentous finish here. Lovely weight on the pass to wrong foot, marked by 8. Both attempts for the save from the Frenchman were not good enough to keep it out. The crossbar working in their favour.
I hate so much with a burning passion that we were denied just seeing Rocket League from this man for so many seasons. What, season 3 joined us in season 7?
Yeah, would have been 2 years worth.
2 years of Rocket League snatched away from us purely because of his nationality, and he is making up for those 2 years.
It really is, but will it all be for nothing if Monkey Moon's got the chance in the double touch? The save from Stake. All 3 players rose to try and block him. You see BDS, they were piecing out. They were like, Monkey Moon, double touch. If I go back, it's going to be 1-1. And so they get away with the loose ball being in front of their orange net. So K-Corp's lead. What you going to do with it? Can they open up a differential here? It's a huge goal. So early, but the implications could last a very long time.
The goal's so huge that, I mean, I don't know how many balls you can fit in it. Someone will probably be able to tell you how many real units, and that man is not me, I'm telling you right now. But Extra could have told you how to score in it. Fractions, margins away. Monkey Moon picking up the torch. One of the throws towards the middle, but he needs to buy time for someone to step up. Extra has stepped up with a little pop. He was looking for Mark. He is found by Monkey, but Astral has found a save.
Extra rising again, poking it off the backboard, double touch, dangerous again. BDS poking and prodding. Will they get the response they want? It's certainly not where they want the ball, where they've ended up getting it. Ping pong in the middle goes the way of Itachi. Monkey now for a double of his own. He will send it deep into the K-Corp end. The response there nicely in the corner here. Extra rises again near half-time. That's a whiff. Maybe there's a chance, but the defense seems to be there, and as is the respect for Astral to get that touch. Only for Monkey Moon to straight away rip it away from him.
Yeah. We've been playing for so long. Astral is engaged like night mode right now.
Yeah, true,
is
actually.
pitch black in his room. Whenever there's a demo, quickly have a glance at his camera,
Did it light
and
up?
it is just lit up. It goes white. It's that
flash.
big a difference. His camera can't keep up with it.
Oh, he's taking the flashbangs well, if that's the case. I'm not sure how many times he has been demoed, but certainly a hot target on the side of K-Corp that you want to take out. A wanted man, and they landed him, did he, the massive French organization. But what results were they expecting and hoping for this? If they managed to take this grand final, that might have exceeded all expectation.
So, Monkey Moon throwing the ball up in the air, chasing it onto that. Does get a dunk on Astral, but it did not have length on it. It was straight down to earth. Wanted a bit of width.
Extra.
There's extra. We'll pick this up. It's a simple shot, and State can keep it away, but BDS are building. Monkey Moon 50-50 across width. Extra's not there in time. He needs to get back in net right now because Stake is on his way. The slowdown, he's got Astral to the right, but he's not confident in it. He wants to send it wide of net. Try and go for that backboard pass.
But Stake being out there and roaming in the midfield is massive. How much time this has bought for K-Corp. The thief in the night just stole away the ball as BDS were about to resume the pressure they were already applying. Now they have to get there, apply the water to the burnt area as it may be if they lose a game here in this best of 7. They need to cool off, they need to stay calm. They've been doing that, but the chance they've needed hasn't come their way. It's going the opposite way, and now there's pressure from Stake. He's got a 50 as well, but Astral 50 not going his way.
It's all about like thief in the night, and I just had a glimpse. Like Astral's new like beard moustache combo does make him look like a classic French flick gentleman thief, doesn't he? The cat burglar.
How could you say that? He's stealing all our hearts with the incredible goals that
That
he's been
is
scoring
the ideal
this
gentleman
series.
thief, indeed.
That's the ideal gentleman thief. It's very entertaining. I'd be even more entertained if BDS get a late equaliser here, but that man is there. That shot is also there, but Itachi, this time, he's the one to send it. Oh my goodness, that shot. This man is on fire. He's ablaze. Call the fire department, but I think they're on strike.
You know what makes me so happy right now?
What?
Your statement of BDS taking 4 in a row has
wrong.
just been
I'm
shut
happy.
down. We once again have hope for the dethroning, but it is only one game needed of many. K-Corp is the first step amongst many a steps you've already taken today. Face it, it's a long, long journey, but the destination at the end, the goal, oh, it is so sweet. It's beckoning you. You've just got to run towards it.
Yeah, it's you kind of want to be in their shoes right now because you're like, wow, you're playing a grand final. How exciting. And you also sort of don't. In between games, you know, you can get words from coach, discuss amongst yourself. Strategically and tactically, yes, there may be some talk, but it's going to have to be very minor. The emotions will be running so high that it's all about controlling those, keeping it calm, and every player has different ways of dealing with it. You see Scrub with his tea, but there's other things to manage physically, right? Apparently
Nice
Jack,
rhyme.
he literally had his towel out in between every goal and even when he got demoed to dry his hands because they were that sweaty, and the sweat is dripping from the brow of BDS now that they've given up that game. They still have the lead 2-1 in this final best of 7 series, but K-Corp with nothing to lose, they are going to be really wanting to go flying into that next game.
One of the things that makes BDS so good is their respect for their opponents. They know that getting those first 2 games means nothing because well, K-Corp can come back at any given time,
And they proved it.
Yeah, they did indeed, and K-Corp have got to now play it on with the passion that they can bring it the whole way back. These players are winners, and winners will straight up win. K-Corp, find out, are you going to be the winners of the WePlay Invitational featuring Rocket League, or is it going to be BDS going away with another trophy? As we head into game number 4 right now, 2-1 in favor of BDS. In this series, it's 1 apiece across the set.
And Wasteland plays host to Stake immediately, resuming the K-Corp. Yeehaw, indeed. He's the fastest man in the West up this wall. Extra has been sharp this series, but he wasn't quick enough there.
No, he was. How has he already got, like, the Rocket Pass has not been out for that long and he's already got a colored one. Like, that just shows how much ranked alone, because you don't earn those points.
Oh, that's so close from Monkey. To the surprise of no one, Bacon, professional players play this game a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't get those points from scrimming. So, yeah, it's just continuous Rocket League, 7-8 hours a day at least.
That's crazy. That's ridiculous numbers. I'm not sure if it has to be that high, but to be fair, you know, mindless grinding, focused practice, you always want the latter of them too, and that's always dependent on the player, how much they're willing to do, willing to put in, and the results are often shown here on the field. BDS as a team, they're the ones always seemingly on the favourable side of that, but the table is turning, and just like the studio it's turning, but maybe the table will be flipped. The studio sadly can't do that, but BDS may flip the table if they end up giving up this lead.
That's a lot of tables right there, Ty.
Yeah, times tables. Mathematician.
You might be a mathematician. I've looked at your book. So many stats here, there, everywhere. Itachi, here, there, everywhere as well. Steak, Astral, to drop that down for Itachi. He's just a fraction too late. He couldn't.
Nah. Even if he flips early into that ball, Monkey Moon has the block. So he jumped at it and he tried to delay it, get the fake. Cookser 97, one of the best players of doing that back in the day. When the speed of you and just the quality of you is so feared by the opponents, you'll often get pre-jumps. And at this level of play, we see it so often. And these delayed shots are really becoming more and more part of a meta. I think they're one of the most satisfying plays to watch. Nothing like being able to resist the shot, take your time with it, and then put it away while there's one opposing player go flying across the front of it.
Well, good Rocket League is as much of a mind game as chess. It might just seem very simple. 3 cars, 1 ball, 2 nets, and 5 minutes, but within those constraints, you have so much back and forth, so much vying for control. Right now, it is K-Corp in that control, but BDS want to throw things back in their favor.
And it is a chess match. Lawler as well on the desk compared it to just the same. In the past year, it's often felt like BDS have more than 1 queen though. It's not fair, really. Doesn't seem that way, but they're just that good. Still need to try and find an equalizer this game though, and you see KC have been looking dangerous as well on the counter attack. Monkey Moon building from the back has often been underwhelming. Once he's been on offense, this man has been stellar, but I know we've seen him seem better, and that's credit to KC for sort of just taking out some of the stuff in the confidence, because BDS is not a team that has had to doubt themselves often, but here on one of the biggest stages when they're being pushed back and leveled up in the series potentially, that's the sort of time that the cracks begin to open.
1 minute 30 left on the clock. Stake on another attack. Might have to flip reset here. He doesn't need it, but it wasn't enough to beat out Monkey Moon in defense. He has really led a masterclass of defense within this set this evening. It's so weird to say a set over a series, and I adore it, Ty.
Itachi getting it past 1. Can he get it past 2? He's had his Weetabix this morning, as he does indeed that, but he doesn't quite get it past the 3rd. Extra the man on the back line, a crucial save to keep the difference at 1. Final minute upon us here in game 4, and the challenge is won by Stake in just instinctful challenge there as he just rose up and pounced towards that ball.
Extra putting this out wide. It's met by Astral, which is now followed up by Monkey Moon and Stake respectively. Extra throwing it, launching it down towards Monkey Moon. Extra will keep progressing forward. Mark by Ace too far forward. Stake has got him off guard. Could he get another touch? No, Monkey saves the day.
Nice rotation from Monkey Moon there. Easy to get desperate and send it a little too downfield, but he got his priorities straight, and still, because of that, there's a chance for BDS to move on to tournament point. But KC, they want to level things up, and the shot will be wide. Not that even if it was on target, Itachi would have had the save. He's lost the 50 on the corner, but it's worked out in his favor. Mark, he's going to get up, but he's not going to get the double, and across it goes towards Stake, who shot it towards the net. Extra on the respawn will make the save, but BDS still need to build, and the interception is there. K-Corp looking to finish it off, going for the jugular, but not here. They're not challenging. Extras up towards Stake, the ball dropping. Monkey's there. He's popped it onto the backboard. It's off from Extra. The ball will touch the floor, and we are all tied up.
That is unfair. Like, no.
Look at Monkey. You see it. His head in his hands. The frustration evident to see. We've seen far more frustration than that shown in previous Thanks Nolly, so don't go crazy on him.
Straight up, we can feel the frustration here in the studio and you guys at home, surely. That should have been a goal, but it would have been any other day. Not today. The defense holding strong.
Steak, like... The impact his car must have had to, well, the inside of the net after he jumped across to make that block. He's probably got a broken nose if his car had a nose, but he won't care one bit. He's managed to get the second game on the board, and what a response from 2 games down this series from K-Corp.
After all this Rocket League, you guys at home can tick off one box.
Oh my goodness, that was crazy.
Yeah, it was. You guys at home can tick off one box of Caster Bingo because it's now all down to an effective best of 3. We're closing in on that mark. We're getting so close to finding our decider, but there's a possibility of 3 more games left. 2 games needed to win. Straight up as simple as that. I've just described the rules of a best of 3. Shut up, Bacon. Let's get on the pitch. Tylato, take it away, my dude.
Incredible here. Down to the final games of the tournament here in the EMEA region. What an exciting season we have ahead of us in EU. Looking at this, BDS no longer the immortal Prometheus to be taken down, but my goodness, are they the final boss? We'll see how on point KCR the reactions. They're gonna get it. It's an open net, and you see the frustration again. It is happening.
It is indeed happening. Brilliant pickup and redirect by Stake. The launch from Itachi to meet him, and Niha indeed. Pew pew bang bang. Finger guns.
Literally slapstick it's looking like. You wouldn't expect it. It seems like a cartoon to find BDS's net open like that, especially so early in the game. And you saw what happened last game. They used that early goal to frustrate BDS, to get them into an awkward position like the worst game of Twister ever. They don't like it, as it turns out. And if they get over aggressive, the defense may be left open again. What is that pre-jump from Astral? He had a bump coming his way, and he ended up making the block, but all 3 goalkeepers are in the net. The shot leaving a lot to be desired from Extra, and if that's not a change, I don't know what is.
He was going for a slow bouncer. Sometimes those really work because they catch your opponents off guard. You said earlier about pre-jumps just being part of the meta within Rocket League. You throw a slow ball in there, and your opponent just looks silly. It's almost as good as a fake. As marked by 8 wants to launch it towards mid. He's only played Imposter as he set that on up for Itachi with the shot. Astral not able to keep a hold of it. Itachi needs to dart back into defense. Does exactly that, but Mark is there to meet him. Keep that pressure high.
So difficult for BDS with how high the emotions are running here. They're suddenly, after 2 times in a row, failing to move up to tournament point. That's what they're having to deal with. K-Corp shoving that down them the other way. Still early in this game, but now they're being on defense. You saw how aggressive the first 2 minutes were from them. You can tell they're pushing up so aggressively on each other's hits because they're still confident in each other, but the touches like this, you can see when it comes to themselves, it's not as polished as we're used to.
No, it is not. Tension is building. It is rising. Ooh. And the gameplay is getting so damn delectable. Itachi, that was bold, and what a call by Extra to go up and challenge on that. He was linked in with Itachi's brainwaves. He was on the same wavelength, knowing what Itachi wanted to do, and cut him out.
That was really strange there from Itachi and Monkey Moon there, both of them reacting so instinctively for the sound of the flip, but nobody making contact with the ball, of course, works in the favor of K-Corp. They're back in that same corner, pinching it up high, more time off the clock. I'm surprised Astro went up for that with such little boost, but to be honest, the mental effect of not being given time, just crawling along their own backboard, is incredibly impactful. And you know what's impactful? A second goal for K-Corp.
2-0. BDS.
The bump as well. Oh my goodness, he literally drop kicks him across the net. I don't even think it was intentional, but he happened to land on the wall at the time. It was fantastic, and fantastic is how K-Corp are playing right now.
That's it. They've reached a whole new level. They have truly gone plus ultra, transcended, evolved.
Super Saiyan.
You're damn right. It is going to take truly Goku levels of like Spirit Bomb energy right now for BDS, not only to bring back this game, but I say serious because K-Corp could take this game right now unless BDS get a moving, get a grooving, and get this ball downfield to extra. That will do it. They're back in it.
BDS so very much back in it, and it's the same man finding the net again. I was gonna say, just how cold are your nerves, KC? This is when the mistakes can set in, when you start to think about anything other than the game. Oh my god, guys, we're 2-0 up. We're about to be on tournament point. We might beat. Oh, hang on a minute. They're back within one. The second you're using part of your mind and losing focus on that, it's part of your thoughts that could be using to focus on yourself and the game.
There's been such an absence of European Rocket League for a while. Last time gamers were at Borders. Before that, I'm going to put a little asterisk next to the Intel World Open because it wasn't these teams as we see them, because it was a nationality-based tournament. But now that we're back at it, oh, have we missed this? And I love Rocket League, straight up. It's awesome. You guys at home are awesome. The production here is awesome. And these two teams are to a whole different level of awesome as Itachi throws it back. Stake steps up and he shoots the score. KC back on top with a nice 2-goal safety net.
Stake with the drive to the top corner. Monkey tried to meet it, but he's just not quick enough. The pre-flip, not good enough. Stake, that shot was more than great enough.
45 seconds as we close in on 40. A goal every 20 seconds is a very tall order. It's one BDS could fulfill, but is it on the menu? Do they have it in stock? We have to find out now as Monkey Moon blocked out by Astral, who launches himself, throws himself at the ball. Itachi with a follow-up Stake, yeets it towards the backboard. Monkey, he knows he needs the air dribble out. He actually gets the 50-50. Is he going to be able to follow through? No, but Extra is there. Stake puts it up high. And look at K-Corp, just buying time. Not allowing this to be in control by BDS for long periods of time. And they put it in the air and put themselves on tournament point.
And they were so turtled up that last minute were K-Corp, but Surf's Up, they rode the wave and they coast their way one game closer. Team BDS, just how good are they? They've came back so many times, but is the ghost of best of 3, best of 7 pass rearing its ugly head as it has done before? BDS, oh, how the mighty have fallen. You can see how K-Corp are annoying them, frustrating them, winning that off the field game, and it is showing on the field.
I need to take my mind off this because I do not want to sit back down in the chair. We are fully in a moment, but guys, Tylight is way too tall. Like, I feel like a shrimp next to him, and I'm just
a shrimp,
like tiny.
I get it.
Yeah. You were built different, and these two teams were built different, definitely, as we move into what could possibly be the last game of the European portion, because afterwards we can go do it all again with NA, which is crazy, so make sure that you stay tuned, make sure you drop that follow. But I don't want this done yet. I want this to go to Game 7. What say you, Tyler?
I'm a BDS fan. BDS losing this early would confuse me. I wouldn't know how to feel. But it's been a long off season, and their season is almost impossible to live up to. But if they don't come in as unrelenting champions into the new season, then who will it be? K-Corp, they've stepped up forward for their knighting already, but they're not just there yet. They're so close. We head to Aquadome for Game 6 in potentially the final game here of this best of 7 sets in the WePlay Esports Rocket League Invitational. What a time to be alive.
It is indeed. It also feels like a moment of insanity that we have got to this point.
Astro.
As Astro steps up,
The
he gets on
save.
the line,
Oh,
he gets the
Itachi.
touch, swoops himself in from above the goal, and
I can't believe
how
it.
do you think of that? Straight up.
The save from Extra. He nearly got up to it again as well. Itachi could barely see the pixels of the ball he was aiming
he
for
got it.
because most of it was already over the line. But K-Corp force it in for the 3rd game on the bounce. They have the early goal. It has been good enough both times before, but will it be good enough again?
And a problem has just arisen. A quick goal like that leaves so much time for a response from BDS. So close them down, pressure them. Astro looking for the second, but Monkey will be able to get this off to the side, chasing up, and a big clearance downfield.
The heart will be pumping. The chest will be thumping on both teams right now, but the cracks and nerves showed from K-Corp last time. Will they show again? BDS backs against the wall. The count has started, but maybe another goal. Itachi, he looks so sharp and dangerous.
He does indeed. And well, Stake possibly there putting his namesake a stake into the heart of BDS. The Immortals could be dropping here. 3 minutes, 38 seconds for BDS to say otherwise.
I don't believe it. That 50 onto Extra's car. So great to get the assist off the ceiling. It was 3 men back for BDS. And yet it just didn't matter. Stake was so perfectly positioned. That's the crack that we imagine may appear. And it's Monkey Moon who's going to capitalize.
You can't help but be at 100 right now. Every single shot can mean life or death. And I mean, even death there, like you said, going out second is still with a lot of money, but you have got pride in line. No one wants to be runner-up. They want to be the victor, the champion. And Carmine Court, 1 game away from being champions. BDS need to send us to that Game 7.
Extra with the shot, but the save from Itachi. The gap had opened up from a double commit in the midfield from Stake and Astral. You knew trouble was brewing. It was reaching boiling point, but the save from Itachi, crucial there, keeping their lead intact. The passing play, Extra's shot, he couldn't really generate enough power. The ball was a little close to him. He couldn't run onto it, and whilst it was well placed, it was not placed good enough.
No, it was not, and it's those very costly mistakes. As I said earlier, the fine margins, we keep coming back to it. But to see a team like Carmine Corp come up to the level, they fulfilled all expectations and are making BDS crumble under the pressure. Look at the frustration on Monkey Moon's face.
A grin across his face, though, on Itachi's side as he gets his second close-range goal, stealing that one away. Didn't even need to. Restoring the 2-goal lead. Team BDS, it always used to stand for best damn side in the game, practically, but it doesn't seem to here. This will be 2 best-of-7s in a row. It has been done before again, but only by Vitality. KC looking to add their names to the list, and the longer that list grows, the more question marks alongside BDS's name.
And I propose something else. The KC Kings of Cardboard.
Well, we'll get to see if that will actually happen. They're trying to dethrone the monarchy of BDS, and they've still got a long way to go. Stake, he's got the 50. It's such a nice one as well for Itachi to follow up on Monkey. It's popped it, hopefully, though. These seconds so crucial, because even though they're 2 down, they need this first to give themselves as much time as possible to find the second. That's dangerous, but Itachi, again, he is making a difference all over the field.
Monkey Moon, it's a slow drop, and Itachi to push out towards Stake. Stake into the wall. Itachi is able to beat the man to the ball to keep it progressing down into the blue half. Stake blocked out Astral there by Extra. And Mark, you've got to keep control of this. You can't just run it straight downfield. You need to look to each other. You need to look to your teammates in moments like this. It is not a one-man army deal. You are a full unit. Is Mark going to get a touch? No, Itachi does the impossible, keeps it out on the line.
How? He just rose like the Dark Knight or something from out of the inside of the net there. That was crazy. You couldn't even see him on the inside of the post. From Extra's point of view, he thought he'd be tucking it in to the bottom corner, but no, that ball came flying right back out, and we're now deep. 40 seconds on the clock. BDS, it is getting to now or never. Extra again on the ball, playing so fast, so direct, but they know, KC know that that's what they have to do, but it's so scary. It's a blunder on the back line, marked by 8. BDS are still alive.
And would you expect anything less from this squad? True champions. But will they be champions again? 29 seconds, they've got to find another. It is going to be a difficult task, but if anyone was to do it would be BDS. Denied on the line, the punch out. Extra not able to drop it behind. Monkey Moon caught in a 50-50. Itachi pushes it up high in the corner. Extra around to mid, and Astral will buy a breather. Final 10 seconds. Mark blocked by Itachi in the corner. Monkey Moon pass on in towards Extra, but surely, as always, denies it. He has been so blooming fantastic today. Monkey needs to keep this alive. Over towards Extra. The pass back towards Monkey.
No way.
It is a high ball. It is a possibility, but Monkey Moon can't do it. And it's going to be Carmine Corp as the champions of the WePlay Invitational European side of things. They have just dethroned BDS.
I cannot believe my eyes. Look at Itachi.
Look at Itachi. You know the deal.
Showing his logo. He knows how good he played there. Look at that. Sign the controller, please, sir. What a performance from him and KC. But what a roller coaster here, all the way in the EMEA region. How ridiculous it will be to see these team plays. And ladies and gentlemen, we're not even done for the day as they take home the first place prize, $15,000 to their name. But what a story, Bacon.
What a story indeed. Carmine Corp 4-2 against Semper Esports, 4-1 against Vitality, and then dropping to BDS in the winners finals, then taking down Dignitas 4-3 in the lower finals to come back, have that chance at revenge, and they took it with both hands, dropping the first game unfortunately, but the next two is a different story. 4-1 against BDS there, and then that sweet 4-2.
It was not comfortable. They certainly won't be selling massage chairs anytime. They're the kickoff at the end, nearly breaking their hearts. Astral getting back in time. So many crucial moments that series, let alone the other series. We've got so much to catch up on before North America. Let's throw it back to our panel. They're going to have a tough job of this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, and even enemies, congratulations to Carmine Corp as they take down BDS in the entirety of the best of 3, best of 7s. Shout out to our commentators, Ty Lacto and Digital Bacon, and we're back in the shop, F. Lawler and Supersonic. This KC team came out and was one of the most impressive, explosive is the word I'm going to use, teams this whole weekend. And usually when you get to the end and you face that number 1 team or so, you see the other shoe drop and it all kind of comes back to normal. BDS started with that first game and we were like, all right, here it is. KC fighting back. I am impressed. This team is the real deal.
Yeah, we were talking this entire tournament about answering questions. And is Astral as good as we all know he is? Is he going to live up to that expectation? Clearly by your reaction to that face, we've got a lot of highlights to get through, but you're hitting it nail on the head there. In the first series, we did see BDS bring reality back to Carmine Corp. We saw them be like, we are the best team here. And there was a little bit of concern. Are we just going to get through this? BDS had not dropped more than one game, of course, the entire weekend, and then they come into this, and it's like, okay, how are we going to see these adjustments? What are we going to see the mentality? You see Astral's frustration. I thought it was done, and then they take that 5 minutes, come back, and it's a brand new team. And we then enter series number 2.
And here's the wild part, you know, in that first series, you see it's 1 game wins. The first game even had to go to OT, and then BDS just goes bang, 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 bang. Next series, let's eat. And then KC comes out. They only drop 1 game in that second series, making it the 4-1.
That near miss right there for BDS is just heartbreaking on the 0-second line. And, you know, we were talking about Astral there for a second, kind of how happy he was. And there was a moment in this where he was frustrated. You could see the frustration in Astral's face. And as it left his body, it kind of shifted off of him and over to the other side. And you could see the frustration, something we don't see often on the BDS end with Monkey Moon.
Literally scratching his head. Monkey Moon literally scratching his head like, what do we do, guys?
Yeah, it's really difficult because KC's playstyle just kept getting better and better and better. You see the clutch save there, and we've touted numerous times about their defense and how important it was going to be against BDS. And even with shots and follow-up and everything else going on, there was a moment that it really felt like towards the middle of, I would say, series number 2, where KC really started to hit the stride of what this team could be, where the offense was clicking, Itachi was hitting whatever he wanted. You also saw Astral taking more of a step back and enabling his teammates. But then at the same time, you're like, okay, he's taking a step. No, just kidding. He's going to go for that air dribble. He's going to put something on target. So it was just that 3-headed monster that you expect KC to be, and they lived up to all the hype. This was an incredible best of set that we got to witness, and my goodness, massive congratulations, because you look at who they went through to get there, that is nothing but excellence.
And that's the deal. You know, I started this death segment with talking about how explosive and surprising, you know, this Carmine Corps team was. The Semper game right off the bat wasn't that simple. Then they 4-1 Team Vitality. They wound up losing to BDS, and then after that they have to get through a lightning hot Dignitas. By the way, it wasn't like Dignitas were sleeping. This was some of the best work we've seen Dig do, and then they come back to BDS and go, "Hey, remember when?"
You want to think about that? 4-3, 1 game. 1 game could have been the difference, and we could see Dignitas in this position. We don't. KC takes it all the way. That is what I love about Rocket League. You want to talk about these storylines and everything going on, the new hot commodity going over to a former roster that was top 3 and blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, they just took down BDS again. Twice. That's a huge deal.
EU depth, you know, last season we talked about it being a little thin. This tournament looks like there's some depth in that upper end. I don't know that this season's going to be the BDS Vitality show.
I told you, I don't think we'll ever see it again. I don't think we'll ever see it again.
Yeah,
Teams like this are why.
Yeah, me and you had a conversation, or actually all of us had a conversation about that. You were saying that,
Tom
and
was
I
here,
am,
yes.
yeah, Tom was here, I guess. And you know what? I'm on board. You've sold me, sir. This is going to be a nutty season, both sides, and that for me, the battle for worlds in the RLCS now we determine position, how many of you get to go, how many teams based on the major performances and everything. It's gonna be nuts.
I'll tell you who's nuts. Itachi. He's going to be on the line with us and talk about his victory. Itachi, my man, you guys look so good. Congratulations on winning the WePlay Invitational.
Thank you very much.
Man, welcome obviously to the desk. Congratulations after that grueling session, if we want to call it that. But man, just take us through the emotion. We saw you stand up and pound your chest and showcase, yo, this is the team I'm on. Take us through that emotion of winning the entire thing.
Now, I had to show the logo. Like, Carmine Corp, first org, new team, we win the first tournament. It doesn't mean anything because, like, we still have to improve in LCS, but to, like, a first tournament, win it, it's perfect. Like, so proud of the team. So proud of everyone. I'm so happy, really so happy.
Yeah, I'd say it's a pretty good opening. That's a great way to come out to the org. You guys just did that announcement recently. Come in, win the first tournament, do it over BDS, the reigning tyrants of the EU region. I want to talk a little bit about the emotions. this match on both sides, we were seeing emotions come out of both teams. At one point, you guys were extremely frustrated. We could kind of see it through your guys' face through Astro. What was the comms like? How did you guys turn that around? Because being able to get back to that, we saw a complete change in your guys' play.
Yeah, the first best of 7, we were a bit panicked. We were coming really fast. We couldn't hear each other sometimes. But since the second best of 7 started, we said, okay, let's stay calm. We just come normally, stay calm, and it worked super well. Like everything was super good. We didn't double commit. Everything was perfect, and I think that's why we won. To be honest.
It's awesome to hear, man. I yesterday touched on the fact that you did qualify in Season 3, but ended up getting disqualified because of location and everything like that. What does it mean to you coming full circle now after a season of RLCS? You're continuing on, new roster. You're starting to become, that next step into veteran. What does this win mean to you in regards to the fact that your career has expanded for such a long time, but now you're a staple in this league?
Yeah, it means a lot because I've been here in the scene, let's say for a long time now, since the start of the game almost, and now I have the opportunity to play RLCS, to play Worlds, to play things like this, and I see that I have really good teammates as well. I have everything good, so yeah, it feels just fucking amazing to. Sorry for the swear word, but to win.
Show that emotion. I love
a good
it.
tournament like this.
Yeah, no, that's where I want to touch the human side of things. We saw you guys getting really excited. Y'all also kind of got under the skin of BDS. You can't see your opponent yet. We'll get to LAN, and that'll turn that page. But I mean, why do you think you were able to get really under the skin of BDS?
I don't know. I've been playing them a lot the past season. I think with the Giants, we've been one of the team who could. Sometimes win them because they did just the perfect season, so it was good to be able to win them sometimes. And here, yeah, for me, all the team played just so good. Like everyone, Astral, Stake, we just played so good. So I think against BDS, if a team is really good, they have all their chance to. Like the 3 players have to be in their day to win BDS, because if not, they just win. Like it's like this.
Man, I'm just going to go out and say it because I just want to talk about you a little bit here. You're my star player for it, so I'm really glad they brought you in. The individual play that you had, the secondary efforts going through, the goals that you were opening, the bumps, the demos, you were kind of just in their face. I would say that if somebody did get under their skin, it was probably, well, it was you. You were in their face just bumping and demoing all over the place. I'd like to hear from you, though, because I'm hyping you. I want to hear what is it about your teammates that really just kind of solidified everything there in the end to kind of get this done. You've talked about them a little bit, but really, what is it about this matchup or this lineup that works so well?
I think it's all about confidence. Like Rocket League, it always works like that. If you're confident, you play good, you play like you want, and I think that my teammates were really confident today. Even me, I feel like today I was confident. So I think that's the main reason, to be honest. Like if you're not confident, you're not going to do the plays you want. You're going to be scared to go for some balls. Now they just trusted me. They trusted themselves, and that's why we could just score goals and win.
You say confidence is really important, and I know you guys are obviously playing confident, but how do you guys make sure you continue to stay that way? What is it going to take for you guys to come up every single, other than just getting constant W's, is there something that you guys have in mind to keep that mentality the same place and kind of create this foundation that we've been touting about week in and week out?
Yeah, for me, this tournament was a really good preparation tournament, but I think we shouldn't just stay on here. The most important is RLCS, and we have to keep this up. Don't take too much confidence because it's bad after. Just stay focused, humble, and just try to keep this up for the whole season, and it's perfect.
Love it.
Can't rest on those laurels. That's exactly where I was going to go. And so the last question I want to ask you is sort of big picture as we jump into the next season. A lot of commentary about the EMEA region going. In the past, it's been BDS, Vitality, and a lot of other teams. Cool. Between Dignitas's performance, obviously you guys winning the big one right here, seems like 3, 4, 5, Europe is a lot thicker than it used to be. Talk to me about what your region looks like and why it's so much more competitive than it once was.
Because last season it was like a test season, since it's like it was a new format, it was everything. Now I think that everyone knows how the format like works, and I think that like now the teams are just there was a lot of roster changes as well. So I think that now the teams are going to be really hard to play. There will still be the top teams as BDS or Vitality, even if they didn't do a roster change. But yeah, the region is going to be really tough this season, for sure.
Sick, man. Again, congratulations on the victory. It's so exciting to see some new names up there lifting a trophy. The floor is yours. Any shout-outs or anything you want to give before we say goodbye?
Yeah, I will just talk in French if it's possible.
Yeah,
je veux juste remercier les fans de la... Juste remercier les fans de la KC pour le soutien tout le tournoi. Quand on a perdu, vous nous avez soutenus en message et tout, c'était incroyable. Merci, ça fait plaisir. Et à toute la saison, on va tout donner pour vous. Et voilà. Thank you everyone for the support, and it was a really good tournament.
Beautiful, man. Congratulations, Itachi. Tell your teammates congratulations for us as well, and we'll see you next tourney. Great stuff. Love to talk to the players. Love to get a chance to talk to Itachi as well. Like I said, I mean, it's cool to see new faces, new names up here, new names, right? But it's cool to see some turnaround here, and also big picture. Like I said, we look at how Carmine Corp played today, and this wasn't. They played 3 best of 7s, folks. This wasn't an oopsie daisy. We snuck a best of 3 in there. No, man, they deserved this. They earned it. You saw the bracket all the way through. This team is impressive, and I'm excited for their future.
Yeah, technically they played 4 best of 7s today because they had to go up against Dig 2.
Facts.
So, yeah, you go look at their bracket, and I talked about that while we were recapping the highlights. Like, it was a gauntlet for the teams that they were going through. Like, there was no slouch. Not saying that anybody top 8 here is, but they're pretty much arguably taking the toughest route in that bracket compared to anybody else, and they looked so good.
I mean, Semper, no slouch, came in as the 3 seed. Take them out round 1. Follow-up, Vitality 4-1. When we were saying it was good strategy against BDS, not sure about Vitality, take them down. Lost to BDS, drop to lower, do the run today. It 100% toughest run. I cannot agree with you more, Lawler.
This was a fantastic tournament. Sure, we say that all the time, but really cool seeing some exciting teams step up. Dignitas looks insane. BDS still doing their thing. Carmine Corp taking the #1 home. You love to see it. Thank you so much to their fans and everyone else. We have the North American side of the bracket as well. Another $50,000 to divvy up. EMEA goes the way of Carmine Corp. We'll see who takes North America. We'll be back in 10 minutes. What's good and welcome, folks. North American time here at the WePlay Invitational, broadcasting out of beautiful Ukraine. I'm your host, Tom F. Battinger, joined here by Lawler and Supersonic, two of the best in the business. And we are going to get into some of the best in the business. If you're just joining us, we finished our EMEA region, and it was a barn burner. Real fun stuff. Actually, there are some parallels to what we're going to be taking a look here today, and we'll get into it in just a little bit. This is how it all went down. Carmine Corp winds up taking down Team BDS in the grand finals. And just to reiterate, grand finals are 3 separate best of 7s. I guess 2 if you're feeling pretty damn good about the first 2. So it depends on how these teams are doing. And it was a long and arduous task for Carmine to make it all the way there to the finals. And now as we turn our page back to North America, Shopify Rebellion is waiting in the wings. That's right. Rapid Beast Mode and Memory tied themselves together, jumped into the river, and are swimming up above. And they are waiting to see who they will play, whether it's Energy or Envy.
Man, talking about Envy, you want to see that bracket run. They drop immediately to FaZe Clan and then go through the True Gauntlet, Space Station, G2, FaZe again they get revenge on, and now they find themselves in the lower bracket. And of course, it doesn't get any easier. Why not go up against Energy, the team you've played 18 times last season, and actually don't have a winning record too. So it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. They did just take the victory, though, in Wave Dash, so hopefully they can bring some of that back, but I'm sure Energy has a lot to say about that one.
Well, yeah, I mean, Envy making the run, why not lower bracket just be the harder side of the bracket? Yeah. Forget the upper run, lower bracket. That's where all the big fish are. That's where you got to get through. Yeah, Envy and Energy both having, Energy taking the loss to Shopify, Envy making the run. Both teams kind of hot. Justin having a little bit of a day yesterday, but team still performing extremely well. I mean, even having an off day, still number 1 player by Octane rating system. I mean, just crushing it out. We'll see if he's Justin today, or if we get a little bit more of yesterday. I think I got a feeling Justin's gonna. I think he's gonna show up.
Does be pretty clutch.
I feel like he'll probably come in pretty hot today.
That's kind of what he does, bounce back. Let's talk about yesterday, though. Let's rewind real quick and find out how we got here. Envy and Energy fighting it out on the lower side of the bracket, and it's all because of this. Envy versus G2, a fun first matchup here. And yeah, G2 ain't here, man. We have seen the mighty fall. And Envy kind of came out yesterday swinging.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy to see how everything got wrapped up, but primarily by watching the matches, you've been seeing this evolution of Envy. It all starts with Mist in his interview saying, well, not even in his interview, just in-game comms saying, hey, let's do what SG does, but better. And they take this playstyle fast, aggressive, and understanding that they need to adapt to the circumstance that is in front of them. And every single game, they go up against tougher and tougher opponents, and they learn to adapt, overcome, and they just keep putting pressure on. It's been absolutely fantastic to really let those guys go loose. Mist purposely changed his playstyle, his team, to play aggressive, fast, flashy, but still lock it down on defense, and he's been doing everything but.
Not only did they change it, but since that moment, they've been interchanging between the two based upon what the other team is doing. So it is reactionary Rocket League to a point. We like to say you want to play your game style, but they have 2, and they're just picking and choosing which one they're going to implement based upon what the other team presents. And having Envy have 2 really distinct different styles they can throw at you is throwing teams for a loop.
When we talk about the maturation of the game and how players we've seen metas of each individual sort of discipline, and now it's all the culmination. Now you need to play Team Rocket League, and that's what we kind of saw in this RLCX. Now as we push forward, your team needs to have multiple levels. All of these teams that we've seen the past year or so, we say this is how they play. Now you kind of have to have 2 separate approaches, maybe even 3 to be the top dogs. FaZe Clan and Susquehanna, neither here, as we'll take a look down on the bottom side, but FaZe Clan has stepped up. The Sonic's looking good as well, but I think FaZe Clan coming through really impressed a lot of players, and Dapper was here as a substitute, and they still made it this deep into the tourney.
Game 1, 10 goals. It was like a freestyle competition of who could score the better ones, but then FaZe settled in and really turned it on, and AJ and First Killer just took turns slapping the ball at the back of the net with whatever mechanic they wanted, and Dapper also getting more involved. It was exciting to see he's not just watching for the pass to float over his head and First Killer says, I don't want to pass, I want to go for a flip reset. Dapper actually comes in, makes some pretty big plays, and has been doing a really good job actually of boost denial. If you go back and look at some of the stats, it is evident to me that that is where his big focus has been, to remove it from some of the other guys. We'll see if he does that and continues that today.
Yeah, getting through, getting in the way. The big thing for FaZe there really was trying to figure out what the issue was between AJ and First Killer kind of being one mind and getting on top of each other a few times. As we got further and further into it, FaZe cleaned that up more and more and kind of did go to that really upfront AJ, First Killer, Dapper able to kind of fill the gaps where they need to, and to do as much as they did, considering they came in and told us, hey, we didn't play together before this tournament. We didn't even really scrim or practice at all. We just kind of jumped in and said, let's see where we get. They made quite the run.
After that, we saw the General Energy versus Shopify Rebellion in upper bracket finals. And this is usually where you say, all right, Shopify Rebellion has been insane this tournament. But I mean, at the end of the day, energy is energy, and this is where they kind of take things and run with it. And game number one didn't go that way. It was in the direction of Shopify, and then as the series went through, we saw energy kind of make some moves, but ultimately, folks, spoiler alert, Shopify won this series, and it was, wow.
It was convincing. It felt like Rapid single-handedly deflated the tires of energy between offense and just putting Garrett on skates a couple times. He's got a drift turn that he puts in that a teammate comes and cleans up. But you're also seeing beast mode, fake challenges. You're also seeing Memory get hat tricks to close out series. This is a three-headed monster as well. We talk about Carmine Corp on the other side. You're watching the Shopify Rebellion team. This is the one I'm talking about.
Justin with the cleanup, actually.
I mean, someone cleaned it up. We didn't have to say that was Justin, but yeah, it's been impressive watching Shopify Rebellion's offense, and similar regards to the team that just took down EMEA, their defense as well has been impeccable.
They have done basically everything, right? They're the KC of the NA side of the bracket so far. It's kind of that similar storyline. F-Dot alluded to it a little bit, saying that we were going to see, much of the same here today, and they're already sitting up top awaiting. They don't have to do the run on the lower bracket that KC did.
That right there, that last kind of look that we just saw, real kind of clean until the last moment. You're going to hear us mention how Justin wasn't fully on yesterday, and that's what we mean. When Justin is off, that's how barely they miss. And we'll touch on that a little bit later. Envy versus FaZe. Envy obviously beating out FaZe to get to this point to wind up going against the General NRG, but Turbo might be the only one on the screen there, but he's certainly not the only one on the field. Atomic and Mist, a big deal of how this team was able to kind of make it through this FaZe clan as, the clam kind of snapped shut here. I felt like this is where FaZe, they got to this point, but they were unable to break through this wall.
Yeah, it was really tough. We saw a trend in this series where FaZe had to score at least 3 goals to get victories. And that was really the difficulty, because Envy does start to play that bunkered down defense kind of style. And for 15 minutes, 3 games in a row, it took them 2 seconds, obviously, in game number 5, I think it was. FaZe finally gets a goal again. So for 15 minutes, no goals for AJ and First Killer. That is saying something about how good this defense is on Envy.
Yeah, they were able, and again, it's the two-headed monster now, right? Envy can either come and beat you by saying, hey, let's have a shootout, or on the other end, if you are trying to play that play style against them, they can go ahead, fall back on the tried and true, bait you in, find some counterattack goals when you start overcommitting, which with FaZe and that two-headed monster of their own, of AJ and First Killer, those moments are going to come up.
That's the reason why I think I really liked this this development here from Team Envy, is the idea that we have such a good idea of how Envy approach the game. They come through in this defensive, choke you out mindset, and in this tournament, we saw something completely different, but when they go up against a team that their old style of play is just the better approach, so to speak, they didn't leave it behind. A lot of teams, when they try to add something new, they lose the old. No, they just added it to the repertoire. They're able to play Bach and Mozart. And I'm ready for some Envy music as we get into this one versus Energy, who I'm expecting a little bit of a bounce back from. If you got a chance to see the European bracket, this is sort of the other side. We had the favorites of Team BDS waiting in the wings for sort of the two teams that have been really hot at the moment coming on up. Shopify Rebellion has been hot at the moment and has been showing people why they should convert and be their fans. And the two favorites have to battle it out through the bottom side in Energy and Envy. That's the one we're going to see first. One best of 7 before we see who gets to bang around against Shopify Rebellion.
And it's going to be a good one, man. You're telling me everything's on the line. It's an elimination match. You got Energy, Envy, two teams we've seen play a lot is an understatement. This one is where we get to see where Rocket League really begins. To me, this whole situation started back for my own tournament, the Brawl 10K, when I got to see Envy clutch it out over Energy in that very grand final. It was one of the first tournaments we got to see Squishy with Energy, and it's kind of been building ever since that moment for me personally, because I got to see it firsthand. And it's like it's always been a rivalry of G2 Energy, G2 Cloud9 when they were like there was the big three for a long time, and now that Envy is back, this rivalry between these two teams has been something special to watch, and the fact that we get to watch it again with $50,000 on the line here in Ukraine, what more do you want as a Rocket League fan?
I mean, I could be greedy and start asking for more, but I don't really know if there's more out there for them to give me. I mean, it's maybe the cherry on top and just really take this 1 to 7. Make this, if we can get half of what we got out of the EMEA side of this, right here, this is where it starts, that storyline. And, you know, you were talking about the evolution of Energy, Squishy coming in. That's really been a big piece. And from I remember it, them coming in and basically winning everything. And then the question was, is it a honeymoon phase? No. They're going to go ahead and go down, win the North American Championship, and they'll take that. So they're coming in again. This is that right before we get into RLCS again. Are you going to set yourselves up, take down a W here today, and then go back on the run again?
I mean, Energy are a team where you can, after that last year, you could use the word like super team, right?
Yeah.
As a casual from the outside looking in at the Rocket League world, you know the name Justin, you know the name Squishy Muffins, and now they're on the same team, and everybody's afraid. And Energy has been making some noise over the past couple of years since that move. And then Envy, like you said, we've got the top 4, with Envy coming right on back here and being one of these teams that are hard to put down. When we talk about the best of 7 here, the question I want to ask the panel is Envy. We've beat the drum to death about this this multiple approach type thing. We know that they played defensive, and now this tournament has shown us the other side missed stepping up and bringing his team to a more aggressive style. Against Energy, what do you think is the better approach, and what do you think we will see?
They need to not let Energy control the pace. We've seen that from actual other teams, and Shopify Rebellion showed it perfectly in that upper final. What happens when you make it awkward for the other team? When they can't get things going, when Justin's not really feeling it, yes, they have very high levels to their squad, but when you're constantly applying that pressure and you're making it awkward for them, I think it's tougher to kind of get into a rhythm and into a groove. And when Justin gets into a groove, he's probably one of the best players in the world, if not the best player online, arguments for first killer and everybody else out there. But when Justin's vibing, when he's listening to his music and he's just doing his thing, like, I don't want to be on the other side of that. I don't want to be on the receiving end. It's not fun. So I do like Envy in the fact that their instinctual play, their base level, is just so good as a defensive unit that they can rely on. But I want to see them pull out all the stops, get aggressive, get in the face, go for some demos, and really power through. I'm looking for Atomic on this one. I expect them to hit some nutty stuff.
I think it's not just doing that, right? We know that they can now play the 2 different styles against NRG. I think on the side, they need to also just do the change up in pace. They're going to need to interchange those 2 play styles. They're going to need to play the bait you in, and then after they kind of get you into that lull, crank it up, take it downfield, start finding those opportunities. Let them get overconfident. Let them come downfield and give you some of those open nets to try and take some shots. Put them under pressure on that guy having to transition back, and then just swarm them. Then the bumps and demos come in.
It makes a lot of sense, because Energy obviously does tend to give a little bit more space with these fake challenges. And if they recognize that, quick counterattacks, you could have a lot of players retreating on Energy. It's a really good point.
I mean, we're back here in NA. I can make my baseball references. You know, you throw the fastball, and then if you have the 12-6, right, you leave the other guy off kilter. No?
Yeah, totally. Baseball.
Shout out to Spaceman. He gets it. Anyway, looking towards these two teams, the idea is about keeping the enemy uncomfortable, like Lawler said earlier. Energy, I think, coming into this one, the fun part about this is usually we have a favorite or a top card. I think both of these teams are 50-50 even right down the line. I honestly don't think that one playstyle befits another over one another. I think both these teams approach in different ways, and neither of them, there is no rock, paper, scissors, there is no fire, water, grass. I think Energy and Envy, this is, I'm not going to say coin flip because there's a lot more skill involved, but you could play this 99 times and have, you could play this 100 times and have 50 different results. That's the mathematical way to say that.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take a look at the history, these are two of the teams that have stayed the same in the offseason. 81 matches, it's 46-35 in favor of Energy with a 56.79% win rate. And to me, over the course of an entire season, when you're still within that percentile, that just shows that, yes, it comes down to the day, which is kind of the history that we talk about Rocket League. It comes down to the chemistry. How are you guys feeling? What's the mentality? All those small little nuances. That's when I look to players to have that breakout moment. Who's going to be the guy that puts the team on his back and says, you can rely on me. Build that confidence in me. Who's the guy that's going to be the one to create those opportunities? That's where I think that individual effort really comes to play. So I don't know who prepped better. I don't know who got the better night of sleep. But that stuff to me is the one that's really going to make the difference.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to a lot of individual play, and this is one of those ones where nobody on your team can have an off day. This is all three of you on both sides are going to have to show up. This is one of those ones that we want that, right? As the fans on the desk, I want to see that. I want to see all three players on both sides have a day. I have the best day of your lives, if you could, for me, because that's the type of series I want to see. But this is one that if one person is dropping the ball, it's a single series. This isn't the best of three yet. You cannot, that energy shift is not going to happen like we watched between BDS and KC. This is one, you got to get it done right now. Only one series.
Envy, Energy, any given Sunday. Winner plays Shopify Rebellion in the grand finals. Let's get it going.
Team Envy against the General NRG here in the lower bracket finals as Shopify Rebellion of all teams loom over. But what a run Team Envy have been on through this lower bracket.
They got knocked down day one by FaZe, and straight up, as I said yesterday, Envy on day one were just trash. Like, they were not good at all. But since then, oh, it's been a different story. We got asked predictions in the back room. We're like, come on, predictions between NRG and Envy are so close. They always go down to the wire. But within this tournament, I know NRG made the run through the upper bracket, getting dropped by Shopify. And it felt that Shopify had that plan to drop NRG, right? They'd gone into it with the homework done and were ready for that lesson. But could Envy end up teaching NRG a lesson?
Maybe they went to the lecture as well. The lecturers, Shopify Rebellion, showed them how it was done. Maybe they'll have picked up a trick or two. NRG, that would be 2 losses in a row to exit the tournament in third. I don't know if they'd be satisfied with that. They're going to fight tooth and nail.
They will. Justin already put a shot up on board. Unfortunately, it was the backboard that he touched there. Ooh.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, we got a DC or something, surely?
Yep, we do. We're just chilling.
Yep.
Chilling.
All right.
Let's
sit back down tight. We're good. We'll probably get this set back up. Don't you worry. God damn, I love admin privileges. Not an issue at all. Right, back to this. I think Envy takes this one.
You think I'm
gonna be the one to just, push the boat out there, buddy. Envy take this one because they really are going the extra mile. That game against FaZe, they just, could continuously just turn the wheels and keep it going. Against G2, 4-2.
True.
They were able to just keep turning the screws against Space Station Gaming 4-1. Envy have had an absolute gauntlet in the lower bracket.
You know what?
And done it.
That's fair enough. You've made a good argument. I'll take it. I will point out a trend though. Great CV they've got in the lower bracket. Envy knocking out G2, Space Station, FaZe. Not in that order, but it was 4-1. 4-2, then 4-3. Are you noticing
So this is
a trend
going to be
there?
a 4-4, but that then
Yes,
leads us to
4-4.
an issue, Ty.
No, I don't see an issue with 4-4.
In a best of 7, 4-4, 4 plus 4, carry the 2, and draw the Batman symbol in there, and that's 8.
Yeah, I can't
we don't have 8 games.
Yeah, I can't remember the Batman symbol being part of my general arithmetic teaching, but maybe, you know.
Makes just as much sense as an A, B, or a C in maths, but
It does, yeah. If it works for you, yeah, I'll take it. But to be fair, we've been informed there's been a crash from one of the players' PC, so they'll be getting that fixed up. No idea who. Gonna be tense for the players in that spot, though. I can tell you, you're pumped up, ready to go. You may have been testing the lobby. You load in for the kickoff, you go, and then you're not. It's a little bit underwhelming, and even for us as well.
I generally don't have that issue unless it's in tournaments mode, and then that is a big annoyance right there, of course. Luckily, in this tournament, we don't have that issue. We can just get it reset on up, wait for everyone to be ready, and then bish, bash, bosh, off to the races, off to the race here. And NRG, the desk alluded to it, Justin's not feeling himself. He's not juiced up like he likes to be.
I mean, you could say he's not juiced up. That's mainly because of the Shopify series and how it was like, oh my goodness, NRG have just been dismantled 4-1. He still was putting the goals on the board. Justin's stats are literally out the wazoo. We'll get them to you as he's playing. The stats that I wanted to pull out was sort of justifying your prediction. I mean, I'm glad you predicted. I'm not willing to so strongly for MV as much as I could see it happening. You know, up to 18 times they played each other, these teams Lawler was talking
That's
about.
the biggest yawn I've ever seen. Sorry.
That yawn was incredible. The yawn of a champion. Yeah, but I can see 11 matchups in RCSX. It was a little bit close, you could say. 6-5 in favor of NRG. But the most recent matchup, as you admire the happy faces of the Envy players and one headset, no face there on the left, that's missed, I believe. Not sure.
I mean, we used the 4 head cams. This is just like going beyond that. Like a new meta is formed. I mean, Atomic there for a moment looked like he joined the Blue Man group, you know? Different little rituals.
Again.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, no, back to normal. Good stuff.
Blue screen of death. No, please no blue screen of death.
That might have been the crash. Who knows?
Who knows? The most. I mean, how would it still be how would it still be sending?
Doing it off his phone.
Get
that mounted above.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, I'll give you that. Still, though, the most recent matchup between these two teams, ladies and gentlemen, was actually in another wonderful tournament, Dazarin's Wave Dash, and it was in the Swiss stage. NRG definitely had a tournament to forget in that one, but one of the series that they'll unfortunately remember going into this matchup is the fact that they lost 3-1 to MV, and it was pretty clean and efficient, as it often is when MV put a series away.
But these two teams have faced off against each other. Like, we went back 11 series, right?
Oh, we're finally in.
6 in favor to NRG, 5 to MV.
Yep.
They are just so close. I mean, it's always been a great rivalry, no doubt about it. So let's hop onto the pitch. DFH Stadium.
DFS Stadium. They're very comfortable.
Oh, no, it's such
Missed.
a random take.
No one will understand that, so it's fine. Garrett.
Just
I'll be
British
back for it.
people on American broadcast, like,
This is unfortunately what happens. I send out my deepest apologies to everyone. I know we are terribly annoying at times, but thankfully the gameplay is not. Early on, I'm excited to see who comes out here all guns blazing, and my answer has been answered by Atomic.
It has indeed. The open net back there. Garrett G, the furthest man forward. And
Missed and Turbo thought about it.
He'd gone past everyone from Envy. Like,
Yep.
did they forget which side they were on?
No, I'm not sure. I think it was just a really caught out challenge in the midfield that caught the entirety of NRG, who were caught in transition, trying to push forward, and suddenly it opened up. It's easy to open up a defense as well if you take out one of the players, as Turbo did directly there. Envy striking first, and it's a 1-0 scoreline. If you look back to yesterday when NRG fell to the Shopify Rebellion Rebels, 2 of the games in that series were a seriously tense 1-0 scoreline. And I reference that because clearly, you know, it's always difficult to play from that spot, but NRG will have fresh memories of the fact that they weren't able to find the equalizer in a crucial series.
Turbo not able to extend the lead there as it went into the post. NRG's backline defense just doing enough as Justin steps onto the ball. Turbo putting it past him. Garrett G. Missed has found an exit path, only good enough to put it down to the midfield. This is now becoming a little bit of a scrap, a brawl between these two teams as Envy got that easy surprise opener goal. NRG won't let them have that again.
Squishy lets that one go for Justin nicely. He's forced two of the defenders to commit, and it's great for NRG to set up on offense even though no one was there to take the shot. Squishy is there to take that challenge. It's a chance now for Garrett, who slaps it with the wheels of his car, and it cannot be kept out.
No, it cannot. Approaching the ball perfectly in this situation. Envy a little bit clustered up. Garrett just clinging, precision, control, accuracy to put it into the top left.
That was really nice. It was like a trampoline shot. It was great. Seriously, all four wheels perfect. Often when you get a wheel hit with the car, it can be weak, but when you meet it clean like that, Garrett showing us how it's done, and Envy's defense caught napping just a little bit. We are all tied up in game one.
Atomic puts it out wide, missed, and Turbo chasing onto it. Garrett G has got no skin in this game. Atomic, though, has got a slammer.
That is quite the shot from Atomic, the man who had 75% goal participation when they played in Wave Dash. You can see exactly why. He's already got 2 here in game one, and that one quite a lot more attractive than the first.
I'm now trying to think in my head, like, what should be the amount you're looking at for goal participation? Because
about 55-ish is usually quite average, because you would say, you know, 2/3 of the players involved. That's if every single goal has an assist, right? But that does not happen.
No, it does not, because solo goals exist, and hallelujah, because they are lovely to see. Got loads of players on the pitch right now that could pull off a solo goal, or who, if they wanted to risk it for the biscuit. It's Squishy, a muffin. Not a fan of biscuits, apparently.
Actually, it's a cookie. I will translate for you there, no problem. Risk it for the cookie doesn't sound quite as cool, though.
No, it don't rhyme, so that's why, you know. Sorry.
Just sorry.
I mean they do have biscuits out there, but they're like some breakfast thing. And
I'm not really sure.
yeah, it don't make sense. That does make sense, though. Mr. positioned himself perfectly to follow up on that, and he's even starting a counter-attack, steals the 100 boost. Atomic steps on into the corner, looking for Turbo on the opposite side. Garrett G does get the clearance, but missed in the midfield. Follows up, sends it high. Does he have to flip reset? He don't need it, because Turbo's there on the line, and it will be another goal for Envy.
NRG caught with their hands in the cookie jar there, both back, unable to make the challenge. It's another crossbar down for Envy. Clearly the woodwork on their side so far, back with a 2-goal deficit now. NRG being pushed back.
I wonder if Twitch chat can figure out we've got dinner after this, and so that's why the food keeps being brought up. Yep. As Garrett G, he's looking for Justin. Gets caught out. It's Squishy. That's a loose ball just up in the air. That's just buying time. NRG handing the ball over effectively to Envy, and I'm not sure that's what they want to do in this situation right now.
No, really not. When time is of the essence, it's essential that Justin can maybe launch some pressure off this, but what a clear from Atomic. Garrett's got to control it, but I don't think he'll get boosted. He won't get the ball. He won't even have a car by the end of it. Missed, nearly stretching around that ball and tucking it in for a 4th. NRG, they are being rocked at the moment.
They are indeed, and it's now within a minute, within 45 seconds, 2 goals to find, and it's Envy on the attack. Justin not able to get past Turbo, and Turbo on the exit path, missteps in, passes to Atomic, who wants to stay on this one. He's feeling cheeky, he's feeling giddy for that ball, but unfortunately the defense has got other ideas.
Turbo, patient, waits for the challenge in the corner. Doesn't go his way, but every second counts here. And NRG's comeback growing ever steeper as he meets it in the midfield again. He's going to get the block again. Justin unlucky, but he's been bumped back there. It'll help his recovery. He wants more than that right now. The block comes through on the defense from Envy, and all they need to do is run this clock right down. The shot, what a save from Mist. A crucial save there with a kickoff potential. NRG could have had a chance, but Mist said no. The man with the defense, he's been doing it all tournament long as well. He is 2.36 saves per game coming into today. That's 3rd of any player and top of all the players left in the tournament.
When we got asked those predictions earlier, you know, they came in and was like, oh, who's going to come out on top? Everyone went NRG, Envy, and was like, We're not really sure, to be honest. It is a coin flip, and we just went against each other for the sake of going against each other, and I just realised this ain't my pen.
The imposter is here. No imposters on the field.
Sorry, that's just really weird. I don't know whose pen I've stolen, but I know Envy have stolen a game away from NRG, and I don't know, they're looking a little bit lackluster still, NRG, aren't they?
I mean, Squishy managed to get his assist. I was thinking about how to keep him quiet. It's exactly what the Shopify Rebellion side did so well in the winners final. And of course, Squishy may not always be the highlight of the team in terms of on offense, but when you look at his stats, his assists have always been very strong, bringing Garrett and Justin into the play. And then you look at the Shopify series, he didn't get a single assist.
No. In that Shopify series, Shopify shut down NRG. They were intercepting every single shot, forcing NRG into their backlines and not letting NRG have fun. In this game, it felt like NRG just did not have the pace. They did not have the want to really pass to each other and build up those plays. Now, I'm just going to put that down to game one. You know, they need to get themselves warmed up. We shouldn't take too much away from it. I mean, we can take away that Envy have seen the opportunity and taken game one. Sure, whatever. Game two is going to be what we can take things away from. Are NRG playing up snuff today? Or is Envy just going to be riding on through into the sunset and meeting up with Shopify Rebellion in the grand finals?
Make that sound really romantic.
I mean, when you've got Stacks and Spaceman on desk, it's pretty romantic.
Oh, that's fair enough. There's no love lost between the two teams. Right now, though, here in the lower finals, the general NRG looking to bounce back against Envy. You were saying they didn't really have the confidence pushing forward on offense. They did get a nice link up for the one goal they got, but certainly the first goal was really weird, right? The defense, no one was home. They'd all moved out, not really sure what was going on, and they got caught out again for the third goal. Seemed a little bit cheap, and usually with NRG, you've got to pay a much higher price.
You do indeed. We take a little bit of a tour around the studio. That Formula One car, always spectacular. I love that we just get this as a sight in front of us, but
Unreal Engine.
It's good. I mean, little glimpses of what can be done in the upcoming season. The guys here at WePlay playing about with it, and we actually got to see some of the behind-the-scenes stuff where they were setting up camera angles and the motion paths, and we were just here at the desk doing our sound checks like, oh, damn, you can really go. Like, that stadium out there, if they want to, can just go fly about inside. I think they show that on the analyst desk, but we don't ever get to see that from our caster side of things. Damn, that's high res. But looking at this.
Yeah, let's look at this. We're too busy looking
at
it.
We're damn those wheels.
Okay, stop. Look, there's a plethora.
Brilliant. I'm a massive Formula One like motorsport.
I know.
So
I know.
It hurts right now.
It's a plethora of possibilities with the Unreal Engine. I'm thinking about the possibilities this series. We just had the EMEA Grand Finals. It was so back and forth and emotional. How much can change over a best of set? But this is only the one best of 7 here in the lower finals. Loser goes home third. And you can't imagine they'd be too happy with it, either of these teams. Envy, sure, a great lower bracket run. They are running the gauntlet and they're trying to go the distance. But NRG, statistically as well, and especially as North American champions, we've seen them better and we know that they're expecting better.
But do we think we can get the producer to do a front flip?
No, I don't think that card has a front.
No, sorry.
Oh, well.
I love taking you off track. It's so funny.
I mean,
normally you're the one doing it.
I think one of the players has gone off on a test track or something, honestly.
Yeah.
They've gone for a walk. Who knows? We're just chilling here, and maybe it benefits NRG. In fact, of course, as I say that, we're back in the game. Smiley faces in chat, everyone. Let me see wall of smiley faces. Game 2. Who will be smiling by the end of this?
Well, you've got to be looking at Envy to be smiling already as they took game 1. But as I said, game 2 will be the real decider of how these two teams are feeling today. Squishy already feeling it, sending it towards net. Justin with the pop back, ready for Garrett. What are his options here? He's put out wide towards Squishy, but what can Squishy do if he throws it, hoping for the second touch? But that's all he's got. He needs a teammate there to lay it off to.
You see Garrett in the midfield again. Just a tendency to sort of smack the ball away from NRG just a little bit. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. You never really know how it's going to work out until you see the result. Justin He's got the old school wheels on. I can't remember what they were back released with the Neo Tokyo. I haven't seen anyone use it in professional play since Chronobi back at Season 1 LAN.
I was going to say, were they from the Esper or the Massimino?
The Esper, those are the Esper wheels. Wow, we're good. That was good. I can't believe you remembered that. Spot on.
I just got praise chat. Yeah. As Atomic sends this into the corner, Garrett put it back into the mixer, and Atomic's done spectacular getaway alongside Mist to now run it. Forest Company down the pitch. Turbo looking for Mist once again for the finishing touch.
Save.
But Mist with the fadeaway. Squishy.
Look at this.
Well, he's letting himself in.
That's ridiculous. You try and knock down the defense, and here's Squishy off the inside of the goal. Garrett just spectating as he chopped them to pieces by himself, walks it into an open net.
Well, if you thought NRG weren't showing up today after Game 1, well, we warned you. Game 1 don't matter. Game 2 is where we really get to see how they play. And they play pretty damn well as Justin on the ball, taking it up the wall. Turbo does dislodge it, and Atomic can't keep a hold of that. Just a couple of bumps against that wall makes it difficult to control Squishy, forcing a 50-50 from Mist as Turbo. That's a nice bit of control, but that is... the dislodge from Justin, where he just got under Turbo's wheels, so Turbo got spun out. Beautiful.
And all three had to commit for that save. Mist had got another one for his collection just before that, but NRG are turning the screw, but not going to be expert plumbers on that occasion. The counter-attack is there from MV, but Atomic isn't able to follow it up. And you see the stats in the past when NRG can get the first goal in the matchup. They're winning it practically 4 out of the 5 times. Anytime it has happened between these two teams, they usually, and I don't want to curse them, are really good at defending leads against Envy.
I'm not going to accuse you of being a witch.
I said usually.
Yeah, I'm watching you, buddy. As Atomic sends it down to the mid. Justin, that's a nice, juicy shot.
Hey.
And the boy, the man, gets the second for NRG.
And there will be no wide Peepo sads today if that keeps up. The best statistical performance of the tournament so far in NA. Justin may have been on vacation recently, but he's looking like he's been here all along. He's the top scorer in terms of score per game, but we know that doesn't mean anything. Of course,
Yeah.
over 500 though. That's ridiculous.
I mean, Justin's a ridiculous face it. Another shot put forward by Mist. Wider target, and Squishy digs it on out. Digging that move, I've got to say, is Turbo. Waits in the corner. He knows he's got tons of time, but the formation from the team there just a little bit off kilter.
Missed. Finding himself on defense again, but he doesn't look like he's going to be able to get off of it without much ball. He does get the boost steal, and he has gotten the touch. A nice play from him. You see all 3 players of NRG penned in as Turbo takes the shot, but Squishy getting the save now under 2 minutes. Envy still need to. They're going to get pushed back again. Turbo deny that mid boost from Justin. Gets some space for Mist, who comes down off the ceiling, has got boost to get a second touch, but look how quickly Garrett G challenges him.
I'm looking and I'm liking as Justin is even able to follow up on that, buys enough time for Squishy to get back and onto that ball. Trying to send it around the well. Garrett G behind Justin. He gets the demo on Turbo, but he doesn't get the ball. Mist runs it. Nice counter, nice pickup. And it's nice to see Envy with 1 up on the board.
A little bit of stress now just creeps into them NRG comms, or the NRG fans. Just a little bit more stress on them as well. The lead, please. I'm feeling more stressed than any of them. They do need to defend this lead, or else I look like a bigger Wally than usual, which is saying something. As
that is, yeah.
They are. Thanks. Coming from the wall, Squishy looking for the infield. Garrett, he will get the link up here. Will they restore the 2 goal? Oh, not quite missed. Seriously, I need to see his save stats after this series.
1 minute left. And it's going to be a massive minute. Envy get this one, well, 2-0 up in this best of 7. Half of their job's done already. NRG get it, and well, you guys get the idea. As Justin able to get the block over Miss Garrett G. Always been faked out by Atomic. The pop-up for Turbo. And how does Garrett G predict that? He's got the line perfect. Squishy's got the clearance perfect to buy a bit of time to get back in the mix. Throwing it back in the mix is Miss and Atomic. You know this is a good rivalry.
But NRG are sitting back confidently. They let that passing play come back to Atomic. He absolutely leathered it towards the top corner, but so much of that blue net covered in. It was Squishy who saved it near the top corner, and it's where it gets sent twice in a row. He can't get blocked on that one, but Garrett, he will put in one for now. Atomic, he's not going to get the touch. Missed. He's going to go up the wall when he's trying to send it backboard, but Garrett, what a clear that is from a man who was practically stationary on that backboard. Hugely clean connection. Dunk from Justin, but no, it's still up. It's around off the ceiling corner, and Turbo, he's got a sort of pinch, and it's worked its way over to Miss, but he's got a miracle to pull off here. He tries to get the flip reset. It's not happening. NRG tied up with game 2.
We've just got off a long best of 3 set, didn't we, of 7, and it's still bewildering. We realised we casted 17 games. And they brought us back in for this, of course, and I know Stacks and Spaceman waiting in the wings, back in that green room, watching this match to see, do NRG have it in them today, or do Envy have the capabilities to take down the Shopify Rebellion squad that I wouldn't say is flawless, but so damn clever.
Yeah, it is. I'm excited for the grand finals as well, but we've got an even crazier match unfolding in front of us. You alluded to sort of like a marathon. It's what Envy have been doing this tournament. Now that that game 2 is in the books, they have played more games than any other team in North America this tournament. Their tally reaches 24. It'll be more than that by the end of this series at least. They are doing things the hard way. It's not all going smoothly. Squishy getting his MVP that game. He's not being kept quiet.
I was about to say, like, you know, that's a crazy stat that Envy's got the most games, but at the same time, yeah, that's what you get when you get knocked down first round. Like, yeah, sure. But it's always that constant progression, the growth of Envy, where I truly think they're starting to look on the top of their game. NRG made life difficult for them there with such quick little counters and progressions downfield, and Envy just was not ready for it, especially after that game 1. So game 3 here, NRG looking up to deal damage. Envy, do you have a response to that last game? Can you get things set back on the right track? We're here in Utopia Coliseum, another 5 minutes on the clock, and yeah, we just keep playing Kabul.
I mean, look at Justin again, though. If there was some sort of Rocket League fashion market, he would definitely be a model. He's changing wardrobe every single game as it stands here. He's got the white zombies out there looking fine with the alpha boost, but it doesn't matter how fine he looks. It's the plays that we're looking for, and he's not really managed to get it deep downfield there.
I was going to say as well, like, that's a pretty standard pro setup that Justin's running, and it's largely because Justin made it famous. Like, everyone wants to be Justin. He's that damn good. He is.
Missed. Oh. A little bit close. You always wonder when that comes bouncing down off that ceiling corner whether the answer will be there for the defense, but it was there from Squishy. An important clearance from him, but they are still on the defense. Justin makes his touch, but Mist is there again, filling in the cracks and holes in rotation so well. Turbo there to clean it up, and well, would you look at that.
Envy back on top. It wasn't so easy to gain for the first minute. Anyway, after that, Squishy letting the ball linger in the middle. Close. Justin not ready. Justin nearly got it. You're right, it was close, but he was not expecting to be put in that position.
True.
NRG, they just got weird vibes going on.
Oh, what have they got?
I mean, straight from what we just saw to that, those are incredibly weird vibes. The wavelengths are so wobbly.
Oh my, you see
But
Garrett
it's an
trying to
adventure.
get the cleanup as well. He bumped Atomic as he was going up to that post. It was actually a 3-man play when you look at it that way. What a shot from Justin from halfway. What an equalizer from NRG.
Nice little rhyme set, bud. It was unintentional, but I dig it.
Oh.
Justin, could he get a
what a
freebie?
save.
No, missed. Like you said, brilliant save. And Atomic wants to follow through. Getting the ground pitch, getting the demo. Squishy with a response. You do not remove my man. So,
Great to see that save from Mist. You know why Justin put that ball far side, got around it, because you were expecting the pre-jump from Mist, from point-blank range. Usually your defender will be jumping early because they know if that goes, you know, direct to the goal near side, he's never going to be able to react in time and make the save. But, you know, maybe questioning the angle that he could actually get. Mist held his ground and ended up being flexible enough to backflip and keep us at this level scoreline. That save really was hugely significant.
It was, and you can see that this game is speeding up, can't you, Ty? And would you say that's more NRG's doing, Envy's doing, or just the natural flow into each other? Why does the game change pace?
Yeah, NRG just seem to have, after game one's weird shenanigans on their back end, have been doing a much better job of reaching Envy and challenging them much further up the field. They're sort of the ones forcing them on the back foot. Atomic isn't able to reverse that there. You see NRG really want that lead in the series, but maybe if they get too impatient, they get counterattacks come their way like that.
They do indeed. Miss throwing it back in the mixer. Turbo does get this up for Atomic, who's thrown into the air. Justin sending it downfield, buys his team some safety. You know, Squishy chases onto that. The demo onto Garrett. Miss only Justin back. Missed, throwing it in, but Atomic a little bit too far back. Turbo was shadowing, so no one to receive.
Such a sneaky pass from Mist. He made one cool play at one end of the field, and now down the other. Let that ball roll for just a second up that wall and jumped up behind it, getting the chip that not only had the height, but also the lateral move out from the goal. And to be honest, I think his teammates were as surprised as we were that it managed to be so perfect like that. NRG couldn't respond to it in time. Atomic continues to get them more wave dashes, I will highlight, but yeah, as much as they can pull them cutting edge plays, it doesn't matter if they're not getting on the end of it.
They do be looking sharp, and this
never mind
is deadly from Atomic for game number 3, as that could be all she wrote, but 1 minute 20 left in it. I don't think that's the last we're going to see from these two teams.
So difficult from Garrett coming from that post. He's got his flip, but he's always going to collide with the crossbar at that. The line he needed to take, he just couldn't. He was out of woodwork to get the block, slipped in just by his Fennec. And so often Garrett has been that big game player for this NRG side. The general NRG, so known for their big game performances as well. They may not have won the winners final.
What a demo from Squishy!
Huge demo, but he's not going to be able to put the ball in off of it.
But it's fine. NRG still should have control of the ball as he had Turbo on 0, but no one wanted to commit into that. They were cautious. They were respectful of their opponents, and sometimes you do have to show a little bit of disrespect. Just get those demos in, charge at them.
That's difficult.
Make them sweat.
Envy nearly got the sweaty goal, but it was intercepted by Justin, no problem. And still late in this game we go. Game 3 currently in the hands of Envy, but will it change? Justin looking for a tidy air dribble, but he's out of boost in the tank. Turbo avoids the bump while he gets to that aerial, gets it aside, continues to kill the clock. NRG need to generate a chance here, and Justin keeps it close. Oh, it was so good. He baited in the defender, but nobody expecting it, Squishy included. He's the one not on the end of it now.
Final 10 seconds. NRG gonna have to pull Rabbit out of the hat right now to finish it off. Ball still in the air. It's over towards Squishy, but it is also onto the floor. No one to come on through. The third man missing. Error 404. No cars found. But what we have found is Envy 2-1 up in the series.
Just 3 shots for NRG that game, but how crucial that 1 on 0 seconds could have been. Crossbar down, you feel bad for Squishy. If it was on target, might have snuck in, although the save looked like it may have been there. If it was any higher, it could have bounced off the backboard for Garrett G.
Could have. Should have. And would have. But no, that don't matter. At the end of the day, you've got to put your car in the right place at the right time to get a goal. Sometimes there is a little bit of luck involved. Sure, we accept that, but the plan was there. The execution, though, at the final hurdle, well, that pole between the sticks was just falling on the floor. When the ball fell on the floor, Envy 2-1 up in the series, and I wouldn't be surprised if we just keep getting this back and forth, because That's what we see from these two teams, is that back and forth.
We were highlighting Garrett as a big game player, though. When you look at the series he had against G2 earlier in the tournament, my oh my, he was contributing to 2 goals a game. When you combine his goals and assists, he really showed up there, as NRG's offense did. In general, right? It was an amazing performance, and you can see he's the only one here. He's a little bit lonely. He's got 2 logos for company. He still has a little bit of a smile on his face.
Perhaps they're trying to channel him some more energy from NRG.
I'm dead inside now.
Yep. Well, we're seeing this alongside you guys because, you know, production didn't expect a 3-second goal, but hey.
We know why he was smiling. Because they'd scored, but we didn't know.
Trust you to look on the right side of everything. Every cloud is silver lining, and every team has got their rival, their match. BDS found that in Carmine Corp. NRG, you're finding it in Envy here, but you've got to step up. You've got to be bigger. You've got to be better than your opponents if you want to go on and face Shopify Rebellion. 30 seconds already gone by. NRG with that quick opener. Justin looking for Garrett, but it's blocked down by Turbo.
A lot of the dynamic you probably could have foreseen coming before this series. As much as Envy seem to play a more counter-attacking game, they've managed to put up more shots in various times this series. Coming into the game, you may not have expected that exactly. NRG have been putting more shots up on the board than any other team in the tournament, bar G2, who were getting nearly 10 a game. Whereas Envy, way more saves than their opposition today. It's a clear dynamic to see, but they're going to have to come out of their shell now, and we're going to see something change maybe out of the machine, because they've got to come back from 1 down.
Do indeed. Already 1 minute down in this game. I hanged on. What was going to happen?
I was wondering about the double touch. If Turbo didn't quite get his defensive touch, Garrett, he looked like he was going to get the second to finish it off, but Turbo stood his ground well, got that read. He's got a great pinch here as well to link up with Atomic, who somehow gets a crazy 50 as well. Link back with Turbo, but Justin back to see it out.
Time keeps on rolling on. Envy keep on looking for that goal. Not found this time round as Turbo sends it into the corner. Mist was lingering, gets out dodge, rolls it on back to the midfield. Pass off, the layoff for Mist with the pass back to Atomic. I love the creativity coming through from Envy today. Can I just say that?
It's not the first back and forth passing play they've gone for. They've already succeeded at it multiple times, but no, not that time. And they'll be running out of time if they can't find another example of it soon. He's out of the midfield. It's going to be much more direct this time until Atomic tried to get a little cheeky touch in front of Justin, but he had his man marked well. There was no room for wiggle there.
Turbo just putting it off towards the side. Squishy somehow hung on to that. He had full hand grasped it. There was no letting go.
He just took 2 players out of the game. Quick, clean recovery off the wall. Tucks it in. What more do you want?
Hashtag just squishy things.
Nice. Can we get some more?
If you ask nicely.
Please?
We'll have to wait and see if he's feeling so generous. I don't think so, because that was not generous at all. That was rather quite killer instinct as Squishy looked to have a little bit of a bloodthirst there to go for the demo. Justin on the wall, going for a pass, blocked on out. Garrett. Oh, that second touch, he didn't want to go like that. He wanted the back pass to Squishy. Just went awry a little bit. Squishy buying time. 50-50 from Turbo. Throws it towards Atomic. Wants to put it underneath, but Justin is there.
Strange that Mist got a crazy whiff on the wall, and it threw everyone for a loop on NRG, who were ready for the ball to come their way, and it just sort of didn't. Squishy had already jumped off the wall. That one's close, and Turbo was therefore able to get the time and space to make a challenge for him, and Envy able to open up the play because of that, but they don't seem to make anything to close of it. Squishy, no way, that was close, but Mist this time makes great contact, and it's a great save.
Mist says names so much during this tournament because he has truly been involved. Turbo as well to step in, pass 1. Wants to get it past 2. He does get a pass as well, but the third, as you said, just saved. Straight up. NRG, you're correct.
That was instinctful save there. They might have to make another. That pass is going to be popped high smartly by Atomic to avoid that dunk. The shot is even better, but down again. It is Garrett making the last-ditch block. There needs to be another. This one from Squishy. NRG all around the goal mouth. Justin's got one. A whole team of collection of goal line saves in the final minute. The 2-goal lead still intact, but will it last? Turbo over the bar. The bump coming through. Justin is there. NRG going to transition and nearly get a goal to show for it.
Can we just quickly do a check to see if NRG is not just free cats, because their reflexes, their reactions are too damn quick.
And one mistake is all it takes. How frustrating is that to not be able to get the offense, and Atomic not making the read of the ceiling corner, and for all the hard work Envy were putting in by trials and tribulations, so desperately requesting a goal, being denied it again and again. NRG walk up the other end and get one so easily.
You're saying they're requesting a goal. I'm going to request right now, Twitch chat, who do you think is going to take this, as it looks like we're closing on in to a 2-all in the series? All I'm asking really is, which fans are louder?
Maybe NRG after this game, certainly. Riasti would be smiling by the end of it. Smiling at the start with a kickoff goal was Garrett G, and smiling at the end is probably the same guy. 3-0 is the scoreline here in Game 4 to tie us up 2-2 in this lower bracket final. NRG against Envy. General FRG, they have struck back, they have, but one of them will be going home.
No real spoilers, I guess, because you should have been tuning into the EU finals earlier, but we didn't get a Game 7. We were denied that pleasure. I reckon these two are going to give us that Game 7 that we, and I'm sure you guys at home, want to see so much. As we predicted, as we said, as it was foretold in the prophecies, as history dictates, these two teams just cannot help but go back and forth.
It does. You look at the series still. RLCSX 6-5 in favour for NRG, but the games we didn't get to talk about. Despite how close the series score is, game-wise it is 31-21 in favour of NRG. That's quite a convincing differential. But it also tells you one thing. Usually when NRG are winning these series, it's much more cleanly. When they're messy and back and forth, Envy have been managed and been able to come out on top many a time, which is weird to consider when you see how great that Game 4 performance was from NRG. This entire series is at tipping point.
It is indeed. The pitch waits for us out there. The players wait for us. You can see they're getting into the lobby right now. But who's going to take this one? 5 minutes on the clock. We head on over to Neo Tokyo, my favorite map in the entire game. Let's go. 2 apiece. Envy have control of the ball, but again, loose on the side. Squishy can't pick that one up, and it's all a little bit of a hodgepodge right now. Turbo making good. Envy score early.
Missed with a little bit of a weird doink here. Clearly didn't want to put it in the goal, just wanted the assist. No, he was trying to score.
Yeah,
Turbo instinctively, top right-hand corner, Envy strike back, and you see the players swarming around that ball in the opening 20 seconds straight off kickoff. They know what this means, regardless of the fact that it was a 3-0 scoreline to the general NRG. It is so close, and both these teams were wrestling to get the upper hand. And very
What a
quickly,
shot!
What is that? My goodness. What? Hello? Post? I don't even care. That was remarkable. 30 seconds in, I was about to say NRG have the upper hand. Garrett went underneath and did that.
Just... Hell yeah.
What are we
Let's
watching?
go! 1 apiece now. Could this be 2?
What?
No, they keep that out, Turbo. Where'd you get that idea from to somehow dig that on out, but the attacks keep on continue. You're going to be needed once again, but he is missed. Looks to drive it away, denied by Squishy. Looking for a second touch, it wasn't found. Atomic does get it off towards Turbo. Garrett G left in the back. Justin wants to go for the redirect. but Mist is there sitting, waiting for that ball to be delivered to him. And unfortunately, yeah, he's on the layer.
Turbo's up on the backboard now, trying to make something else bizarre happen, but it won't work out for Envy this time. The emotional roller coaster this game has already been. We're still only 90 seconds into it. I want more of the same. This is manic, this series, as both teams fight tooth and nail not to be eliminated. That grand final, best of 7 set awaits them against Shopify Rebellion. Show me there's a save there. Okay, the save from Garrett.
Yep.
No problemo. NRG calming down the pace for now.
Atomic, just, you have to pre-jump on those, so you need to get to the ball as quick as you can. He wanted to drop it down, but it just wasn't the perfect read. It don't matter. You know, they still kept control of it. They still kept pressure. Oh, that's a beautiful exit path ball from Squishy. But Garrett G, I'm not going to say he's wrong for going back into defense. Playing it safe when you're tied up, that's never the wrong choice.
Half time, all tied up in the series, all tied up in the game. Mist trying to get out of the corner. You see the aggression there. I don't know. You feel lucky that he's still alive there. That demo thing screaming for him round the corner at the time, where you probably just would have expected it the least, but that's probably exactly why. I think it was Justin who was going for it. Turbo won't be able to go for the ball. Atomic, his hit's important here, but Squishy wasn't quite able to read it. A great touch from Atomic it was. Justin, he'll get a second to keep this tight and safe for now. Doesn't feel all that much though, as Misty's up in the midfield. Gonna drop down to it, but still dead ball in the corner.
To clarify on earlier, it might not be the best choice to play safe, but you don't lose much from it. That's a not. Tell Shopify Rebellion that, yeah, oh, go. As Garrett G throws this back into he wanted to go block, just, you can't help but sit here in awe at some of the Rocket League you're seeing in front of you right now. As Garrett G throws it back towards Mist. And he's still doing it. He is lingering in his opponent's half. He is a massive nuisance. And Evie just can't deal with him.
That was so difficult. He forced the entire team to react. The pinch is great from Mist, but it's still out in front. Atomic has to try and read where Squishy was going to take that shot, and there was just enough gap for him to misguide him, get his car around the right-hand side, but flip across quick enough to direct the ball to his right-hand side.
Atomic going for a quick one here. Oh!
But the follow-up. Oh, Squishy's recovered. That was a big moment. Envy needed that equalizer. Will they get another chance that clean? We do not know. They'll find out, but the chance is going the other way. Mist has to deal with that hot ball. He's going to cool things down, but they don't have much time to enjoy the temperature.
Temperature right now, for some, might feel insufferable. For others, who knows? They might like the heat. As Mist pulls it in for an aerial dribble, Squishy does deny his control over it. Envy try to pounce, keep control of that ball, but there's so much back and forth right now. Demos to sprinkle on top. The ball moving down into the NRG half. They're not the ones that need to score. The goal needs to come out from Envy, and they are hunting for it. They are trying. They are testing the defense from NRG, but they have not cracked the code just yet. One after the other, they try a new formula, but still nothing comes from it.
Or if you can't stand the heat, then get out the kitchen. It's the General NRG holding all the cutlery at the moment. They're trying to flip the table. Oh,
They've done it.
They're gonna do that. Tied up, 9 seconds on the clock.
I want to know what they're cooking, because from the sight of it, from the smell of it, it's delicious.
Mist, the rock of this team. He really is involved in seemingly every play this series at both ends of the field. They may have missed a chance with Atomic's backboard read, but they strike back when it matters most. Envy, such a clutch team, and they clutch up here in Game 5 at the biggest of times.
Justin on the ball, sends it off the backboard. Turbo throws it off towards the wall. Garrett G keeps it alive. Justin flies under. It's a tantalizing thought, this, an OT. Twitch chat, how long do you think this one's going to last?
Oh no, you can't ask that question.
Yeah, I am asking that question. You don't control me.
Atomic, he's going to end it. He's definitely not going to end it immediately. He is Going to get a good dunk to buy time for Envy to push up the field. Turbo is going to do just that. He had a choice to make on that challenge, just made the decision early, didn't really know if he could or could go back, and as long as he stuck and back with himself, which is exactly what he did, he got the results, and he's got the results there again. 2 challenges in succession going his way.
Caught in the midfield by Mist, but Mist just got caught by Justin. So close this both game and series. Little in it to take advantage. Atomic drops it down. Squishy. I mean, in defense, it looks like things are safe as houses with Squishy there, but there was the idea, the thought, that it might all come crashing down. Squishy. He's a pretty darn good architect and builder.
Whoa, Atomic. That was a little dangerous. Squishy catching it again, though, buying lots of time for NRG, and that's a lot of the buzzword right now. You never want to catch yourselves off guard in defense, so you tend to transition a lot slower unless you know the counter-attack is on, and Squishy's double might be on the air dribble. He was threatening it after recovering, but Atomic, he was equal to it.
Was indeed. And Atomic chasing onto that, the pass off towards mid, but Squishy steps on in. Turbo straight up shot towards the top left is blocked away by the defense of NRG. His miss goes for the bump, but not a second man from Envy to follow up on it, so the bumps mean nothing.
See Envy a little reluctant to commit numbers towards the corners of the general NRG, just poking and prodding, hoping for a loose ball. That was it. 2 have committed. Now there's a chance, but Mist can not quite rise up to the ceiling quick enough to avoid putting it out wide.
I like this slow down from Turbo. He knows. He's got control of the ball.
Hang on.
That's why.
Oh, that was close. Mist had just gone across
As
the opposite
if
side
Mist
of
was
the net.
not getting that.
He
Come
had
on.
just gone to the front post. He had to quickly turn. It looked like the momentum was all going against him. Not a comfortable save because it was a fantastic shot, but no. We will calm down.
Yeah.
We get the 2s across the board and we carry on.
In your little faith. We are looking at some of the best Rocketeers in the world right now. And something as simple as a top right shot just not going to do enough, but it is all part of the building play. That pressure does build up to a mistake because everyone is human. You do make mistakes. But also, these 2 teams make beautiful works of art known as passing plays or solo goals. Who's going to be creating the next one?
Strange from Envy in that back corner. All 3 of them, little bunch, didn't end up getting punished because NRG, like Envy, don't want to commit heavy numbers. You see, even with possession, all 3 were back there. It's a solo play from Justin to get 2 out the game and start the transition for NRG. But now look at this. Will the early challenge come through from NRG? It will. Is there backup? No. Envy can transition now towards Atomic, but he won't get the touch he's looking for. And both teams still with cold feet. But that shot, the save from Justin. Oh, a glimpse of danger, but he just sees it off oh so closely.
It was a tantalizing thought. It nearly crossed the line. You could see the white shimmering in the center of that ball. You have to cross it to get the goal. We carry on. Nearly 4 minutes into OT. Nearly a double whammy just here in game number 5. Garrett G approaching the ball. Keeps under his control. Still got 37 boost left in the tank. Gets it past 1, but Atomic follows through. The shadow plays coming through from Envy are super solid. And that defense from Squishy is super solid as well.
You saw Mist swinging up for the hammer shot there. It looked like it was destined to happen, but it was at Squishy and he made the save, held his ground. Credit to him. This overtime lives on past 4 minutes and Envy gonna have to carve themselves another chance. You wonder at this deadlock, will it be a fatal mistake or a moment of brilliance?
I don't know. I have no answers for you right now. This scares me. But we keep watching. We keep going on because we need to know those answers. And there is only one way to find out. As Squishy sends it high. Mist reels back with a big hit. Atomic is there to get a touch. The waterfall down. but Justin sends it off to the side. He's got Garrett G in front of him.
Chan.
The shot, can he get a second touch? It's wide of target. Garrett G under the pressure, cracks the turnaround. The counter from Mist looked promising, but not able to beat the defense once again.
And the game just flared up there at the other end. Atomic with the ceiling down pass. Really baited in all players, but it went in NRG's favor. The counter, Garrett was a little too fast, but the first touch had so much hot sauce on it, and you do think maybe he could have got to that second touch. He did, but he couldn't quite get the angle as we approach 6 minutes.
Just quickly.
Yep.
Favorite type of hot sauce, go.
I'm more of a sweet chili kind of guy, to be honest. That's not really hot sauce.
That's fair. I'm like a sriracha dude, but you know, each their own. 6 minutes nearly into OT. Twitch chat, what's your favorite hot sauce? Quickly, you've got the chance to put it on in. We're keeping an eye. Maybe WePlay. What's yours? This is thrown towards the blue net. Squishy sending it out wide towards Justin. Into the corner. Atomic to me. That's on target. Turbo above net. Where's the follow through? Missed this there, but it's just high wide. But the shot looks so handsome.
We're learning so much about chat, but there's still no answers to your questions. Trying to build from the back. NRG, can they raise the roof here? Can they raise the level? That 3-0 win from last game seems like so long ago, but
why did Garrett G step away from that? He had boost.
He saw that Mist was there and he probably didn't think he could risk the challenge. The risk against reward didn't seem worth it. He made the decision in the moment as Justin looking for the double. Doesn't quite find it. Who reaches this second ball first? It is Garrett, but Mist again. There on the back. His touch is loose, but he's able to follow it up. Squishy gave him the respect. He was backwards and then he couldn't punish.
Well, I heart palpitations right now. I'm sure for a lot of people at home as this is definitely one to remember. Garrett G, what a maneuver to try and send that back towards the mid. Squishy does find Justin in the corner. Atomic with 0 boost, looking to dig it out. And he just stops. Let Turbo step on in. The call coming on through for him. 7 minutes and a half into OT. Atomic's not phased by this one, but it looks like he needs a helping hand. I'm right.
Oh, it is real tense here in the longest overtime of the tournament so far.
No, Turbo. He's doing it.
No, it's not. Justin's back in time here at the WePlay Esports Rocket League Invitational. You're joining us here in the lower finals. The upper finals, the grand finals awaits with Shopify Rebellion awaiting Atomic. Couldn't wait to try and get that second touch. No one was there queuing up for him to get the finish.
It's a slight little hint of desperation. You see that opportunity in front of you and you have to reach out and try and grab it. But unfortunately, it can be a smidge too far away. But WePlay on it has not hurt them at all. It was an attacking opportunity. And I mean, just like earlier with Garrett, I'd be upset if he didn't go for it. But as I said, they are safe. So it's not bad at all. Atomic in the corner. He's just passed it out to Squishy. It is blocked. Atomic still continues to hound this ball. Missed with a clearance. Is Turbo able to get a touch? No.
Oh my goodness, missed with the shot.
No.
It's open.
How is that the
goal? The loose touch on defense. 8 minutes and 38 seconds. It's Mist again, finding the gap, finding the amble, and Envy move to match point.
It may look, I'm not going to lie, like a bad goal, but it was a great decision. The shot itself, not fancy, but it don't need to be if you're beating the defense, if it's getting the job done. Well, that's what she wrote for game 5.
Crazy.
But I won't be surprised if we get another 2 of these and whew, it's going to be a long night.
And we talk about it. It was that slight mistake, the net being open. You wouldn't have expected it. The whole overtime felt like a horror movie. You never knew when the jump scare was gonna come, and after all that, it suddenly got us when we expected it least, as we see the highlights from this marathon of a game. The general NRG had a great 3-0 win in game 4, and they've just had to deal with that match nearly spanning 14 minutes. They got to digest it. They got to gather themselves, because they're one game away from being eliminated.
If we're going to get another one like that, guys, make sure, you know, stay hydrated. Take sips of water, because you're going to need it now more than ever. Because this ain't ending anytime. Yeah, let's go. Let's hydrate, you know?
We're hydrating? Okay.
Yeah.
That's really refreshing. The water out here in Ukraine, really, really good. Just tasty water. Love it.
Synchronized drinking is going to be the new Olympic sport, as far as I'm concerned.
And we already got to see Rocket League in association with the Olympics back with the Intel World Open, and now we can see Rocket League with, in association with WePlay, and it has been fantastic so far. You can't help but smile each and every moment of this tournament. But I bet you right now the players aren't smiling. You know why, Tylacto?
Why?
Because they got no time to smile. It's game face on. You cannot let emotion drive you here. You have to get the job done. You have to be, scores a cucumber, rock solid. A squishy downfield. Not necessarily rock solid by name, but by player, damn.
Oh, you said cucumber. Some fruits have rocks in them, but cucumber not be a fruit last time I
And they're
checked.
quite squishy as well most of the time. But when they go off.
Squishy's on the field. What are you talking about? He's just conceded to Atomic here in match point, who has found an angle where he should not have, but he's found the top shelf.
Did you see that bump I missed?
It was pretty wild.
Just like this series. Let's keep going as Atomic. Oh, he's already looking for Turbo straight off the bat. And Turbo's looking for net. He don't give a damn. He's going for the ball. He's got that Turbo Pulsar! Each and every time I think something is not possible, he's like, kick.
Only he could score a goal in match point of the lower finals while parking his car in front of the goal. He stopped time and then just pressed play when he wanted. The General NRG, after having the lead last game as well, fighting all the way through that overtime within a minute here in game 6. They're down by 2.
Truly, end to end, goal to goal. When they made Turbo, they broke the mold. Just, he is obnoxiously brilliant, but this General NRG side was built for brilliance. Can they turn this round right now? Still 3:35 on the clock, 2 goals, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's get the job done. But it is, defense is going to be needed right now as Justin gets the clearance. Guarantee approaches to take it. Oh, that's a slowdown by Atomic, but Squishy is denied by Mist right on the line.
There was another goal line touch above the backboard from Atomic. Envy holding on when it matters most. Can they keep it up? Squishy, his shot not good enough. Atomic with the pre-jump save is going to keep this clean sheet intact. The General NRG continuously knocking at the door because they forgot their key. They need to come and get someone to slam and kick this door down.
In the green room of that last series, after the EMEA finals, I said, right now I think NA has the best attack in the world. EMEA has the best defense. But after this series, I mean, that's right out the window. You're not seeing it again because, oh damn, this is some fantastic defense coming out from these two teams. The demo, it's a loose ball when Justin still can scoop it out.
But how many demolitions on right now? I feel like I'm in a Michael Bay movie in front of the blue net, and still no results, though. It could be 3, but it just ended up not managing. It's so close. Turbo, how does he do it?
As I said, it's obnoxiously brilliant from him. Like, there is no reason for someone to be this good, but there's Turbo.
That is a Turbo double touch to potentially seal the fate of the General NRG. They're 3 down, well under 3 minutes left. Miss, he can make it even worse, is it? A little bit close, but did Envy get overconfident? Squishy dribbles it, but he can again. He get the angle on the backboard. The shot from Gara. It's over. Is the response there, Turbo? Justin, the goal will come through. NRG get 1.
Okay, everyone breathe once again. It's not all doom and gloom for the General NRG. They are still in this series.
But as well,
they're going to have to pull off 2 more of those to just send us into another heartbreaking, heart-thumping, pumping OT. They've got 2 minutes to do it. It is very possible.
Turbo, so dangerous it feels like, so difficult to play against continuously. The thorn in NRG's side. this game. In fact, he'd been penning them in as well. They've broken out of it here, but they're not going to have the ball. That demo is going to help them out. Things have been getting more and more physical here on Neo Tokyo again. Justin not really able to conserve this one, though, and Atomic gets a nice awkward double, make it triple off the dunk. Huge play from him.
Now, Tom going off the boost there meant that Squishy could get the ball on out.
Squishy.
Oh, that was a great idea.
Never really know when you see your teammate up at that angle, though, whether they're going for the shot. They may have cooled the pass back down, but so difficult to get that angle as well. Fine margins. The general NRG not managing to hit it with Squishy there. They still need to as we head into the final minute here. Garrett is going to have a chance, doesn't shoot direct, but the double is not allowed. The clearance is there from Envy again, and the time ticks down.
Now the general NRG bring their troops on back, ready to form another attack. Neo Tokyo is feeling like a battlefield right now between these two squads. But at the end of the day, there's only going to be one team winning this war and moving on through to fight against Shopify Rebellion. It's Justin with the throw. Oh, it's a lofted hit, and Turbo just has his number. A little bit of a mistake. Garrett with the layup, but no one there in time to finish it. Envy take a deep breath. And they do it again as Mist gets an otherworldly save.
It's series winning save at this point. NRG need a goal and they need it now. The difference is two. Can they build it off the backboard? Maybe the touch is not there. Squishy Payton flicks it. The save again from Mist, the savior of Envy here. And it doesn't matter. The general NRG will go down to Team Envy. They move on to the grand finals.
What a series that was, Tylacto. One to remember. Just each and every time the envelope was pushed forward, straight on back. That OT, like, I have never seen an OT that good. Because when they go that long, right?
Yeah.
They generally are snoozers. Like, they just do not deliver purely because you got two teams playing cautious.
Yeah.
But in that situation, both teams were just poof, 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 trying to knock each other out, and it went on for so damn long.
What a
we
series.
need a breather.
What a series here in the lower final. Best part and best news is we're not even done. The best is yet to come. Shopify Rebellion have been watching, waiting in the wings for the grand final set. Envy, they'll be second at best as NRG go home with third. We throw it back to the desk and see what they made of that.
Welcome back, folks. That one goes to Envy. Congratulations to them. Energy will sit down, and what a fight. I mean, that's my input here, man. What an incredible, incredible series. Energy wind up taking game 2 and 4, but everything else belongs to Envy, and they deserve it.
Hey, man, you made a good point. Got to see a mix-up. Got to see the offense, the defense, the aggression, the draw them in. And they did exactly that. That tail end of that series, though, was all aggression, though. I'm going to talk about that offense. It was impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, they even threw in something a little from both teams in games 1 and 2, which I'm not sure count as the rest of the series. There's a bit of chaos in those first two, but yeah, we saw every type of look we possibly could from Envy. We saw them stand up. About as tall. They were very, very tall boys for Spaceman there towards the end as they stood up against 8 minutes in...
About as tall as Tylacto in that
8 minutes in 38 seconds, which according to Stacks, I'm going to put his name out there in case it's wrong, but the second longest OT Envy has ever been in.
A long and arduous one. Shout out to our commentators, by the way, coming off the best of 3, best of 7 finals into that. Yeah. Shout out to Envy as they stretch this one out. They don't need all 7, though, to take the victory here against Energy. And Terrapulsa doing a little bit of this as well. I like the fact that when we look at what Envy was able to do, you already mentioned multiple ways of kind of approaching the game. I'm also seeing all 3 players make noise on the field.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun watching Squishy in this one for me. He's been getting kind of flack for whatever reason about it, like, hey man, he's not scoring as many goals and this and that, but he's still showcased like, I have it. It's just not my role right now. But I did talk about individuals stepping up. Who's going to be the guy that really propels them to that next level? And Squishy did it a lot earlier on and started getting help from Garrett. Garrett had that nasty pass, perfect top right. They're still really good, but Envy shows you've got to do a little bit of everything to take them down.
I mean, rare is it that we talk about score when it comes to Rocket League. It's a kind of esoteric stat, but the outliers we mentioned. In that nearly 9-minute overtime, Squishy was the one on the losing team that had the 1,000+ score. So, I mean, he was absolutely turning up and turning it in.
Yeah, but the Game 5 had a whole bunch of stuff going on. My favorite one is actually the passing play that Envy threw together. Missed from the sidewall to Atomic, to the drop down, to Turbo, back to Miss, into the net. Just like everybody getting involved. You see Miss start the play, and it comes full circle back around and in.
That
was
Turbo Bardowski double touch, if you even want to count it as one, was still pretty sick.
Yeah, in your face stacks. Look out, Turbo's got the mechanics.
Envy, the General NRG, two of the titans of the region and of the game. Let's be honest, as we move into a bigger world of bigger lands, I'm sure we'll see them go up against the best from Europe. But right now, Envy is the only one going up against anyone else here at the end of the WePlay Esports Invitational featuring Rocket League. The General Energy looked strong. You see a number of shots there, but Envy was able to deal with what they were given. The General Energy got taken down by Shopify Rebellion earlier on, and we were talking about this earlier with respect to comparing it to the EMEA region, where our sort of favorites here, not our favorite teams, but the favorites in the competition wound up in the lower bracket final with the hot hand waiting in the wings. And now Envy gets the grand prize of playing up against Shopify Rebellion, who looks like one of the strongest teams on 2 feet.
Through Space Station, through G2, through FaZe, in a rematch, through Energy, all that's left is Shopify Rebellion. Who can't they beat at this point? They're going through the best of the best to get to the grand final. And man, are they impressing.
I mean, we've got the two teams that have done the hardest runs, right?
Yes.
Shopify by no means had an easy run. 4-3 over Space Station, 4-3 over FaZe, 4-1 over NRG, and now we've got the two that haven't thrown down yet, Shopify and Envy. So both made the tough run, and the run isn't over yet. They've got to basically do the whole thing all over again in this best of 3 series.
Looking at the way that Envy has kind of made it here, I think it's hard to walk out of this conversation and not say that they are the top card, so to speak. But if you haven't watched this weekend, it's our job to tell you what Shopify Rebellion have been doing and why they demand your respect. Watching them this weekend, Lawler, has been an absolute treat. The guys from Shopify Rebellion are established players in their own right, but they have turned up something different. We have seen a new gear from this team.
Yeah, we got a chance to sit down and talk with their neuroscientist, Hopsu, their coach, and he talked about working on consistency and the mentality and staying kind of one step ahead, I guess is the best way to say it. And that's been an issue for the Shopify Rebellion team. They came into the fall split super strong, they dipped a little bit, and then started to come back and have a resurgence towards the tail end of RLCSX. What's nice about what we're seeing now is we're seeing a multitude of different styles all throughout their play, whether it be, hey, it's Beast Mode and Rapid together, but now Beast Mode's going to slow it down and set up for Memory, who's going to get a hat trick. It's everybody doing a little bit of everything, even though Memory primarily is kind of the, I'm going to fill in the gaps kind of guy.
He's a filling gaps kind of guy, but he has been there to score time and time again. He's come in, made some really close shots that basically are passes, right? He's gotten credited, so it's given him a bit of a hit to his shooting percentage, but they've been intentional misses, right? He's throwing the ball right off the top, right above the crossbar, getting that solo defender to go ahead and jump, take himself off the ground, open the net. He's doing a lot, and he is that guy that basically comes through and keeps the pressure up. He's the one that's going to come through, catch the ball while the other two are rotating out the other side, bring the ball back across, and keep the pressure up while they go out and get boost, sustain the offense. So Memory is a huge piece of that, though he may not be the one scoring every goal. He's there for goals, and he's the one that's making it all happen. He is the facilitator for this squad.
I mean, this is really what it's all about. It's been a fantastic weekend, guys. This has been a 4-day tournament. We have the North American bracket next to the European bracket. We've been here in beautiful Ukraine. It's been a blast. The crowd, the staff rather, has been fantastic to turn around. Out of this entire weekend, I think we have a number of highlights both on and off the field. I look at some of these up and coming teams, the non-favorites, I will say, overperforming and looking at that. We've also got a chance to kind of talk to our players. I mean, any highlights from you specifically this past weekend?
I honestly want to give a massive shout out to this production team. They've done some pretty incredible things over the course of time that they've been able to work and really put everything into it, between the augmented reality stuff that we're seeing, the fun content pieces that we've been able to do. Stacks losing and own goaling is always fun for me. So there's been a lot of really cool stuff that just adds that little bit of flair to the tournament that like brings it all together. I hope the community at home is really enjoying it as well, because for us here, it's a fun experience. It's an interesting experience, and some of the most fun I've had in my career. So I greatly appreciate the WePlay team and what they're doing for all of us.
Costume, man.
It's been a very good time. Yeah, I forgot. It's just part of me now. You know, I hope I get to bring this home. You know,
they only get to see like half my costume. They only get to catch the other half when I come by. But I'm basically like a blend of two. I get to wear both costumes at once. Like this is. I can't really add much more to what Lawler said, but like every time I walk in here, the set doesn't get old. Every time we spin around, you look at us and you go, "This is fun."
It's
every single time. This is above and beyond anything I expected on my flight out here.
You know, it's kind of a return to chapter one. I think each of us have our own lore and backstory of what brought us into esports. Not just us, but us, even everybody at home, as something what got them in. But the original thing is, it's fun. And this is a reminder of we're here because things are fun. Yesterday we showed you episode 1 of Rocket Kicker, where, face it, we just had some fun. We continue to have fun. Let's take a look at the conclusion of our Rocket Kicker competition.
Hello ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Rocket Man, your host for tonight's second issue of our exclusive show called Rocket Kicker. Let's greet our contestants. Rocket Jumpers. And their opponent, team number 2. Kick Streak. And 2 amazing guys will be commentating on this heated battle. Hello, wave to the camera guys. Round of applause for Supersonic and Spaceman. Rules are easy. We've got a table soccer field, but with a kicker. Instead of player figurines, we've got cars on the field. So whoever will be able to score more goals in a 5-minute span, wins. Pretty similar to Rocket League, right? Let's hope we get tiebreakers. Let's kick.
And welcome into Sunday's match of Rocket Kicker. Supersonic, welcome in. We got 2 teams going head-to-head like we've seen previously. Talk to me about both these rosters representing each side.
Yeah, man, we got 2 great rosters. We got Rocket Jumpers over here on Team Blue. My previous teammate, Lawler, champion from yesterday, and an early goal for Blue Team. Great shot, just under pressure. Nice little diagonal shot, just right through all the defenders. Tylacto, the other man that's going to be representing the Rocket Jumpers. And then we've got Corey, a.k.a. Digital Bacon, and Mr. Sean Stackshouse, a.k.a. Stacks, over on the other side. And they are going to be part of Kick Streak.
So far, it kind of seems like the roster change has been working out. They have a 1-0 lead, and that one's all the way across. As Stacks is going to have to play some immaculate defense here, something he was unable to do in the first game.
I was actually very appreciative of his defense in the first game. It worked out quite well, actually. Took down the W, and there it is again. 2-0. Rocket Jumpers.
What a shot from Tylacto. This redirect is just perfect on the patience.
Defense,
you know.
Offense wins games.
Oh, the quick shot.
I don't think we expected to go this lopsided this quickly, Super. It's certainly turning a couple of heads here as that one is down low, but Stacks still struggling, and it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to find the back of the net.
Stacks just kind of fumbling here, showing why he is a play-by-play caster and not a player.
Stacks is a goalie. There is not.
Not at all.
It seems Stacks is struggling when it comes to that goalie position. Talk to me, Super, about what that means. But he puts one in anyway.
Lawler watching Stacks too much, just mimicking the play. That goalie position, it's definitely a tough position to play. Oh, there's the man-to-man coverage. Oh, then able to make the save all the way down to the other end to clear the shot, the goal.
Okay, buddy. What a save.
I love the camaraderie we're seeing on both sidelines, but so many misses on the open field, Super. Someone has to step up and make the right play.
You can feel the frustration right now for the boys. It's 4-1,
like that, right?
It is 4. It's not looking good. That's what I can tell you. But Team Yellow got to pick it up here. Only about a minute or so left in this game.
Letting that one roll in. Look for the shot. Shoots it on himself. Not again. Not like this, Stacks. How many own goals is that? 2 days? 2 own goals. Not like this, bud. Stacks with the own goal. You go in on turbo all the time, man. What is this?
5 minutes. 5 minutes. It could have kept going. We would have seen more goals, but 5 minutes of gameplay done.
We've all had a good time and much fun, but there has to be a winner, and this time around it's your Team Rocket Jumpers.
Let's go! Good job, guys. Good job. Yes, I am. MVP right here.
Don't go anywhere, my friends. We've got more of Rocket Kicker fun as well as the league matches coming your way. Stay tuned.
And that's the most competitive Sean Stackhouse has ever been. Welcome back, folks. Having fun here. Like we said, man, this is what it's all about. It's about having a good time with the homies. I'll apologize to Stacks, but just this once. If you don't know us, now you do. It's F. It's Adam. It's Jason Burns as we look towards our grand finale. And I don't mince my words. It is a tournament worthy of a finale, and this is a finals worthy of this tournament. Team Envy going up against Shopify Rebellion as we make our way back to the business side of things here. Shopify Rebellion, Rapid, Beast Mode, Memory. These guys have been standing up tall. It's like they got a step ladder going on here, man. Overperforming, whatever you want to say. This is the new Shopify Rebellion. They've gone through the ringer. They've proven that it wasn't just once or twice. They are chicken soup with rice.
Hey, man, you're looking at Envy on the other side. They drop immediately the first day and then battle their way back all the way to the grand final. That takes a lot of merit, takes a lot of guts, and a lot of heart. Man. And that's a big deal, especially when we're going to a best of set. We're playing 3 best of 7s. If Shopify Rebellion does take an L at any point, I'm curious on what's going to happen because we haven't seen them lose a series yet. Are they going to be able to bounce back immediately? Are they going to make those adjustments? That's what I'm really paying attention to this series because clearly Envy knows how to do it.
Yeah, they haven't been tested in that way yet. They haven't had to taste defeat. We just don't know at this point.
All they have is W's.
It's all they know. They just don't experience them. You know, if you just ignore them and just like say, no, I'm not going to do it. I only want W's. I refuse to accept L's. I've removed it from my alphabet. That's basically what Shopify's done. So they haven't had to do that yet. We'll see what happens if they do drop. It's going to be a toss-up. Envy's coming in off of the lower bracket run. EMEA, we saw the lower bracket run come through, and that may have played into it a bit. They were already warm. This time, Shopify is going to be the cold one coming in. Envy will be the hot hand.
That's a thing, though, and I forget if we were on stage, off stage. It all kind of blends together because it's been good Rocket League the entire weekend. But we've discussed kind of the ins and outs of the best of 3, best of 7. I really like talking about the science of the set. How important is game 2 versus game 3? Well, let's zoom out and talk about how important is set 1, set 2 when you've got a potential third set. A lot of times when you look towards a single set finals, you talk about, well, Envy is going to be the warmer team since they're just coming off of one. Well, Shopify get that, throw one away if they want. That's literally what we just saw in Europe as the winners lost the first set and then KC come back and win set 2 and set 3. So there's a lot of wiggle room. You will find the best team here tonight. And I think when it comes down to it, that part of the conversation is out. Who's hotter coming off of would you rather just have played or take the night off? This is really going to be about throwing it out the wall.
Yeah, there's a little bit of insight on these because most teams, when they scrim, play for an hour straight. Doesn't matter on the record or anything. It's a dedicated hour's time slot. And we're getting a little bit of an example of that, but we're also adding $50,000 on top of it. And that's amazing to me. The fact that we are getting super extended scrims on the competitive side you are truly finding out who the best team is. You're seeing different styles of play. You're seeing the ability to change, taking a little bit of a breather, the mental, like every single facet of what makes Rocket League, we get these best of sets. There's a reason why they're going to continue these in the next season of RLCS. They are absolutely fantastic for finding who is truly the best team in the tournament.
It allows so many times for the energy to swing, momentum, all of that to go. And we might just get what we saw in the EMEA, at least if you look at it from an on-paper perspective. When we start looking at them from teams, they add up and match up on just about every stat line possible. So I'm excited to get this one going. And let's get a little look here at the guys hanging out.
I like the Selly from Beast Mode right now.
Beast Mode.
Stretch.
Yeah, Beast Mode's got the cave, you know. And it's cool. I didn't know he was a musician, but he's got that like sort of creative side to him, and I think we see that in his gameplay as well. So it's really fun getting a chance to look at the guys. Mist with the hair flowing next to Atomic, and of course the 4-time champ Turbo Pulsa. You know, Turbo is really, no matter what happens, the anchor of this team. This weekend, I have been infatuated with watching Mist. I think he has been the guy for me to do it. But Envy, when nothing seems to be coming, Turbo, you physically see the deep sigh, and then he brings the ball to the hole, gets the dub, and wills his team here. I think it's an important thing to note. Now, that's what happened yesterday. Today, against Energy, I saw a strong Envy, ready to go to bat, all 3 players working on cylinders.
It's what you want out of a team, especially going in. We talked about how there's no warm-up for Shopify Rebellion. Envy does have a little bit of figuring out when they get into this next series, but the big contrast to that too is Envy just played a grueling series against NRG. They're probably accustomed to certain things. They've also got to know Shopify's a different team, different style. So again, reset it all. Brand new.
That's what it is. Shake the Etch-a-Sketch and get ready for battle. Shopify Rebellion has been waiting in the wings, and Team Envy goes head-to-head. We got a potential 3 sets of best of 7. Let's jump in.
This is your main event of the evening. Shopify Rebellion, Team Envy. 2 teams that have had very different but very difficult paths into this grand final. Stacks alongside Spaceman. Let's first talk about Shopify Rebellion's path. We haven't seen them yet tonight. They had to go through the upper bracket. They played 19 out of a possible 21 games. 7 gamers in their first 2 rounds, and then they dismissed NRG down to the lower bracket in just 5 games, Spaceman.
They haven't slowed down this entire tournament. They have navigated a labyrinth of North American talent, but the one crucial asterisk on this entire event for them, they've been sitting for around 10 hours today. They are coming into this grand final stone cold. Envy just dispatched NRG to 3rd place, and you know that this grand final is going to tell it all.
That is the one common denominator between these 2 teams. Their last win was against NRG. Memory trying to go under Turbo Pulsa, and he does! Opening goal, no rust for SR.
Setting the pace early. Shopify coming into this have to deal with a 3-headed Hydra of Envy, and these extra challenges from Memory will put them on the board, and more importantly, establish the confidence against that prolific offense. Well done by Shopify early on.
And very important for Rebellion, Rapid not immediately involved in that goal. He has scored 20 goals in this tournament. His next teammate behind him, Beast Mode at 11. That's only the 9th goal for Memory unofficially in this tournament. Big start for Shopify Rebellion.
It almost seems like Envy's offense becomes inevitable as the series goes on. So what's one of the key factors here for Shopify when you're coming into a series where you've been sitting for the majority of the day? You have to jump ahead early because the last thing you want to do is fight back for 2 best of 7s. So far, Memory getting you on the board, and Memory might find that second, but we've seen the defense from Envy in that elongated OT. How good was it against NRG to get them the eventual win?
Oh, Rapid jumping in front there as well, but the shot's going to be Bounced out of harm's way for now. Memory up the ladder again. Rapid's there too. All eyes on Memory. Here comes Rapid for his 21st goal of the weekend.
Well, Memory just steals away the corner boost, so you have resources and space, and Rapid gets an absolute perfect look. Not much Envy could really do there, but early on, Shopify establishing that presence in the offensive third and forcing Envy to make the challenge. Envy have not been able to find that look.
Yeah, do not confuse Memory's lack of involvement on the offensive end with passiveness or being defensive-minded. He has always had that offensive pop-off capability, and he's a threat as well. Shopify Rebellion looking like a well-rounded threat early on against Envy. A warmed-up Envy, mind you. Memory throwing another in front. Rapid coming out of the goal. Beast Mode replaces Rapid with the ball. It's 3-0.
I mean, so far, this pace is setting the tone, and the diction right now for Memory is perfect and precise. And once more, an absolute dime to Beast Mode, who puts it right out of reach. There's really not a whole lot to break down here. It's complete dominance off the early rip, and with about 2 minutes or so gone here, 30 and some change, Shopify Rebellion are acting like they just played against NRG.
Beast Mode bringing that ball across the upper half of the goal, and Memory up the ladder to send this away. Envy got to be flying high after their win over NRG, especially the way they won that series. But now they have come crashing down to earth. Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they knew what the narrative was going to be coming into this, right? Okay, they've been cold. They haven't played. There's no winner's bracket advantage. Everybody's on level footing here in the grand finals. And Shopify Rebellion came to play. $27,000 on the line out of our 50K prize pool in this match alone. And if this continues, it will be a very short night and a big payday for Rebellion.
I mean, we could have a roundtable discussion for MVP votes, and you could look at Rapid as one of the leading candidates. He has had a phenomenal weekend, finding different ways to keep the offense interesting, creative, but his rotation game has been so well-oiled, constantly getting the ball out of the back end and pushing upfield to give Shopify opportunities. Speaking of which, Rapid burning boost, but Miss will clear it away, and Envy once more holding their line in the orange half, but now it's got to come through the possessions. So far in this game, they have not been able to find a long drive downfield. Stacks, maybe it changes here with Turbo, but yet again taken away.
Beast Mode shuts the door. Shopify Rebellion continues to pitch a shutout. 2 minutes remaining in game one. Rapid has hit his quota, has his goal in this game. The only player in this match still averaging over a goal per game. It is just a hair over a goal, 1.05. Mist will have to retreat. Atomic Swim, and that's given right to Memory. It's hard to ask for a better pass. It leads to that from Beast Mode, and the wheels are falling off the Envy bus early.
Now, it's going to be a long series, everyone. This is going to take some time to get into the swing of things, and again, you're going to have to win 2 best-of-7s in this best-of-set to take home the championship. So, a 4-0 start in Game 1 for our first best-of-7 might not spell too much down the road, but it's a quality start from Shopify because, again, the hardest thing to do is get your offense online when you've been sitting all day, especially on Championship Sunday. Gotta love what you're seeing early on.
The charm of preseason events is you never really know what each team has. You can guess with some of the established teams like NRG, Space Station, Envy, and that's why they end up with some of the higher seeds. But you look at the EMEA region, number 6 seed Carmine Corp takes down the trophy there. They beat Team BDS in the grand finals, and now it's the number 7 seed Shopify Rebellion on top, only by 3 now as the 4-time gets his.
I mean, this primary assist from Miss is just ridiculous, and all credit to Memory, but that back touch to pinch it off the back wall, and Turbo will clean that up easily. So at least something for Envy, some positive light here at the end of the tunnel. But we're still looking at the length of this series. And for Envy, it's really going to come through cadence and consistency for Shopify. They have to continue to put these amounts of goals on the board to put Envy down early. And so far they're doing it, but still a bit of time here in Game 1.
These two teams could have met up in the second round of the upper bracket, if not for Dapper just shocking Team Envy as FaZe Clan swept Envy down to the lower bracket. It has been a wild run for Envy, and we'll get to that a little bit more as this series rolls on. Atomic up towards Turbo Pulsar, but he's still way too far downfield. Mist coming around. Beast Mode is there, popped over him. But 3 goals, a big enough lead for Shopify Rebellion. Doesn't mean they're going to stop. They are going to keep the pressure on Envy and try to break them down. Not easy to do against Team Envy, but they have done it here in Game 1. 4 unanswered goals to start things off. Turbo got his, but that's the only offense out of Team Envy. Shopify Rebellion shakes off the rust immediately, 1-up in the series.
I mean, you look at Shopify's performance in Game 1, pretty simple across the board. White, high-powered offense, thanks to memory, thanks to rapid. From that, you build on that foundation. For Envy, calm, cool, collected, moved to Game number 2. Not much was established in terms of rhythm, so you have nothing lost, nothing gained. You go into Game 2 with a fresh mind, still a lot of games to be played, still a lot of series potentially, and at this moment, I mean, Shopify Rebellion look like they have wasted no time getting in ready for him.
No time at all. I mean, look at it. 13 seconds into this series, Rebellion was on top, and still a ton of time on the clock when you see each of these goals go in for Rebellion. Envy was not ready for this out of Shopify Rebellion. They were maybe expecting, all right, Rebellion's going to come out, they'll have a couple decent shots, but we'll stop them and we'll play like a 1-0 game.
Sure.
Have another overtime because, after 8.5 minutes, they still hadn't played enough. And instead, they just got the kitchen sink thrown at them, and Shopify Rebellion dominated Game 1.
I mean, one of the keys to victory yesterday when we were looking at the G2 Envy series was very much about G2 taking Turbo out of the offense, of course, and then allowing Drees to get physical. So when we look at this specific series against Shopify, what they're doing instead is, we haven't seen the demo game yet. It's only been 1 game, but the consistency in which Memory or Rapid were stealing the corner boost on Envy's end, so Envy were forced to turtle up in the net, it always made the job a little bit more difficult, and with that, Envy couldn't structure their offense off counterattacks because there were no counterattacks to be had. So this constant pressure on the resource game has been working for Shopify, and the last thing they'll want to do is leave off of that going into Game 2.
Looked like Rebellion might be on the attack again early in Game 2. Instead, Envy breaks that pressure. Missed, trying to set up Turbo Pulsa, not happening. And Atomic was starting to creep up and wisely retreated as he had to come to action here to stop Rebellion from a quick counterattack. It's Turbo Pulsa springing Atomic down the middle. Good ball to Miss, and this is much better out of Envy. Playing this controlled style, getting the ball downfield, just getting touches. Even that is enough to slow down Rebellion, and we'll see if they can make them just a little impatient on the defensive end.
And if you've been keeping your eye on Beast Mode, that rotation was great, but it left so many opportunities in the back where Rapid had to fall out of place, try to recover in that gap, and Atomic can take advantage on this dime. All set up by one small rotation from Beast Mode up the gap, and well, Envy are not going to miss an opportunity like that, easily getting their first goal here in Game 2.
Turbo Pulsa had the 1 goal at the end of Game 1. He's got the goal here in Game 2. Now missed. Beaten by Beast Mode. Slight numbers advantage perhaps for Rebellion, but everybody's on one side of the field, and the defense is rather easy for Turbo and Envy. Atomic, backboard, waterfall down, Memory is all over it. And now Rapid can send this down. He'll be all alone for a moment. Has Beast Mode creeping up, but Atomic does not let the ball get there. Memory now out of the corner, all the way across. Rapid in front for Beast Mode. Cleared away. Envy may have something on here, but Mist just can't get there in time.
We started to see that creeping tendency from what Envy were pulling off against NRG in the OT. They were popping the ball high, waiting for someone to go for the aerial challenge, make that first mistake, and from there, you get an easy win, possibly a good 50, and you can play that numbers advantage as you move upfield. Again, they're forcing Shopify to meet the challenge in the air, and Envy are taking advantage of the ground game. From here, Memory trying to clear it back out, but Turbo with a great save. Rapid, possession, Beast Mode will have to circle back. Don't think he had the boost to recover for that. No, he did not.
We see it all the time, a blowout in Game 1 and a very different second game in the series because these veteran players all understand. Sure, Game 1 was no contest, but it was only 1-0 in the series. That's a clever ball to get out of Memory's range. Now Beast Mode will try again. That's skied up. He waited for it, but even better by Atomic. No wasted movement at all by Team Envy on the defensive end. Turbo Pulsa waiting, got blown up, but still thrown across, and Beast Mode has to be sure-handed with this. Under a lot of fire. Team Envy is making Shopify Rebellion very uncomfortable now in their own defensive third, and that's a critical clear out of beast mode.
I mean, Envy still aren't kind of over-rotating here. They're not overextending to go for those back corners, so Shopify have opportunities to, again, clear that ball out. They're swinging around that back end and transitioning down the field effectively. And with these pumps towards the side, they're looking for Envy to start establishing some of those infield passes. So far, it's been a lot of clear games. It's been a lot of long hits. And it's going to come down to one mistake. But Shopify pressuring now off the ceiling to Memory, just not there in time. Envy, again, reading some of these hits a little bit quicker.
Mist will trigger the outlet over to Atomic, but still nothing on for Envy. Since they got that one goal, there's beast mode back and forth. Crisscross, zigzag, 1-1.
If Envy's going to force the aerial challenge, now is the time to meet it. And Memory, once more, a perfect pass down to beast mode. Memory has had a phenomenal weekend. I feel like he's often an overlooked player specifically on this roster, and so many times underrated, underappreciated. And here, he is showing that he can absolutely be that utility factor, which we gave Dapper a lot of credit to yesterday. Beast mode, sending it back into the orange zone. And here comes Mist, so the NV defense will have moments here where they can find that midfield control they have been looking for so far in game number 2. They have a goal to show for it, but it's up to beast mode on the extension. That half little flit will keep it alive. Rapid, backboard, Memory, waiting, circling. It's certainly there for a chance, but no one on the other connective end, and well, we just lent this one back to the midfield.
Memory has been far more assertive on the offensive end than he has been all weekend, and now a pick at midfield. Rapid gets the assist as he serves one up on a platter to beast mode.
Only question is, was Turbo out of play? I think Mist came up a little bit too preemptively, and they were going for that back pass to, again, try to put a shot directly on target, but small instances of miscommunication where Envy have not been able to get back on rotation. It's only happened a couple of times so far. But in that instance, yet again, they give up a leading goal. It's 2-1 Shopify, and they know they want to put more on the board. You have to continue to score against Envy.
All 6 goals have an assist for Shopify Rebellion in the very early stages of this grand final. Again, best of 3 sets of best of 7 series. While it's Rebellion early, it is a very, very long road to the end. Atomic around Memory, but Memory is able to just roll this back using the entire length of the field defensively. Signs of a very confident defense. Missed for Turbo Pulsa, no. Memory with the clear to be on Atomic to stop Rapid. With interference coming, he had to make the quick turn. He did, and that keeps Envy at least alive now for the final 15 seconds.
That pause and hold from Atomic was about as good as you're going to get to be able to clear that ball away. But Envy need an extra chance here with 7 seconds to go right over Rapid. No boost, but still creating problems. Memory, the interception might kill it, but Mist keeps it up, and Turbo puts it on target, and a great spike down. Shopify handle it yet again in game 2 early on in this first best of 7. They've got 2 in a row.
2 in a row, only conceding the single goal to not just to Team Envy, but specifically to Turbo Pulsa each time. First goal this time meant a lot more for Team Envy. It was at least a game at that point. It gave Envy a 1-0 lead. 2 unanswered from Shopify Rebellion. Again, every goal's got an assist. Beast Mode's got 4 of those 6 goals. He came to play.
And it seems like the Envy offense has been heavily favoring that midfield presence. They've been pulling up for a couple of quality looks, but we haven't seen that overwhelming pressure that we saw against NRG. The constant shots off the backboard, the constant pinches around the back wall, utilizing the post, trying to make sure you squeeze defenders out of the play. That has not yet come through for Envy. They're still getting the rhythm in this series, but for Shopify, the longer they take, the better you look in the first series, and this is when you start to make your jumps and your predictions, and you bet against the house. You take advantage of your opportunities. So far, Shopify are doing that.
Yeah, we can always use the excuse, okay, now it's only 2-0. But eventually, that starts to turn into...
That's 2 games.
Okay, now it's 3-0 in the series if Rebellion can keep it up. And now Envy fans maybe start to worry a little bit as they have been skunked so far. No wins out of the first couple of games. They can still turn it around in the series, but this is a very confident and comfortable Envy, or rather Shopify Rebellion squad.
Absolutely, and look, 2 games is 2 games. I don't care how you slice it and dice it. In the entirety of a best of 7, when we're playing sets here, again, you win 2 best of 7s, you win the whole thing. 2 games at a time is 2 games at a time, so you will take what you can, and off the hot start once more, you're looking for an opening goal for Envy to reestablish some cadence.
They'd like to get it from somebody not named Pierre. A sign that maybe somebody else can get involved in a big way in the offense. Atomic off the mark, but only barely. He'll lob another towards the net. Turbo was coming out of goal, so it'll be missed all the way at the back. That's a good look from Team Envy, but still not good enough. Got to have some actually on the target. That's dumped out to the corner. Well done by Rebellion. Just kind of stalling out the pressure from Envy. And that's a great ball by Rapid. Away from Atomic, away from Mist, forcing Turbo all the way back. Rapid in front. Oh, he got the dunk, but it's high.
I mean, Rapid's presence on his own defensive side has been unbelievable, man. The ability to go up from the backboard and continually take the ball away and clear it long downfield. The connection, the redirect from Beast Mode, the pass to Memory. Oh, baby. It's 1-0 Shopify yet again.
You're going to score your 10th goal of the tournament. Might as well get one off a fantastic feed like that. Beast Mode with one of the better passes you're going to see in this tournament. That was incredible.
This kind of brings me back to what we saw in the RLCSX, kind of in the fall side of things, where when we started watching this specific group, we started watching people like Beast Mode and Rapid. One of the things we always talked about was everything they do with the ball has intent, whether it's a pass, a shot, a clear, a save, a block, a redirect, anything. There's always, there's visible and intangible intent behind every single look. They've continued that with this new roster, with this new team. They always find ways to move upfield, waste no time, and start moving up those inches as Memory will take it away. And Turbo blocks it, but right back down for a chance. Shopify putting a lot of pressure in that orange half now. Envy need to respond quickly, but that one is off target.
You know who made out like bandits out of the entire RLCSX season? Ultimately, the Kansas City Pioneers. They signed a team that had a lot of question marks. We'll get to that in a moment as Atomic will score just under the bar. Turbo Pulsa getting involved again, and he sets up Atomic for a beauty.
It's just perfect Envy here. I mean, textbook, right? Setting up your teammate Atomic, clearing house and clearing the lanes as well. 1-1, all tied up, equalized.
Pioneers signed a team in flight that was not very well heralded at all. They had just come off a miserable RLCS season. Then they add this unknown 15-year-old rookie, Beast Mode. Relatively unknown, certainly unproven. And all he's done is be an absolute force in North American RLCS. Thrown down in front, pinched downfield and in. Atomic with a physics bomb downfield.
Yeah, sigh of relief. You can see it in the face cams. Finally, something for Envy. Breaks their way and missed the stabilization and back down with the team pinch. That is the type of play, and those are the type of plays that Envy will absolutely love to start executing on, and they finally get something going their way.
2-1. Envy up. Can they hold it this time? Memory out of the corner is not going to make it easy. Somehow got to that again, and Rapid just picks up the scraps. How about this out of Memory?
Every time you think they can impress you even more, Memory just ridiculous bump, and Rapid again filling in the right time, the right lane, slotting up inside and making sure he finishes what Memory started. It's a tie ball game yet again. We keep it moving.
They are going to fill up the stat sheet in a hurry, the way this team is playing. Now we've reached the halfway mark of Game 3, and we've had enough excitement for a whole series, let alone one game. Atomic throws one right out to the middle. Turbo Pulsa, indirect for Mist, and Rapid gets in the way, making sure there's nothing easy. And there won't be much easy against Rebellion. Not this Rebellion, not in this WePlay Invitational.
It seems like every single player on Shopify just continues to follow up on their first touch, to follow up on the ball once it's on target, and force Envy to come up and make the save. Atomic with midfield boost, locked down now. Memory right back down to Beast Mode, but Beast Mode won't be there. Now possession here for Shopify as we kick it back to the other side. Orange half we go. Kept up, Beast Mode. Atomic flipping backwards, and Rapid will circle around, so the pressure mounting, and Shopify applying a lot of resources up with a minute 40.
Beast Mode, a rare miss on the near post. And this will just roll in. Nobody could get back in time. Had a little escort going down the field as well. Minute 33 to go. Envy back in front.
It may be difficult to beat Envy when it comes to the fundamentals, but what you can't do is concede goals like that. I know it's hard. I know those are instances where you can't blame anyone, but that's just a backbreaker of a goal because it takes all the momentum out of your lungs, all of the progress you have worked for, and now you need to score again. With a minute 25, we know Envy just score what they need to and they kill the clock. Now is the time for Memory and Beast Mode and Rapid to put on the same performance they had in the start of this weekend. They've been electric down the stretch. Can they do it again?
Atomic could not get the pass mid. At least the second touch he was looking for. It did end up with Turbo Pulsa. Simple shot sent away by Rapid. Now Beast Mode ahead, and Memory finds a way to slot that on the near side.
I want to know how fast it was. 17 miles per hour, but it felt like a little bit more.
There's a lot more going in.
Yeah, absolutely, and Memory just right on target. And that's that depth perception there for Atomic. As soon as it's up on you, it's passed.
3-3. They continue to trade goals. This is the game that Envy has to win. They have to overcome all of this from Shopify Rebellion, a team that just refuses to back down, refuses to yield even an inch. Rapid is still up, and Turbo Pulsa had to be aware. He's got Rapid chasing him, screening him away from the play, and then they break up, but now Beast Mode. He can try to center this, got plenty of boost in the tank, and Mist was right there with him every step of the way. Rapid now with about 30 to go. In front and sent away again. Excellent defending out of Envy, but they are feeling it.
I mean, every time there's a rotation from Envy back towards the goal line, Shopify they're there to meet it. They're there to always have someone on ball and have numbers up as well. They're playing 3-3 right inside, and that's what has led them to this current tie. It's 14 seconds now. Down the field we go with Envy, and Atomic with a chance, but no boost. Can Beast Mode clear it? Shopify need to get this out. Almost an awkward pinch. The Turbo might have landed. Atomic, the pass off target, and that is an uncharacteristic miss.
You expect better out of Atomic in that spot. Mist got the dunk. Atomic this time almost got there. Turbo wins it at 0 for Envy.
That's a huge win in game number 3. This resets the series. This gets Envy back in the swing of things, and Turbo can't count him out, can't count against him, and once more, stepping up big when he's needed most. Finally, Envy are on the board.
You don't win 4 World Championships without having some kind of field awareness in a sense of where to be all the time. Turbo Pulsa comes through again for Team Envy, and they get that critical win they needed. Things were not looking great for Team Envy all throughout that game. It looked like, yeah, they pull ahead. Rebellion brings it back. It looked like they were not ever going to be able to pull away. Well, you can't let them score again when you score at 0, and Envy gets a big one in Game 3.
I mean, they've just been completely controlling their own corners, and that was really the takeaway. When it started early for Shopify, what were they doing really well? They were grabbing back ball on defense and immediately getting it downfield. Their transitions were so succinct and concise. And then Envy started to make it a little bit choppy at the midfield, and from there, it really just came down to reactionary Rocket League. It came down to just having to outscore your mistakes. Envy take advantage. They go down on a counterattack, and they waste no time because Turbo knows what he's doing. Envy playing it very nicely late in the series.
3 goals out of Turbo, 3 goals out of Atomic. Finally, somebody else getting involved in the attack for Team Envy. And boy, did they need it, because things were looking, as mentioned, real bleak for this squad. A team that has had just a murderer's row run through this tournament. Dropped down to the lower bracket in a 4-game sweep by FaZe, and then Space Station Gaming, G2, NRG, FaZe again as well, by the way, all vanquished at the hands of Team Envy. There is not much more that could have gone against Envy in this tournament, and here they are, still alive here in the grand final, still only the first best of 7.
We had many discussions in the green room this weekend talking about, what is the way for Envy to win this through the lower bracket, and what do we say every single time? It's going to have to go through top 4. They're going to have to beat the top 4 in North America. Shopify trying to make their claim to be in that conversation, but if Envy handle their business here, this is one of the more impressive runs you're going to see out of this group of 3. So far, it's been a highly contested series, and I don't expect that to change. Let's get into our next game. Off the opening kickoff, it's Envy with the possession, and Envy leading charge upfield.
The lines have certainly been blurred in North America. There is no clear big 3 anymore, and there hasn't been for a while. And as you mentioned, Rebellion looking to join that conversation. And if this is the kind of ball that goes in, sure, whatever.
You know what that means, right? This entire game is going to be awkward angles, random redirects, but...
Can you imagine if that 1 goal holds up?
If you mean if we end 1-0?
Yeah.
I mean, with all the things we've seen this weekend, I wouldn't be surprised if that is actually how it goes down. But seeing what Envy can do in the late game, Shopify might want to pray for that because Envy will be relentless. And it's going to come at some point through Turbo's midfield. But Beast Mode, what a win that is. Missed. Perfect pinch, but will it stay alive for long? No. Shot down. Turbo, right placement. Memory can't finish.
You see everybody jumping around and just a little bit of panic, baby panic setting in just a bit for Envy. And then you got Turbo right on the goal line like, yeah, I got it, guys. We're good. Easy.
I feel like we just hopped into it listening with their comms.
Yeah, right?
That was pretty wicked.
Atomic out to Turbo Pulsa, stuffed by Memory, and then Turbo just hangs with the play. I think Memory just got bumped out of the way by Rapid. Kind of a nudge and a friendly reminder, hey, my ball, you get back.
That's been the second time now where Shopify have been caught rotating back to their own goal line. And of course, they're getting that midfield boost, but it's taking a little bit too long to fill into the gap. And Envy have put something dangerous towards the net, so even though it's saved, you can feel they're starting to warm up to that midfield presence. And Mist now will try to get it downfield as Atomic leaves it right back to Mist. Beast Mode with the touch, 52 in the tank. And Envy back on target, but Rapid clears it.
Would have had Memory as an option, but the demolition from Turbo Pulsa, and that's something we haven't seen a whole lot of out of Envy, and if that starts to change, we'll see just how comfortable Rebellion gets. I could have swore he got a bump, and the guy just went nowhere.
Was that Rapid inside the goal line who just shrugged that off?
Flexus muscle. That was incredible.
He didn't move an inch.
I mean, he had to have missed him.
I'm just going to chalk it up to the dude that's built like a brick wall, but...
yeah, sure.
That's... Okay. Envy hunting for their first goal here. Shopify playing the defense quite well, and now we'll double commit with one on the opposite side. Popped up, and Envy looking for that possession back in the orange half, and now we swing things down the field following Atomic's POV. No boost, but a pass out to Mist, and this lateral movement from Envy is opening up the defense for Shopify. Now they have to take these individual challenges, and these passes for Envy are always so dangerous, but once again, the clear out from Rapid and Beast Mode is paying off, and that 1-0 lead feels ever so good.
Memory bouncing one right at Turbo Pulsa. There will be no counterattack on immediately for Team Envy. Rebellion content to spend a little more time on the orange half of the field. It'll be Memory now. Up the ladder against Atomic, waiting patiently on the back wall, and he just deflects that ball effortlessly to the corner. Well done by Envy. Now they're looking for an equalizer, but they can't get out of the zone. Memory, Rapid, maybe a numbers advantage. Memory going after Atomic, and he wisely backflips deeper into the goal. Into safety. Now he's got the clear. Well done. Excellent communication, rather concentration out of Envy.
Rapid. Better save from Atomic. Beast Mode again circling as the third man at midfield, and that pass to Atomic, can it catch him in his route? It might. Turbo on target, and Rapid pops it high up to Memory for a chance at a save, and Atomic won't get there in time, but still possession. Never mind. Shopify clear it away.
Trying to outlet with Atomic, and Beast Mode got in the way, so it's not where Atomic wanted. Very few of these balls downfield have been precise hits from Atomic, mostly because he's been bothered by the defense of Shopify Rebellion, or sometimes by the offense. Here's Rapid, right at Atomic again. Let's see how he does with this ball. Not a lot of boost, but enough to at least get onto the right half of the field. It's Mist now. Turbo waiting patiently, coming up, and again out to the corner. Rebellion doing an excellent job of keeping Envy from in front of their own goal. But now with 30 seconds left, another opportunity for the number 3 seed in the tournament that has gone through hell and back against all the top dogs of North America. Can they do it again in the closing seconds? Loose in front as Rebellion continue to burn time away. Beast Mode shot, sent away again. Atomic's got to get some lift under this. He does. Turbo's an option. Called his own number. Loose in front again. And they do it again at 0. Mist sends us to overtime.
This has got to be heartbreaking for Shopify. You've worked so hard for 5 minutes of gameplay, but down in the wire, Envy find a way. That's the key. They find a way to put a shot towards the net to create space, and Mist puts it right between the defense. Envy just will not go away.
Where Shopify Rebellion would not go away in that third game, Envy have taken over that role. miraculously into overtime. Memory shot, easily sent away by Mist. Now Rapid will try again, and Mist stopped that one too. When Mist gets that comfortable, that confident on the defensive end, he is nearly impossible to break.
We've seen what happens when Mist gets online, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's a dangerous sight. You don't even have to look back that far. It continues every single game. Atomic looking for Turbo, that 50. Where is Mist? All the way back, playing goalie. Here comes Turbo. He will cut it down so you don't have to worry about stretching out in the front. And Atomic can take it away, but still popped up. Shopify have a chance here to stall this out. And here comes Memory in the third. Memory going to flip it away. Envy down with Turbo. And that one goes nowhere.
It's Rapid past the usually unbeatable Mist. And trouble for Beast Mode, and he handled that with a lot of grace. And quickly downfield looking for Beast Mode, found him, but Mist is there again. Turbo with just that token defense at midfield, made them give the ball away. And now it's Atomic all the way across. Turbo just waiting. He realized he wasn't going to get up there with 33, so Mist will just delay a little bit more. Envy seems to have the upper hand here over the last couple of minutes. They gave Rebellion their best shot. Rebellion could not stop them. That's a miss, though, off the back wall, and Beast Mode was not expecting it, so Memory comes over. Beast Mode does have a full tank, and he can use the lion's share of it to set somebody up, but he didn't quite get that where he would have wanted. Memory couldn't do anything with the ball.
He was looking for that pinch to get it out to Memory, and Memory just couldn't get there, but it was a bit of an underwhelming pinch. And either way, you have chances here. As that one centered, Beast Mode down, blocked by Mist. Here comes Rapid, slow roller, and Mist once again gets the save.
The concentration from Rapid when things are just going haywire in front. Didn't have the boost to go for that, and Atomic just guides it out to the corner. Cool, calm, and collected. Our Team Envy under immense pressure right now from Shopify Rebellion in an overtime that just mentally feels like Envy has to win. Finally, they clear the zone. Can Atomic get a quick hitter? He waited for that. Thrown across. Nobody there. And now it's Beast Mode, Memory, and Rapid. Shopify Rebellion trying to get back on the attack against Envy.
It's almost like we're playing twos in these counterattacks. One left back, but a chance for Envy. It rolls around dangerously and careens to the adjacent side. And there is Beast Mode yet again to take it away. Rapid can't win his challenge, and Mist hovering and patiently waiting. But once more, Shopify Rebellion will try to clear it to the midfield line. They've been pretty good at it in this OT. But Envy have just been through about a 9-minute overtime against NRG. They know they can slow this pace down and catch Shopify on the off-tempo. So far, neither team's gotten a good look at the net.
Atomic was looking and looking for boost. He finally got some after a good 10 seconds of searching. That opened the door for a moment for Shopify Rebellion. They refused to exit. Rapid shot set away by Turbo Pulsa. 8.5-minute overtime against NRG. That Envy eventually won with that shot from Mist. Shot, question mark, as Atomic will have that ball away. Drop down in front again. Memory will score. We won't go 8.5. 3.5 will suffice. Shopify Rebellion on first match point.
Shopify were trying to set up that pinch on the right side wall consistently in that OT, so Envy started giving them a little bit more space, but also putting some resources over there, burning a bit of boost to continue to contest. And then finally, when they have the middle of the net open and a crossing lane, what do? They pass it down appropriately, they get in position, and they execute. And Envy played it well, but Shopify just played it better down the stretch. And once more, Shopify are answering the message that Envy are sending out. Challenge us. They did. They get the game.
Not many single-digit individual stats on this Shopify Rebellion team. Memory had some. He's erased them all with his performance here. 5 goals and 5 assists. A well-balanced diet of offense from Memory, the veteran, the longest tenured veteran on this Rebellion squad. And he's showing that veteran prowess here in this grand final.
And again, you look at the early game here, it was a 1-0 lead all the way down to the final seconds, so you can critique Shopify here and there for their late game decision making, but what does ring true early on is the constant backboard presence of Rapid. His ability to consistently bring that ball away and take pressure off the rest of his teammates, I mean, that is something that doesn't show up in the scoreboard, in the stat sheet, and what it must be like for Beast Mode and Memory to constantly feel like they have someone protecting the net, that goes a long way down the stretch.
It really does. And now Memory and Shopify Rebellion are one win away from the first step towards claiming this grand final $15,000 first place prize. First best of 7 on triple match point for Shopify Rebellion. Again, the number 7 seed who opened everybody's eyes by taking down Space Station Gaming in 7 games. And now 3 seconds in, kickoff goal for Beast Mode.
You're going to need 2 best of 7s to take home the chip. You're getting close to the first one, and that's a good way to start it. Opening goal, opening seconds, Shopify. They get it done yet again, and Envy have their task cut out for them in this game. We saw what they did against NRG earlier here on this map, but it's going to take a heroic effort from everyone involved. It's been very close down to the wire, and Stacks, for 2 games now, they've had to rely on last-second goals to have a chance.
Could it be back-to-back 5 gamers for Rebellion, taking down NRG in the upper finals last night? On the verge of doing it in the first best of 7 against Team Envy in our grand finals. Missed. Looking for Atomic, instead finding Rapid, but Atomic can still go after this. And he just came up empty coming out of the corner. Things look a little disjointed on both halves of the field. Envy's offense, little to be desired. The Shopify Rebellion defense was good enough, but it won't be good enough for a full 5 minutes.
These constant quick clears from Shopify. What are they doing to Envy? They're not giving Envy enough time to grab boost when they rotate back. So you have to meet the challenge, and therefore, you're always going to get caught out of position, not able to meet the ball. And these 50 wins continue as Memory. Atomic right back, and that read from Atomic is absolutely ridiculous.
Atomic comes up big for Team Envy. Early equalizer. Some players just have that certain field vision. Just almost the 6th sense to know when to turn, know where exactly to slot the ball. Sometimes the game moves in slow motion for them. That is definitely the case for a number of players on this pitch right now, certainly for Atomic.
I mean, you think about how well Turbo's able to set up the likes of Mist and the likes of Atomic, and how quickly, Mist and Atomic turn on their rotations. They cut into the lane and pull up for a shot. It's instances like that which make Envy so hard to beat because their fundamentals are second nature. They don't have to think twice about the decision and the rotation and the cuts they're going to make. Everything comes fluid so they can get creative. So far, they have been held at bay by Shopify's speed, but it all comes down to those micromanagements, and Turbo in the backline might get physical. He will. There's a demo to open things up, and a chance now for Mist. In a 1v1, he'll sky it to the other corner. And once more, Shopify might hold on.
Look at all the boosts that Atomic Burn there wisely laid off. Mist called him off so he could save some. Kept about 40 in the tank. That helped a lot set up this ultimate opportunity. And Turbo Pulsa denied by Beast Mode. Memory just puts one up volleyball style. Lets Rapid go up the ladder. And now it'll be Rebellion looking to jump back in front in a game that if they win, they get halfway to claiming the first place prize, and that's off the post. It looked like a can't miss opportunity, but they found a way. Old Ironsides comes to the rescue on the far side, and Envy and Rebellion remain tied.
I mean, you breathe a sigh of relief if you're Shopify, but that doesn't exclude you from the pressure that Envy have been applying. Constant, threatening looking shots, whether it's high on the post, high on the backboard, or even wrapping around through the corner. Another one that Beast Mode has to send to the opposite side, and Mist flies back to midfield. So the rotation for Envy continues to circle and put numbers up on this ball. You're starving Shopify, and you're keeping them back from the midfield line. No presence, no offense, constant turtling. Rapid is able to escape up midfield with some presence, but even here, it has not looked open enough. Here's a chance now. Mist meeting it there, and Atomic will clear.
The midfield play from both these teams has been at times spectacular, offensively and especially defensively for Rebellion. Biggest reason why Envy has not just run up the score against them. Thrown in front again, and Memory made sure that did not get to a shooting position. Minute 14 and counting. And back and forth they go, thrown across to absolutely nobody. Opportunity squandered there by Rebellion, but you can't really fault them. You do need boost eventually. What a shot from Atomic. better from Beast Mode.
That's a big save because Mist was in a position to follow up on that shot and potentially make this a 2-1 game for Envy. 54 seconds to go. It's going to come down to the wire yet again, but Beast Mode wants to change that rhythm. Off the ceiling, Beast Mode almost money, but a save from Mist and a demo. It's a power play here for Shopify, and now the next decision is how do you keep this ball alive, because Memory has touches here, but guess what? Envy are double stacking, and Atomic just trying to bait players out. Beast Mode can't get the touch. Envy once again get a clear.
And another theme here, Atomic left without boost. He's looking for some, but he's still downfield. He put one wide on the near side. Oh, that's one you absolutely have to have. I know he was struggling to find boost, but in game 5, back against the wall, some way, somehow, that has to go in. 10 seconds left. Turbo gives one away to Memory. Mist is there. Turbo still grounded on his way downfield, and nobody's going to turn on this. It will just be Atomic. It will just, well, not overtime. Envy has a chance to do it again at 0, but this time it's grounded, and we go to OT again.
That ball pops up. I look at you like, no, you don't give them 0 seconds to potentially get the game-winning shot. You ground it, get it to OT. And for Envy, the first series is on the line here. Same with Shopify. You go up 1-0 if you win this. Atomic applying pressure through the corner, looking for Mist in Turbo. It's right back out and redirected, and that 50 leads way to a Beast Mode challenge, and Beast Mode is bullying his way downfield, and now Mist has to burn a bit of boost to try to clear this ball away.
Beast Mode is the real beast of this tournament. He has been phenomenal. This whole Rebellion team has been superb. 1 goal away from getting 1 foot into the winner's circle. Rapid over to Memory. Not up fast enough. And Atomic now has Turbo Pulsar and Mist. Mist trying to run interference. Could not get Beast Mode. And the defense of Rebellion holds again. Can they turn it into offense? Double commit there by Envy. Forces Atomic back all by his lonesome. Rolled ahead, and that left a little to be desired. Beast Mode didn't really have a play with it.
Yeah, but he gave it away so he could grab boost. So even if Envy rotate back, they have nothing to keep up with the ball.
Good
That's
point.
actually a smart play by Beast Mode, because now he has all of the pressure and presence at midfield, and these extra wins lead way to Rapid, and now the pressure starts to mount, and they can funnel through with the offense, the center, the shot, and is anyone there to follow up? No! Envy survived yet again in OT, and with all of that prowess at midfield, all of this boost, Shopify have found nothing out of it.
There is not much boost to be had for the orange cars. Atomic will still center, and Turbo could not get the read exact. Turbo's in front again. Memory at least got to it. Oh, you wonder, what is it going to take to break this tie? Rapid out to Beast Mode, and a little too casual with it. Mist had him beat. Coming up on 2 minutes of overtime. Atomic, can he convert here on the flip reset? No, it's Beast Mode with the save. Now Rapid, nothing in the tank, and almost a free ball for Mist, but Beast Mode got there too. Gave him something to think about. Back and forth the teams go. This is faster than it ever was at any point during regulation. Beast Mode going underneath, and it's Mist avoiding contact and getting the stop.
And Atomic's just going to carry individually, and I love the aggression from Envy. Push Shopify back to their own goal line. They don't have a lot of positioning here. They're so splintered out when it comes to connecting and rotating through the ball. And now you have to go for long clears to buy some time. Rapid does just that and leaves way to an Envy possession, but Turbo already thinking about that next connection. So far, Atomic meets it on the opposite end, and Mist ready and waiting in that back line. Turbo open net, and they're not going to miss that one. Envy stay alive. They make it 3-2.
Turbo Pulsar rarely does anything flashy or spectacular when he scores. He just always happens to be in the right place, and when you make a mistake like that, he'll punish you for it 9 times out of 10. That's one of those 9. Envy right back in it after 5.
I mean, no matter what Shopify was throwing at Envy, consistent long clears, consistently leaving off on the play to go grab boost and make sure they had an opportunity to continue to try to challenge those 50s. What did Envy do? They played the game. They said, okay, if this is how if this is a style you're going to want to go for, we will match you on it and consistently just sky the ball away. Every time you clear it downfield, we'll go grab it and bring it right back. And that consistent persistence is what kept Envy involved in the OT. They didn't get scared on their own goal line. They moved down the field. They take advantage of the gap in the back.
This is a resilient Team Envy squad. They just take your best shot over and over and over again.
Yeah.
and then they just wear you down until you give up a goal like you just saw. There's nothing pretty behind that goal. It was just, you made a mistake, ball game over. Pay the piper.
I mean, if you're not going to take out Turbo, if you're not going to demo out Mist, if you're not going to get physical with Envy, they're more than happy to play your game. They're more than happy just to play the style you want to dictate. They're going to do it better than you. Their fundamentals are there, and what did we see there? The fundamentals became so ingrained in their second nature, every single instance, every single situation that arose that Shopify were able to apply. Envy did not waver from the moment. They met the challenge, and from there, they found the winning goal. We go in to game number 6. Envy need this one to send it to Turbo's home turf, but for Shopify, this series is not done yet.
Under the sea for our penultimate game, perhaps, in this opening series. All right, we figured that this would deliver. Whether it was Envy or NRG, Rebellion would have a fight on their hands, and they have gotten all they could ask for and more out of Team Envy. Mist is upstairs, and he puts one right down Broadway.
These long shots from Envy finally starting to come into the fold, and you have to thank Atomic for that primary assist. 72 miles per hour on the gun, and an absolute bullet. Mist puts it through. Envy score first for one of the first times so far in this series.
It is a rare first goal. You go back to, I believe it was game 2, the only other time that Envy scored first.
Yeah.
And it worked out in Rebellion's favor. 2 unanswered goals when it looked like maybe they were going to make short work of Team Envy. How foolish we were. Memory up the ladder for Mist. That should be Rapid's ball. It is, but he may not have the follow-up he would have liked as Turbo Pulsa banks it out for Atomic. That is an interesting decision by Atomic, but it worked out okay.
I'm just going to let that one shake off. We'll go to the next play because that was a little bit dangerous. Atomic having some trouble now to get this one away. Finally, something in the tank to work with, and he will extend downfield. Oh my God, what a bump. Trying to get over. Atomic, 1v2. Backboard there. Envy following up is Turbo, but the clear and the poise from the Turtle defense. Shopify keep this a 1-goal game.
Rapid very comfortable defending on his own backboard. Was never going to give that look to Team Envy. Beast mode, just desperation heave towards the center. Now to be Rapid. Up high. Mist has this one all the way. And then Atomic. That's a good job by Beast Mode. Just giving Atomic something to think about. Had to kind of audible at the last moment. Now Turbo Pulsa. Deflected back into the zone, and it should be Shopify ball. It is. It's Rapid. Similar to Mist. And Beast Mode set that one careening off to the corner.
What a touch by Turbo to get it right back out to Atomic in Mist. Backboard looking for the double tap, but it just won't connect here. Now numbers advantage for Shopify, and they're starting to get a little bit more physical. You can see Memory pushing Mist off the play. All of midfield now controlled for Shopify. Beast Mode downfield to meet this ball, and Mist will clear it out for Envy. Both teams trading possessions, trading blows early on, and only 1 goal so far in this game.
Love the restraint from Mist on that last double attempt. He realized the defense had it all locked down, so he tried to play it back out for a teammate to continue the play. Atomic, full tank of boost, just watches Memory go over the top, thrown in front for Rapid, and it's Beast Mode who has to stop the quick counterattack out of Envy. It has been a very effective counterattack, keeping Shopify Rebellion on their toes, not letting them breathe easy in the defensive zone. Bounced down, and it looked like the play was set up between Memory and Beast Mode. They did not connect, but they're still on the attack. He's got plenty of boost this time, and thrown across again. The defensive Envy holds strong, but for how much longer? Rapid thought about it. Slow play, and Mist didn't bite at all.
Feels like Envy are waiting for Shopify to get impatient and triple commit. And Rapid going to slow it, but still not on target. That pass might be everyone up for this.
Oh,
it's
my
an open
goodness.
net. And is anyone going to get back in time? Well, luckily that hit doesn't go anywhere near the backboard, but still, you can see these triple commits starting to cause a little bit of confusion for everyone. It has not been the cleanest game number 6.
Through the corner by Beast Mode. He couldn't get a second consecutive 50. It feels like this game is in overtime, but it is still a 1-0 lead for Team Envy. They have been hemmed in their own zone for so long, though. Rebellion, relentless, and another one set away by Mist. Rapid brings one right back in, and again, Mist clears that too. Mist is going to need a massage after this game. His defense is incredible. Turbo Pulsa again over top, and Beast Mode got faked out, and the shot goes through from Atomic thanks to the mastermind Pierre.
We're definitely going to Game 7 in Turbo with this masterful fake. And it was really Shopify giving the ball right back to Atomic. That is set up by the push from Turbo. A 2-0 lead with 47 seconds to go. Envy poised for a run to Champions Field.
40 seconds remain in Game 6, separating us from exactly that, barring a huge comeback out of Rebellion. They had all that pressure. They had all those great looks at the Envy net and came away with exactly nothing. Now Rapid will try, called his own number, and Mist was up to the task. Memory retreating. Somebody's got to take charge with 18 to go. It's Memory again down the wing. Little contact threatened. It didn't work out. Mist will put the cherry on top, and we will go to Game 7 after a little chain dash from Mist on the wall.
And this is just a freebie here in Envy, putting again their stamp of approval down on this series, down on Game 6 for how well Shopify have started. They're looking a little bit gassed right now in this series, and Envy have been working their way back slowly, trusting the fundamentals, trusting the team play, and it's starting to work out. They're letting Shopify kind of punch themselves out, at least in this first best of 7, and Envy are more than happy to duck against the ropes and then lean in for a landing blow.
I told you before we came on, I told anybody that would listen, and granted, not many.
Not many did, I can confirm that.
We were in for 21 games. That's all I'm saying.
We might just be Stacks.
Rebellion's the 7 seed. Envy's the 3 seed. What's 7 times 3?
21.
There you go. We could have 3 full best of 7s. We got 1. We know that much. Envy with a brilliant comeback, a resilient comeback here against Shopify Rebellion. It looked like after 2 games, Rebellion had this one on lock, and it would be a very short night. We all go home, we get some sleep, and go home the next day. Instead, here we are, going to Game 7. In an incredible series between these 2 top dogs in NA.
I mean, it feels like this is the Envy formula at this point so far. I mean, ever since last season, even going into here, they're just an annoying team to play against. They are so frustrating because they don't go away. They don't give up, and they get what they need. They didn't have to outscore you 4 or 5 goals there. They got 1. They held the lead for the majority of the game. Then they get 2 to secure it with 46 seconds to go. Envy are just handling the business right now, and Shopify, to all their credit, it just seems like they haven't been able to hit that next gear that they need to put Envy away in this series. And if Envy win this first best of 7, I'm going to disagree with you. I don't know if we're going to get a full 21 because I think Envy are now kind of on cruise control here.
They do have a ton of momentum, but there is still 1 game left to be decided. It is home field advantage for one Pierre, Turbo Pulsa. This is his field, Champions Field, as we queue it up. 5 more minutes on the clock for our first best of 7 in the Grands. Who will take it, Rebellion or Team Envy? It's Memory to the backboard. They've not had that early success that they relied on earlier in the series until now. Rapid, the well had gone dry, but he scores 11 seconds in.
We continue to trade kickoff goals, and finally Shopify's number gets pulled, and Rapid unleashes right off the top bar, and Envy have to watch that one sink through early on. You gotta love the aggression off the start and the consistency upfield. Shopify getting it done.
It couldn't have been anybody better for Rebellion because Rapid needed to see the ball go into the net a few times. He had carried the load offensively to some extent for the majority of this tournament. Came in with 20 goals before this grand final. That just his 3rd. Near miss from Envy as Atomic will hit Mist now. Back to Atomic. The pass not quite there, but Mist. Oh, what a fake. And now it just goes across. Envy still on the attack. Feel like they could have got more. They'll settle for the goal, and Rapid shuts the door. Turbo Pulsa up the ladder. His shot is just off the crossbar and almost own goal. They got away with 1, and Memory will finally clear.
That's some immaculate defense from Shopify, and now counterattack right downfield, but Atomic easily denies it and sends it back away. Beast Mode will cut this one down, and now we have a bit of a contest here into the corner, but Mist will win it and wrap it up for the 1v1. Keeps this one alive. Shopify needing that 2nd goal. Envy threatening a chance for the equalizer, and Atomic leads way to Turbo. Turbo on target. Beast Mode clears it away.
Well, this certainly was a start to Game 7. Envy comes out of the gates chasing the lead. The Shopify Rebellion got that early goal from Rapid. Kickoff goals, the bane of a lot of players' existence. And it could be a colossal miscue from Envy on the opening kickoff here. We'll see. It is Turbo to Atomic, backboard play. Atomic just dumps that off to the side. They got the demolition on memory. They got almost everything they wanted, but the shot never got to the net.
I mean, Atomic's touch just leads way to Mist, moving down to the other corner. I mean, that's just, again, a heads-up play from Envy to at least move the ball out of Shopify's reach, even if they're not getting a touch of their own. Whatever you can do to neutralize Shopify on those long clears from the backboard, especially from Rapid's POV, you're going to take advantage. Atomic, Mist, so good from this angle, but even better defense. Atomic to Turbo, the 1-2. It's so good, Stacks.
It really is. How many players have this kind of field awareness to know Turbo's coming up? That's got to be comms all the way. Envy ties the game right before halftime.
It's only fair it's tied halfway through Game 7.
Of course. Wouldn't have it any other way. The first 7 out of who knows how many will it get exactly in our grand final.
I think that's the first real shot we've seen from Shopify in, what, minute and a half? They've been playing some great boom ball, but it has really come down to matching the counterattack of Envy. And with that, there has not been a lot of good looks. As Turbo takes one, and Mist will take one to the grave. We'll see him in a couple seconds. Back to full strength for Shopify now. Beast mode, not a lot of boost though. To the opposite corner, low post, Turbo. Back to Atomic, and an extension from Rapid. Now you need presence for Shopify to match that clear, and now they come upfield.
They were a little slow there. There was a bump though against Mist, and he manages to stay involved in the play. Now Atomic just doing all he can to get the ball central. He did so for Mist, and it's Memory combining with, I believe, Beast Mode on the save. Now Rapid actually kind of bumped into that ball, and Turbo Pulsar should have it across. Almost gave it away to Beast Mode, and Memory made them almost pay there. That was a sketchy defensive sequence, and it leads to a missile out of Turbo.
I think he just caught Shopify lacking just a little bit. Atomic with his great movement downfield. Pretty simple, but again, Turbo putting it right towards the right post. And if you're in net, you're not thinking he's choosing right next to you. You're like, oh, he's stretching the goal line. He's trying to go to the top corner. That's heads awareness and heads up plays from Turbo. Understanding the situation. A 2-1 lead for Envy. Make it 3-1. That one is downfield.
It's Turbo again. How many is that for him? 1 million. Make it 7 goals. 1 per game. Came in just a shade under that mark for the tournament. 3-1 Envy. Can they complete an incredible comeback? Down 3-1 in this series initially. Now just less than 90 seconds away from turning this final on its head. Bounce in front. Memory doing all he can to keep it alive. Rapid again. Rolled this out. Beast mode coming on, and Turbo again with a simple clear. Not a lot of boost to be had though on the Envy half of the field. And maybe a bad break for Rebellion that ball rolled up rather than bouncing out low.
Atomic has all the room in the world just to make this one interesting, and Envy with a 2-goal lead. They're going to kill the clock. They're going to find ways to take the ball away and make it impossible to extend. And no matter what Shopify are doing here, they just can't find anything. These passes not working. That is the slowest read of all time. And no matter what happens, the boys in blue struggling to find the back of the goal. And you can see it in the scoreboard. Envy with 36 seconds, a 3-1 lead. They are just playing to kill this game.
30 seconds remain in a classic opening series. And this is just the first out of a potential 3 in our grand finals. No bracket reset, no game advantage, none of that. Straight best of 3 sets of best of 7. Thrown in front again. Memory, blocked by Mist, and cleared away again. By goodness, Envy is gonna pull this off. Down 3 games to 1. All hope was looking lost, but Turbo Pulsar and Team Envy found a way. First one in the books, and you can see the relief on all three faces.
I mean, it's got to be no surprise with how Envy have been playing this weekend. That's the sentiment. They find a way. Against NRG, they find a way. SSG, a way. It doesn't matter. Top 4 is their road. They have been stuck in that maze for 4 days now, and they've continued to show up, show out, and continue to hit that next dimension just when they need to. Envy look polished, man, and we're in the preseason. Shopify, you get a little bit of a break here, but you're going to need a hard regain going into this next best of 7.
Boy, are they. Team Envy. A team, look, veterans, as Spaceman mentioned, always find a way. And this team certainly did. Look, fans of both teams have a lot to be excited about. We're still technically in the preseason with the RLCS looming on the horizon. But seeing what we saw out of these two teams in just the first leg of our Grand Finals journey, I can't wait to see what they've got for an encore, and we won't have to wait much longer.
Yeah, we certainly won't. And again, we're going to give these players some time to breathe. But
Yes,
with
sir.
how this series has gone, you have to feel in those comms, in those moments, the emotions for Envy, right? You're cool, calm, collected. You just want to go next. You want to immediately get into the next best of 7. For Shopify, one quick takeaway, Stacks. Talk to me. What do they need to fix going into the next one?
They need to get back to that. You saw that pass from Beast Mode early in the series. That is the play that they need to get back to if they're going to stand a chance against Envy. It can't be simple. Has to be a little complex. Get back to playing their game. We will see if they can do just that. We're going to step aside. When we come back, the second of our Grand Final series coming your way in the WePlay Invitational. Ready, steady, goal. 5 out of the 7 games, yes, all 7, 1-goal games as Team Envy perseveres against Shopify Rebellion. They erase a 3-1 series deficit. 2 very tilting 0-second goals against Rebellion. And Team Envy is 1 step closer to the grand prize.
It wasn't easy, Stacks. It was not an easy road to Game 7, but they made it look easy on Champions Field, and that is the takeaway. Envy are in a bit of cruise control right now, but for Shopify, this little bit of a break gives you time to regain, reset, breathe a little, think through your progressions, through those reads, and we get back into Game 1. This is our second best of 7 for the North American Grand Finals. If Envy win this, they are your champions, but Shopify want to send it to another 7 set.
If I am Shopify Rebellion right now, I'm crying foul and pleading to the admins because look where we are to start this series. Right where we left off, right where Envy left off, Atomic almost converts. And Beast Mode will just watch as Rapid tries to clear the zone unsuccessfully. So he'll have to come back and Beast Mode will be called into action deep in the corner. Rebellion came oh so close. They had 3 shots at closing out Team Envy, but this is an Envy team that has fought from the depths, going down 0-4 to FaZe Clan in the opening round on day 1, only to face SSG, FaZe again, G2, NRG, dispatching them with a lot of haste in our lower finals earlier tonight. They have all the momentum now, and it's on Shopify Rebellion to extinguish that flame immediately.
I mean, in the first series, you look at what Envy did so well against Shopify. They did such a great job of neutralizing them and keeping them on the ground, but you can't do that consistently down the stretch. At some point, it's going to break, and Memory is the first to stand up strong and find the opening goal.
5 goals in that first series for Memory, tied him with Beast Mode for the team lead. Also tied him with Atomic, but not so with Turbo Pulsa, who scored 7, including a hat trick in Game 7, as he is one to do. Beast Mode, after Memory barely kept that ball out of the goal. Now it's Rapid with nothing in the tank, but at least able to get that ball over in the vicinity of Memory. And that's what Rebellion needs to do. Maybe feed the hot hand. Memory has been outstanding, so too is Beast Mode. It might have to be somebody other than Rapid this time, where he had been so great leading up to this final.
And Memory's got to be careful. Now it's a foot race against Turbo on the counterattack downfield, and these transitions have worked out for Envy early on, and they've continued. Atomic, the slow but missed at the bump, leaves way, and now the defense for Shopify has to start setting up at that midfield line. You cannot afford to give Envy this much space downfield, or Atomic is going to do things like that and make it chaotic.
Rebellion getting the opening goal as they did often in that last series. Didn't work out for them in the end. Memory with a great stop on the near side on a real tight angle. Now Turbo Pulsa, stuffed by both Rapid and Beast Mode, but that leaves only Memory at the back. And a job well done by Memory, keeping this lead intact. But for how much longer? Envy putting Rebellion-esque pressure on here. Mist got one through. Rapid just launches that from the back wall. Atomic there on the tight angle, and Beast Mode shut the door.
They've continued to meet the challenge right on the goal line, and consistently we're seeing Shopify clear the ball back out to the midfield and not wasting a lot of time getting up with it as well, meeting the ball in its rotation. And so far, Envy are still closing in on what could be their first goal of game number 1. Again, it's going to be a long series here, Stacks, but with how Envy played in that first best of 7, what is that one fundamental going into this they have to continue if they're going to take home the chip?
Defense. Lots and lots and lots of defense. It is one of the toughest things to do against a team of this caliber. But you have to find a way, and we were talking about it over in the EMEA tournament. It's not fun. It's not glamorous playing defense, winning some of these 1-0 grindy games. You don't get talked about as much when you're not the one scoring the goals, when you don't lead the team in scoring. But seeing a 0 on the other side has to be just as satisfying as seeing a crooked number up on your half of the scoreboard. Memory will bring this one right back in. Rebellion doing just that against Team Envy, shutting them down, not letting them get those quality chances, and they're closing in on a Game 1 victory, but we've seen it time and time again. Envy have been able to strike late after weathering the storm.
feel like we've just reverted back in time and started watching the start of this grand final. Look at what Shopify are doing. They're stealing those corner boosts, and it's making Envy's job that much more difficult to clear this ball away. It's an exact copy and paste from the earlier matches, and with a booming clear for Envy, it gives them time to breathe and get back to the midfield line. But once more, Shopify not giving them much room to work with. Right over, but easy for Rapid to clear it away.
In the final minute, this is where Envy comes alive, or they have been in this grand final. Rapid's going to run out of juice. Atomic popped one in front. Beast mode got over, missed. Rapid is there, and he just doesn't convert. Memory will try, and he does. And a big sigh of relief from Rebellion fans everywhere. A heavy insurance goal.
Finishing strong in the closing moments of this game. Shopify again putting more points on the board, something that had not gone in their way in the first series, right? They had struggled to put Envy away, and they had let Envy get extra touches with 0 seconds with about 10 left on the clock. Envy taking advantage of those opportunities, but for Shopify, it very much came down to late game execution, something they had struggled with. So far in the start of this second best of 7, when they need to most, they have been answering that change, and they've certainly fixed it between the rounds.
We have seldom seen this team, even going back to their Pioneers days, look this good on Sunday. But this is a good enough start in their second best of 7. A shot at redemption as they try to drag this out the distance.
And we started the first best of 7 with a 1-0 win for Shopify, then game 2, and game 3 to Envy. Then back and forth we went, 3-1 for Shopify, and then y'all know how it ended. But in this one, it continues on that same pace. A very hot start, getting upfield early, meeting the challenges, rushing to the ball on the point of contact, and then taking it away from Envy, not giving them a lot of time to establish that identity at midfield.
The defense early in the series, as my partner here alluded to, has been outstanding for Shopify Rebellion, but this is an Envy team that understands it's a long series.
Yeah.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. I know, that's a cliche. With this best of 3, best of 7s, it's more like a super marathon. But whatever the case, plenty of time for Envy to right the ship and maybe make this a 2-series affair.
And going into this, Shopify have to know that Envy at some point are going to completely fall back on the fundamentals. They're going to rely on dictating the pace and establishing a presence at midfield, using the sidewall to set up Atomic or Mist, and Turbo's always going to be circling back into the play somewhere, somehow. They're going to stay annoying on the pitch. If you can understand that, and if you're Shopify preparing for those fundamentals to be a factor, you should be able to catch Envy off guard in a couple of different instances, and from there, you might have success, but Shopify have to meet that criteria. So far, the syllabus has been going their way in the start of this series. Let's see how it goes into game 2.
It is amazing to think that that game is the first shutout of this grand final. Everything else, 4-1, 2-1, X and 1, basically, going either way. The one outlier being the big shootout in game 3, which Envy got their first win in that first series with a 0-second goal. It came, of course, from Turbo Pulsa. He kind of has a tendency of doing that in clutch situations.
Sure.
Missed for Atomic, redirect across, out of harm's way, but certainly something for the Rebellion defense to go, all right, I see you.
I mean, it's certainly an interesting look towards the net, but Shopify haven't seen that quite style yet so far in this best of 7. And now we continue on with Rapid meeting the ball downfield. And Turbo always seems to be the last guy back for Envy, where everyone else can establish their rhythm. And with a couple of awkward flips here, Memory comes in for the bump and the dunk. He will not find it, though. Rapid will get the call in Beast Mode, patiently waiting for his opportunity to contribute to this offensive rotation. Miss going to get it out, and a stall out of midfield.
Rapid up to the heavens, nothing doing there. Memory will try his luck now. Got Beast Mode in front and almost a nasty redirect. Instead, cut out by the defense of Team Envy. They're going to have to go to work yet again. Shopify Rebellion not letting Envy rest at all. Memory going to lob one right back in, and there are bodies forward. What in the world? That one almost found the mark.
I don't know how Beast Mode puts that even where close to where it's at, but Memory going to try to keep it alive once again. The second extension for Shopify has kept them in the orange side of the field for now. And Rapid will meet this ball in transition. Memory gets the call. He's up for the connection. Boost here. Resources, positioning, power. It's all there for Shopify, but Envy find ways to clear it out.
Turbo, that was clipped by Memory. Waterfall down, and Turbo couldn't catch up, nor could Atomic. And Shopify Rebellion get away with one big time. Made a deal with the devil to keep that ball out. Now Atomic for Turbo, intercepted by Memory. More pressure from Rebellion. Can you imagine if Rebellion managed to get the opening goal here? Kind of a 2-goal swing when you think about it, because Envy surely should have had the opening goal. Maybe they get it here. No, missed high. And Turbo will come along a little too late, and back to the defensive end goes scurrying Envy.
Speaking of which, Atomic gets right back in time to, again, give more room for Mist and Turbo to get in position to set up for the midfield hole. There's Turbo, backboard, right off the bar. And unfortunately for Envy, another instance that goes by the wayside. They have not been able to find what they've been looking for on these rotations. And at some point, you feel like it has to open up. Something has to change. But Shopify's defense, again, very quickly moving out of the fray and keeping them involved in this game.
Rapid got to that at the last possible moment. Follow-up from Miss. Second touch is pure. And Envy on top first.
Again, it was only a matter of time. You take away the corner boost, Beast Mode gives it right back to Mist. And the restabilizing from Mist. I mean, he's absolute money from there. There was no one in the net to guard. Shopify did all they could, and Envy get the opening goal. A minute 41 to go here in game number 2. And for Envy, they had to work incredibly hard to get their first points.
At times, you could draw a lot of parallels between Mist and Squishy from NRG. Not always just filling up the net offensively, but his defensive presence is second to very, very few. And when he scores, it is highly impactful. Rapid in front again. Mist will clear, because of course he does, but banked right back in front to be cleared away by Atomic, and not Mist as he came up empty. Give the man a little bit of praise, and then he does that to you. Here goes Rapid, around one, trying to delay for Memory, and he just kept pulling the ball further and further away.
How many times have we seen the ball bank off the top bar in this series, let alone this game?
Too many.
It's got to be so frustrating. I know it's hard to watch sometimes, but these players are certainly feeling that angst. As Memory's going to meet it, and he's been a standout this weekend, this series, whatever you want to name it. He has picked up his game to a new level, and hopefully that gives him more respect throughout the scene, as now Memory with 5 shots and 2 saves, trying to facilitate for the rest of his guys. And Mist will meet it and leave it to Atomic, but more pressure mounting. Shopify are not going quietly away from midfield.
Closing time now in game 2. Opportunities abound for Shopify Rebellion, but none have found purchase. Down to 15 seconds. Missed out past Rapid, so he's got to rush back. Demolition on Beast Mode. That's a big one, as Envy can just keep the ball back in their zone. Rapid almost found a way to catch up to that. Looking for the knockout blow is Envy. Not quite. And now they got to keep the ball in the air, do Rebellion. And they are just jumping all over each other. A lot of hero ball. Angling down, still somehow kept up. Rapid will get it to Mist on the back wall, and still Rebellion have life. Now this ball bounces out and just out of the reach of Beast Mode and Memory. Envy hang on, but Rebellion made it real interesting at the end.
I mean, the takeaway really for this game number 2 for me was just Envy's, again, their confidence on the goal line, sure, but they were doing a great job of containing Shopify. They were not allowing them to set up those passes down the field. They weren't allowing them the space to open up the lanes and force someone like Beast Mode, someone like Memory to get creative. And they're doing a very good job of kind of quarantining Shopify and keeping them out of finding one another, which again set up to that 1-0 scoreline that stayed throughout the game.
If I never hear that word again,
I'll be very happy.
As long as I live,
I did it.
It would be a big, big relief. But Envy fans happy to hear the word shutout going their way this time. After their team was shut out 0-2 in game 1, Envy fires back one of their own, 1-0, to tie up the series, 1 game apiece. Champions Field looming in the distance, but we're not quite there yet. Instead, we go to the post-apocalyptic barren wasteland for game 3. Shopify Rebellion and Team Envy in our second of a possible 3 best-of-7 series. It is getting late. It is getting to be crunch time. Will exhaustion set in? Will fatigue set in? The toughest mentally of these players are going to take home the lion's share of this $50,000 prize pool.
You know, this is usually the moment in a best of 7, this part of the series. We're talking about games, 3, 4, 5, where really the momentum swings one or two ways. And at that point, we're pretty much talking about who's going to win from there on out. For Envy, you go up 2-1. I mean, you're 2 games away from the championship and you're in cruise control. For Shopify, continuing that same tempo, that same pressure they've been applying, just getting a little bit more creative and trying to get to one another on those passes, and maybe things open up a little bit more, but this is going to be a massive game in the series, Stacks.
We're still very young in the inclusion of this best of sets format in Rocket League Esports, and it's difficult to judge exactly where we are in any given series, right? This isn't really the 3rd game of any given series. This is the 10th game that these 2 teams have played against each other in rapid succession. And now I wonder if you start maybe judging teams by how close they are to the finish line. In Envy's case, it's 3 wins away. In Rebellion's case, it's a much longer path. They still need 7 more wins, including this one right here, if they can hold on after a goal from Rapid on an empty net.
I mean, I don't know if there's fatigue for either of these players. I'm sure there is on both sides, but we're not seeing it. We're continuing to see that level of confidence and that level of consistency that both Envy and Shopify have brought to the tournament this weekend. They haven't stepped off the gas, and they've continued to show up and show out. With 3:44 to go into game number 3. You're looking at a 2-1 series lead for either side, and how big it might be in beast mode, making it 2-0. It's so good for Shopify.
And it's so good from Rapid, too. Got the long car out for this one. Bang! Just kept that neutral against Mist. And beast mode there to pick up the scraps. A big 2-0 lead early in game 3. Or game 10, if you prefer.
Almost feel like we're getting kind of closer to that kickoff goal that might eventually break this game open, but what a start it's been for Shopify. You talk about the best myriad of ways you could open up a series like this. It certainly would be to put numbers on Envy's head and force them to make a correction. So far, Envy have been more than happy to play Shopify's game, but now it might not work out, as Memory, with very little boost, will still find ways to keep the rest of his team involved. In Rapid, circling back at the midfield line, up to beast mode. And off the backboard, it won't even get there. Atomic cuts it down. Turbo will see you off respawn. And Memory with the clear buys Shopify time.
Turbo did spawn on the side the ball was headed towards, but well met by Atomic, well in the air. Turbo's got this, runs into Atomic, and nearly an own goal as he got that back to Mist. That was a little bit hairy on the defensive end out of Envy, and now they look to turn it into offense. Remember, they had a near own goal before and did turn that into a goal on the other side. Not this time.
We'll just chalk it up to Turbo. He understood.
Yeah,
he knew what was going on. Yeah,
watching a little too much Rocket Kicker.
Yeah, well, too many people watch a little bit too much Rocket Kicker. I'm tired of your nonsense, by the way. Costing me a championship. Missed. Gonna bring it to the sidewall. Beast mode will meet him. And beast mode can't extend. For Shopify, it's very much come through these individual solo efforts up to the ceiling, but Envy have read it well, and Envy have read it consistently. Turbo going to slow it to Mist. 1-2, we go upfield into the blue half. The extension for Atomic, right back to Mist. 1-2, Envy looking for their first goal here in game number 3, and yet again, they will come up empty.
Skied up to the back for Mist to play. Just play keep away from Rebellion as everybody gets set up. Mist couldn't utilize any kind of flip reset, so now this will go back for Atomic. Inside 2 minutes, still plenty of time for Envy here in the 3rd game of this set. Up high though for Rebellion, double commit. Rapid will still roll one through, and it's Mist with the save. One of many that Mist has made throughout this series and this tournament.
No matter how much time is on the clock, you know something's coming. It's 3-0 Shopify.
Just a matter of time before Rebellion broke one open. They haven't had a runaway since game 1 when they jumped out to a 4-0 lead. Turbo got 1 and you're like, okay, well that's cool. And then Envy started slowly but surely to turn things around. Now it's a 3-goal lead in game 3 of our 2nd set. Beast mode and Rapid looking for more. You've never scored enough goals against Team Envy until the clock hits 0. Out of the corner again for Beast mode, and a great win by Mist. Turbo was downfield, but he could not get to Rapid.
Shopify continuing to spread the field quite nicely with a lot of these touches. And when Envy get in to intercept, there's nowhere that ball can go. It's in dead man's land. That's the same thing as no man's land, but instead Envy have no goals. Finally, we can change the script. 3-1, 47 seconds. It's Turbo who scores and gets Envy on the board.
It is his first goal of this second set. And perhaps life for Envy in game 3. Imagine if they can turn this one around. It might just break Shopify Rebellion. Demolition by Turbo. Looking to walk one, and oh, he faked out Memory, and Atomic scores. This game just got a lot more interesting.
That's the simplicity for Envy we were waiting to see, and Memory just couldn't make it. Turbo, another great bait. What is that, 2 times now in this grand final? Turbo has just found ways to make the defensive life of Shopify so much more chaotic. And even then, Envy feed off it. He does it so well. The kickoff leads way to a demo, and Shopify can breathe, but not for long.
Rapid just trying to bait Mist in and playing with a lot of fire. Turbo over towards Mist, but he's on his way back. He does have full boost, but he's not going to be called just yet. Keeping this ball very wisely away from Mist, but now finally Envy will find him. Mist for Atomic. Got that one past Rapid, and it's still in a favorable position in front. 8 seconds left. Rebellion's not clearing the zone, but that miss by Mist will really hamper the effects of this attack, and that's going to do it. Rapid scores, but man, did Envy make it interesting.
I mean, Turbo was even up there in the late game, just pushing players out of the goal line, getting physical, trying to create space for Envy. But Shopify don't get scared. They find ways to get back possession, and they immediately clear it downfield. A nice shot to even kind of make this game a little bit more rounded. But 4-2, and that's how it will end. Shopify, again, answering the call when needed. And with this being their potential final series in this grand final, they're leaving it all out on the field, Stacks.
That's a big game momentum-wise for Rebellion, too, because Envy was starting to get it going, and it almost felt like that sense of inevitability that they were going to bring this back yet again and stun Rebellion. And if they managed to steal that game away from them, who knows what the history would hold for Shopify Rebellion. But instead, that's all hypotheticals, that's all what ifs. What we have is reality, and reality says Rebellion won 4-2. They're up 2-1 in the series.
I mean, reality says that you can't count out Envy no matter how much time is left. And even when you start getting into that rhythm of Shopify, you know, starting to read through some of Envy's defensive setups, even there, it's plays like this from Turbo that make it difficult. But credit where credit's due for Shopify, man. Like, they're making the spread of the field so much wider than it usually is. And for Envy, a lot of the times they meet the pass. A lot of times they jump in for the interception. There's nowhere to put the ball. There's no one to find because Shopify are surrounding you at all turns. Envy can't do a whole lot with a whole little. And right now, Shopify are taking it to him in the most pivotal point in the series.
By this point in the previous series, the Envy offense had come alive. There was that 4-3 win in Game 3. They're still just a little quiet here after 3 games in our second set. It's a good sign for Shopify Rebellion, but they are still only halfway home to getting a first best-of-7 victory.
It's going to take a while. It's going to take an absolute marathon, and that was the mentality for both these teams going into this grand final. It has to be a marathon. And now you start to think about, okay, we're halfway through this series, somewhat so. Do we start to sprint a little bit? Do we start to pick up the pace? Shopify, I mean, they've already started doing that, but for Envy, there has to be a way to read some of these hits a little bit quicker because Shopify have been dictating the pace in the first couple of games.
We'll see if Shopify Rebellion has indeed hit its second wind after stalling out in the later stages of our first set. Popped across. Easy one for Rapid. And now Atomic. Good through ball. Has missed in the middle. Redirect on target. And Envy finds a way again.
And these touches from Mist, like, it's just so hard and difficult to read this, let alone block it. Mist is almost automatic from this angle. And upfield, Envy quickly score once again. Mist, so full of self-esteem that he sweats fog. It's almost predictable at this point.
"50 seconds gone by in a crucial game for Team Envy. Rapid now. Looking for an answer for Shopify Rebellion. Rolled one out, but everybody was already on their way back for Rebellion. Beast mode. Loft ahead. Looking for contact, finding none. Now they'll try again. Put another quarter in the machine. Let's see what happens this time. Memory up top. Gonna take this one himself. Tried to force it through. There is Beast Mode on the left side, and we're all tied up.
This is such a beautiful counter down the field, and it's all set up by Memory on the side while keeping this ball up and winning that 50 against Mist on the back wall. Beast Mode immediately jumps up into the lane and recognizes the ball is pushed down, so that spin's going to favor you on a down touch, and from there he sneaks it through. Shopify Rebellion quickly responding to Envy, and that's going to be the takeaway in this series, Stacks. Can they quickly respond to what Envy bring to the table? If they can, we very well might be going to another best of 7, but Turbo doesn't want that to happen. He makes it 2-1 yet again.
This is very similar to Game 3, right? One team scores, an immediate answer back the other way. This has another potential to go back and forth as the pendulum swings. Momentum on the line here in Game 4. Rebellion looking to go back on match point. Boy, we keep seeing that chain dash out of Atomic, and it looks and sounds so weird. But that's just what he's got up his sleeve, man. The mechanics continue to evolve year after year, month by month it seems sometimes.
It's just another layer to Atomic's gameplay that makes him difficult to beat. And that's going to be the matchup, really. I mean, you're looking at, Turbo versus Memory. You look at the veterans on this field. Rapid versus Atomic. Beast Mode versus Mist. One-on-one. It continues to be that way in this series. So far, both teams showing up at their best, showing out when called upon, but still, we keep it going. A 2-1 lead for Envy, a save by Mist, and a hold on the defensive end. Orange side completely locked down. Envy will not allow a goal. Right back to midfield we go, and Mist will clear it out to Turbo.
We've posed the question on social media, are you having fun? Rebellion's manager, Dion, base, no. Very simple answer. It is fingernail biting time right now for fans on both sides, for the teams on both sides. Envy has a series to give, but think of all the momentum they would give up if they do so. Beast Mode doing all he can to keep this ball center, create another opportunity. Nothing is there. Envy continues to lead by 1, looking to tie up this series and maybe send us hurtling towards another 7th game. Beast Mode right down the middle, easily sent away by Mist and Atomic.
That's such a great duality from Mist and Atomic. I mean, Atomic was screaming downfield, immediately got in a position where Mist could pass, Atomic could clear. It's a 1-2 connection on the defensive end that Envy will always pull out when in a dire spot. They need another goal if they want to keep Shopify off their backs. And at this moment in time, it feels like Turbo's getting close. It feels like Mist is setting up for something big, and Turbo can't get there in time. Beast Mode will once more push it back to midfield. Memory with the clear off the back wall. Can he stabilize and get it out? To the corner we go. To the midfield line we extend. Rapid, nicely done.
Oh, Mist with so much control, even with Rapid bearing down on him. This goes right down the middle. Mist was looking for Memory, couldn't get to him in time. It'll be Rapid. Good pinch downfield, but they've got to follow it up. Oh, Rapid may be able to. No boost, no problem. Memory, though, looked like he might have cut off Beast Mode, and it may cost him dearly.
Seen a couple of those shots in this series alone. Rapid giving it right back to Mist. This 1-2 back pass that now works out. Memory, not a lot of boost. We're kind of keeping this one low in altitude, and not a lot of boom ball here for Shopify. They're really forcing the issue directly in front of the net for Envy. So far, Envy have been reading it properly.
Final 30. Another one on target. Rapid collects. And that keeps Rebellion alive in this game. But for how much longer? Memory narrowly avoids Atomic. But he still got to this ball, and there he is. Dancing along the wall again. Here goes Rapid. Down to 13 seconds. Beast Mode and Rapid. Who's going to take charge? Nobody. Memory now on the opposite side. Down to 5 seconds. Rapid to center. Didn't get it out there. Now he does. Beast Mode wide. And Envy will clear and will hang on. This series is all tied up.
We saw the start of the first best of 7. It was a bunch of 2-1s. It always came down to the wire. And that's how this one will go as well. All tied up in our second best of 7. Envy, a goal for Mist. 5 saves, 2 shots. I mean, the dude's got 5 saves and he gets a goal with it. Like, he's playing ridiculous in this grand final. Everyone from Envy really contributing at their utmost.
Very little has been decisive in this grand final. But the only thing that has been decidedly true is, look, these teams are pretty good and they're very evenly matched. Not quite a coin flip as one of our series yesterday. I believe it was actually the NVG2 series yesterday. That felt like a coin flip. This one is just a lot of fun.
Yeah, we started with a 3-0 for Envy, and then, G2 brought it back one piece at a time, Envy finally closing it down. But that's been the road for Envy in this entire weekend. They've had to play the very best teams in North America. They've seen every single iteration, every amalgamation of a style that comes through in the offense, the defense, the rotations, the counterattacks, whatever it may be, the physicality that North America has. Envy's seen it all, dude. They have passed the test, and now they just need to beat one more team. And Shopify are giving them a run, but Envy continued just to be resilient down the stretch. However, for Shopify, a lot of highlights in that last game. Fortunately, they just couldn't find that one goal to keep them in it.
It's incredible, again, to just look at the hit list for Team Envy on their way through. Space Station, G2, FaZe, NRG, and now looking to add one more trophy to their wall here in Shopify Rebellion. It'd be a trophy worth $15,000 for the team if they can pull it off. 2-2 now, here going into Game 5. Yeah, good things are worth waiting for. Now we're underway. Big game here in the story of our grand finals. If Envy can come through in Game 5, it will be tournament point.
Serious point for both teams, no matter who wins.
Yep.
And that's
the odd-numbered games.
That is a lot of pressure for Rapid, Beast Mode, and Memory, but they can handle it. They've been here before. We know what they did last season. I mean, for Envy, this is just another weekend for them competing in North America, but still, it has not been easy. And let's get into it. Rapid up to meet that ball, but Envy's defense so far today has been annoying, like gnats, constantly circling around for that long clear. And it's been up to Shopify to make the response on the other end.
Both teams have been very confident in their own back line. We've seen a lot of back passes. That's team chemistry for you at work. Rapid all the way downfield, cut off by Mist. Who's going to blink first in Game 5? Very tense moments at the start of this one. First minute gone by. Not a lot on either side. And you can tell there's just a little bit of, okay, what if this happens on both ends?
I mean, you don't want to be the first team to make that mistake. And if you are, things like that happen where Rapid almost gets right around both defenders and gives Shopify the early lead.
It's that magnifying glass, right?
It absolutely is. And it gets hotter the longer you go. And at some point, you're going to have to pull off just a little. And when that happens, we know Shopify can clear and we know Envy can score. From here, though, we circle back to the blue half. Possession here for Shopify. And for Envy, it's come through the midfield pressure all series, all grand final. It's going to have to happen one more time to get to series point.
They go almost over top of Beast Mode, but he had just enough to be able to catch up. Missed now. Sets up Turbo Pulsa. Beast Mode, confident at the back. Atomic got a piece of it, though. That might disrupt Rebellion just a tiny bit. Got the bump, and will Memory get there? No, Mist cuts the brakes. 1-0 to Envy off a great play at midfield.
On a 1-on-1 breakaway, Mist won't miss, but even there, that bump sets it all in motion, and Memory can only hope and pray that Mist is off target. He won't be in this grand final. It's a 1-0 lead early, and Envy making a very big statement early on, and you know they're not going to settle for just one.
To the backboard, almost. One for Rebellion. Remember, though, that they stalled out right around this point in the series, in Series 1. Mist will have this right at his back line. Now Beast Mode, bounce one through, and Turbo Pulsa pumping the brakes. Able to make the stop. This goes across. Shot high and wide. Now they're going to watch the counterattack. Mist trying to go over top of Memory, and he set it wide.
I mean, every time these passes have connected, what a win! Here comes Turbo. Oh, Envy. They make it look easy, man. Down the stretch, when they're threatened, they fight back, and those teeth are sharp as hell.
Incredible. And of course, who else but the four-time, Father Time. 2-0, Team Envy.
Yeah, they're both old. Well, the one thing you're seeing right now from Shopify is every time they've been able to connect with the pass to one another, every time they have set up that play, where's the ball come from? It's been left or right, wide on the post. They've had to overexert themselves on these touches, and it has forced more of an error than it usually does. And they're really having to work overtime to get looks at the net from Envy. Envy are not giving them a lot of room in the front of the goal. And that is something that has continued since the start of the first best of 7. Envy are playing very well on the defensive end, often a stat and a play style that gets overlooked because we know how fundamental they are on offense. And you're seeing everything from this Envy team in this grand final.
Games 5, 6, and 7 in our first series. 2-1, 2-1, 3-1. All to Team Envy. Big constant there is also the 1 on the side of Shopify Rebellion. They could not get much past the Envy defense. They've gone almost 4 minutes with no success against them. Memory launching forward again. Rapid is still downfield, but a very ambitious play. Now Memory and Rapid missed, avoided Rapid the first time, and another clear away. Beast mode. They'll have a man advantage, but no boost, and they both pump the brakes. Neither has anything in the tank, and Envy, despite the demolition on Turbo, escape unscathed.
You got 50 seconds to go, and Shopify now have a chance.
Bam!
Continues to happen, doesn't it?
It really does.
It continues to happen.
You get a team pressing forward, then they have to chase the lead. They have to throw caution to the wind. That's what happens. Envy about to go on match point unless Shopify Rebellion can pull not just a rabbit, but a whole litter of rabbits out of their hat.
You're going to have to pull a mammoth out of that hat to make something positive here. 30 seconds to go.
Well, it would be the hat trick, you know? 3
Did you
goals.
know they're trying to revive the mammoth?
I did not.
Now you know.
Well, Shopify Rebellion's trying to revive their offense. They have had very little in the latter half of both these series so far, and it's rearing its ugly head once again. Down to 12 seconds as Envy is closing in on another masterful performance. Turbo Pulses added 3 in this series. Envy has 3 wins. Is it a coincidence? I think not. 1 win away from ending the WePlay Invitational.
Envy are playing this so clean, Stacks. There has not been a lot of mistakes to point to. You have a team hat trick, really. A goal for Atomic, Mist, and Turbo. And across the board, it's very, very clean, concise. Everything is wrapped up in a nice little bow for Envy, and they're not having to work overtime. That's really the big key here. I mean, Envy have not felt pressured in the start of this series, and so far in the middle, they're just handling their business. It's another day in the office for Shopify. Everything they throw at the net, not a pun and not figuratively, literally everything they throw, Envy is just handling, dispatching, and then moving on with their counterattack.
Shopify Rebellion has looked good in the first 4 games of both these series so far. They were up 3-1. They had a 2-2 tie. They haven't won anything since Game 4, and they haven't scored more than 1 goal in any game past the 4th. Now it is buckle down time, though. Game 6. Questions have to be answered about this Rebellion team. Was the match with NRG yesterday a fluke? Is this team capable of winning these long, drawn-out series? It is just the preseason, but we're going to learn a lot about what we're going to see out of Rebellion over the next 9 months. Rapid downfield. Turbo's there, but Rapid got a piece. Rebellion needs to get an early strike to get back to their winning ways as they did early in these series.
That challenge by Turbo off the rip to save an opening goal from Rapid was insane. I mean, he just moves his car straight up in the air and it skyrockets. Impressive stuff all around, but going into this one, knowing that you're at series point for Shopify, that your backs are against the wall here. You need to win flat out from here on out. You need to win the next 2. You have to keep that same tempo. You have to continue to get in Envy's face and make their lives difficult on offense. Don't allow them these free looks. Don't allow them these constant connections. Find a way to disrupt some of the ebb and flow that Envy's been able to find.
Rapid looking for beast mode. He did stay with that play. You can see, of course, over time he's gone from the Dom into the Fennec. Now Memory for beast mode. He just watches as Mist clears all the way across. Turbo's there. All 3 men involved in the clearance for Team Envy. It is just a leisurely drive through traffic as Envy fends off Rebellion yet again.
We always know how these games go. And Memory looking for that first goal. Beast Mode to follow up. Beast Mode good. The demo, but the security. Shopify find that goal they had been hunting for in the last game.
Finally repaying the favor that Turbo Pulsar, he's been so great. Near the ball, not quite on it. A little bit of will I take the shot or not. Memory just played Turbo's challenge and left that ball for Beast Mode. Perfectly done. He had 5 in the first series, now his 4th goal of this series. We'll see if Rebellion can keep it up now, because 1 surely will not be enough. Beast Mode almost got the ground pinch. Got a little extra pace behind the shot, but not as much as he would have liked. Atomic didn't get the shot off, and Beast Mode can clear. Rebellion wipe a little sweat off the brow. They feel like they might have been let off the hook a bit.
It's going to have to come one play at a time for Shopify. And these extra little physical extensions, right, following into the play, something we see a lot with players like First Killer, Drees. They find ways just to take players out of rotation, and then you can continue to jump the offense. But this one goes right back to Mist, to Atomic, down to Turbo. Oh, the pass is so good. Envy tie it up.
What's this nonsense about preseason? That is a mid-season passing play. Atomic right down to Turbo. Tic-tac-toe, 1-1 at the halfway mark.
Just when you think you got Envy on the back foot, they find ways to crawl back into a game. And now it's really going to come down to this vying at midfield possessions, these constant war of attritions that Envy have won continuously in this series. With passes like that force Rapid to have to kick it to the corner where Atomic can meet it, where Turbo can be ready for the pass, and where an immediate counterattack comes through for Envy, it's still kept up. Rapid has to sky it to the ceiling, and now you fall back in, but still, resources, control, possessions, identity, Envy have all they need at midfield. Shopify have to find a way to take Envy off the pitch.
We talk so much about Champions Field being Turbo's field, but just to the left of that blue half of the field is a trophy that Turbo has lifted 4 times. The iconic backdrop of DFH Stadium. Could this be where Envy plants their flag and takes down the WePlay Invitational? Deadlocked at 1 in Game 6. Tournament point for Envy. Missed against Memory. Oh, Mist didn't get to the ceiling cleanly. That cost him, but Turbo Pulsar will bring it right back in. Atomic will not have any boosts, so he is going to have to retreat. And that's a good job by Turbo Pulsar, keeping this from being a runaway back to the Rebellion offensive half. Now Memory's got some time, picked his spot. Memory, or Mist with the save. Beast Mode now, up high, plenty in the tank. Got one down in front and sent away by Turbo.
Even on those looks that look so good, they're spreading that lateral movement out for Shopify. They just can't find that goal. You have Beast Mode working the left and Memory working the right. Rapid there for the third. And continuously, opportunities arise, but Envy close the door slowly, confidently, patiently. Another clear by Rapid. Memory's going to have to win this individual challenge against Atomic for a chance. And Shopify to get the lead here. If we go to OT, Envy are going to be scary, you know it, but Turbo will take this ball away before Memory gets up, and he wins the interception right back down to Rapid. Rapid on target, it's a little bit high, and that one means Envy have possession yet again. Memory near the box, finding Beast Mode. Beast Mode on target, Turbo gets it away. Memory going to keep it up? No, we go back near midfield.
But only near midfield. Beast Mode with 15. Clutch time now for Shopify Rebellion. Would love to get one before the 0 mark, maybe at 0. Instead, it's a shot for Envy, loose, high above. Memory's got to get this to ground. They want to get this to OT, and they do. They watch their entire tournament flash before their very eyes.
Of course, it comes down to OT. Envy just need one single goal, and they are your champions of the WePlay Invitational, but Rapid has other ideas, and Rapid was on target before Turbo was able to knock it away, and dished out to Beast Mode. Atomic with a great slow and redirect to Memory. Through the corner we go, no boost but a dream. and Rapid circles back. Beast Mode gonna meet them on the challenge. A 2-stack now for Shopify. And here comes Mist and Envy's defense.
Oh, Beast Mode had Rapid in front. He just could not elevate. Rapid himself is tall. Can't translate that to the car. 38 seconds gone by. Rapid will try again from the air, but sent away by Mist. Now Beast Mode has options in front. Memory is there, but again sent away, so it's Memory's turn to keep it alive. Beast Mode got that corner boost. Envy can't have much more, but they do get a big clear out of Turbo, and that may be enough to relieve the pressure.
Well, it's a huge clear from Turbo, but it's a better one from Atomic, and Turbo 1v1, almost able to get it through. And Mist will circle back into midfield, bumping Rapid out. Now a chance on the counterattack. Atomic waiting patiently. Is this the chance that Envy have been looking for?
All the way across. And now it's Turbo. The last guy Shopify wants to see on the ball. Beast Mode cut him out that time. And now Rapid, convincing clear, only as far as Turbo, who just happens to be everywhere right now for Team Envy. And that's a nightmare for Rebellion. Missed for the win, and Memory cut him out.
Counterattack, here comes Shopify. Long clear buys them time, and they can start to set up at midfield, but right over goes Atomic. I love this challenge, and he might get by Beast Mode. It's a wraparound for Envy. Turbo's out in front, but Beast Mode will clear it away, and Turbo can't get there. Mist now has to play goalie. Turbo has resources. You have a chance now for Envy. Out to Atomic we go.
There's not a live arena audience, but there certainly is an audience for this series in-house. You can maybe hear them in the background, excited for potentially another 7th game, but instead sent away. Envy live to fight another round. It'll be Rapid. Beast Mode. He can follow this through the corner, but instead flipped away, and Atomic is just going to shade this ball and now send it away. Turbo downfield. Rapid's got to get this. He didn't, and Turbo does it again. Envy takes down the WePlay Invitational.
The veteran steps up continuously for Envy every single time. You want to count out Envy. Turbo finds a way to step up and secure the win.
Unbelievable. No player has a penchant for doing it as often and as reliably as the man you see there. Pierre has done it again. Team Envy takes it down in 2 sets.
4-3 in the first best of 7. Champions Field, Turbo showed up. 4-2 in the second best of 7. Turbo showed up. Turbo has been unreal this weekend. Easily a contender for MVP. Every single time they needed him to step up, he did just that. And yeah, you're probably right. He might just well walk away with it.
He won it in this grand final alone. 7 goals in the opening series, a hat trick in Game 7 on his home turf. And as we mentioned, the trophy in the background on DF8 Stadium, he did it again. 5 goals and an assist in that second series. All adds up to 12-3 for Turbo Pulsa, and a $15,000 prize for Team Envy.
I mean, we have to talk about that run that Envy just pulled up through the lower bracket. This all started in the first round. They got knocked down and immediately start making their way through the very best that North America has to offer. You're looking at NRG, you're looking at G2, you're looking at SSG, you look at Shopify, the top 4 in North America. Envy puts them all in the coffin.
They absolutely do. An incredible lower bracket run, a very resilient comeback throughout the grand finals, the team that nobody could put away for good. Team Envy are your WePlay Invitational champions. Let's spin it around to the desk.
And it all comes down to the machine. Congratulations to Team Envy. Woo! That was a hell of a match, folks. It's F. Lawler and, of course, Supersonic. I am amped up. I am all the way turned up. Shout out to my man, Polar Bear Mike. I'm jammed up, dude. This was a fantastic fight. Shopify did what they could, but at the end of the day, Envy are one of North America's top teams, and they continue to do so. 2 best of 7s in the pocket.
I'm starting to lose my voice because of all the yelling I had back and forth that he's telling behind the scenes. To let you all know the situation, I've got a flight that leaves in like 45 minutes, and I gotta make it to the airport on time. Turbo, thank you. Thank you, Turbo, because I can make my flight now. What a series between Envy and Shopify Rebellion, back and forth the entire way. We stopped being analysts during this tournament just to watch as fans, and that's what Rocket League really does. Massive round of applause to both these teams because it was a phenomenal fight. But Envy, Turbo, you know how to do it. You know how to secure it, especially on Champions Field. I know you got a stat for everybody or a fun little factoid about that last series.
The last series? Oh, the last series, at least in the first series, is, well, don't take Turbo to Champions Field because he'll do hat tricks to you. And then don't take him to OT when it's tournament point because, well, Turbo Pulsar will score on you because that's what he does. He knows how to win. He wins all the time. It's the only thing Turbo Pulsar knows how to do.
Yeah, 2 goals in that first series. We're at 0 seconds for Envy. They do get only one of those games, but then immediately in overtime, and then another overtime after that. They end up getting one of those as well. So that one going to 4-3 with Envy. We talk about that lower bracket warm-up, and I do want to know, like, Shopify Rebellion, what was your pre-routine for that? Because they came in ready to go, which was really exciting. But Envy, man, they go up against the Shopify Rebellion at a different pace almost immediately. And then the adjustment that came after, you know, Shopify Rebellion wins 2 in a row, and I'm like, uh-oh, like, are we going to see this starting to run the other way? But Envy, man, we talk about those adjustments, the different play styles, getting involved, and it was truly a chess match between both these teams. And you can see it even in that. Turbo up for the aerial, and it's like, do I delay this? Do I hold on to it? Do I shoot it? Just trying to do anything he can to get these teams to bite, and that's pretty much how it felt, is forcing the other team to play your game as much as you could. Eventually, it is Envy, though, that takes the victory.
I mean, if Team Envy is the machine, Turbo Pulsar is whatever keeps the machine grounded, right? Like, he's the anchor of the squad. I said it before, when the other guys in this team, Atomic and Mist, are lights out fantastic, some of the best players. But when you need a win, Turbo digs deep and bops hard. Just a fantastic performance coming out from Turbo Pulsar. 4-time champ, by the way. We never say that. So Turbo Pulsar helping his team kind of do this one. I don't want to just celebrate Turbo. I really enjoyed what Turbo did. Mist and Atomic were just as much a part of this victory. Not just today, but the entire weekend. And Mist is going to help fill in some of those blanks with us today. Or excuse me, Atomic is here. And he's going to help fill in some of the blanks for us today. There he is. Yo, Atomic, congratulations on the victory. That was an incredible set. We got really excited watching it. Were you guys just as amped up playing it?
Yeah, the Game 7 series was really close, and there were so many saves. We were on defense for like half the game, and it felt really good to counterattack and score and end up winning that series.
You talk about being on defense a lot. Obviously, the Shopify Rebellion offense is something we've been focusing on a ton this tournament. But can you tell me about their defense? Because you guys obviously have quite a bit of offense going for you as well, while Shopify's defense was making it difficult for you.
Yeah, we found it that even if we were getting out of defense, it was hard to score. But after we started infield passing a bit more and finding each other instead of just trying to 1v3, and it kind of opened more shooting opportunities and gave us more goals.
You know, you said something there about Game 7 and that one kind of being tough for a moment, but how do you ever feel any kind of fear in Game 7s when you have Turbo Pulsar on your side? Champions Field is, it just has to automatically be your field.
Yeah, with Turbo, I definitely feel very confident going into Game 7s because he has so much experience, and also just I know as a team in Game 7s we always step up and the comms get a little bit better and everybody is more conscious about what they're doing. So we're really confident going into Game 7s.
We focus a lot on Turbo Pulsar, myself included here, obviously 4-time champ, et cetera, but I find that you and Mist are just as much integral to the part of the whole W's. Talk to me a little bit about how the whole team just kind of gels together and creates this machine, as we call you. How does it all come together, man?
I think everybody on our team is plays for each other, so everybody does everything. We don't have specific people doing certain things, and that helps us just move the ball, and everybody can do everything, and it just when we're all clicking, it's really good.
Atomic, I remember when you guys won a certain tournament that I put on, and you guys all exclaimed, "Finally! We finally got a win! It finally happened!" You guys get another win here.
Yeah.
How does it feel coming back to outside of the RLCS? It's a one-off tournament, but $50,000. You guys are taking $15K of that home. It's got to be a really good feeling knowing that you guys are starting to win consistently over and over again.
Yeah, it's good that we have these off-season tournaments to like gain our form for RLCS, and yeah, it feels really good to win any tournament where you play a lot of good teams. And we played like every top 6 team pretty much.
You did. You played literally every top team.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you missed any. Let me check. You had missed Shopify through the lowers, but it looks like you got them in the finals there. So taking them down, we know it feels amazing. So what's this look like now moving forward towards the RLCS season? How are you guys feeling going into that? Are you guys ready for the long season? You kind of, the announcements out, you see the number of games, how that first split's going to go at least, and LANs are coming back. So how are you guys feeling now heading into the season coming off this win?
We're really excited. Like when we heard about the LAN, we all we're really happy to actually play like international teams again. And we started grinding a lot this off season because we know we slacked a bit last season. So we're gonna be grinding really hard for this next split.
I can't imagine a world where this team doesn't grind, and I also can't imagine a world where this team doesn't shine. Atomic, thank you so much for taking your time with us. As the winners, as usual, stand on the podium, man. Shout out to whoever you want. Floor is yours.
Shout out to my teammates, obviously. They played really well, and shout out to Envy because they always support us, and shout out to my friends and family that are watching and supporting, and all the fans too.
Awesome, man. Again, thank you so much for spending your time with us, and congratulations on the victory. Good luck in the season.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting. See ya.
Incredible stuff coming out there from Atomic, him, Mist, Turbo, Pulsa. They are one of the North American dynastic squads, and they don't show any signs of slowing down.
It doesn't show any signs at all. Guy's cool, calm, and collected after just winning a quick 15 Gs. This guy's just relaxing. He's like, yeah, man, thanks for the host.
Chilling.
Later, we'll see you next time.
I would say it's the exact opposite. It looked more like they were speeding up. No slowdowns at all. So they ran through everybody. I would be afraid of them. Everybody else should be watching out for them because this season's coming, and they just went through everyone.
That's a big part. That's a big part. If you just tuned in for the grand finals, something that myself and the desk kind of harped on a lot was the expansion of Envy's playbook. Normally we see a very defensive playstyle, and you can go into an Envy game expecting, if they win, a low-scoring match. But they have turned a new page, they've added something, and they can play this offensive playstyle, which I think absolutely helped bring the win home.
Oh, without a doubt. There's another threat on that team, and I think it has to do with the consistency. They talked about, hey, we slacked a little bit towards the tail end because, there's no land. We have land on the map. We're going to Stockholm. We are going to make it there, and we're going to do it by grinding our tail off. We are going to make sure we put in the hours. And before that happened, we discussed, we're going to be the best team here. A lot of people consider them to be the best team in North America when they're putting in those hours. I think it's trying to get back to that moment.
Hey guys, this is kind of like the end of the tournament here. It's been a fantastic weekend. Before we say goodbye to everybody, I kind of want last thoughts from you guys. So, Super, you first.
Man, this event has been one of the craziest ones I think I've been a part of, not just due to where we're currently sitting. I mean, this set, everything they've been doing, AR, production, everybody behind the scenes, but the amount of matches that we got that were just banger matchups. I mean, the EMEA side, NA side, we had crazy, insane battles, teams dropping down into lowers early. We had teams that were unexpected to take down Ws. Just huge plays all the way through. Great tournament. I could have asked for a little less, actually.
Oh man. These guys.
Mess with the mic.
I want to give a shout out to everybody behind the scenes as usual. There's a whole cast of characters that has put on everything from the camera ops, the guys working the boards, obviously our homies here wearing the costumes, wearing the mics, and bringing the action. Shout out to all the players. Can't wait to see you during the regular season. Myself, Lawler, Supersonic, Spaceman, and Sax right here, Bacon and Tylacto in the back. Everybody here at WePlay, and of course, you guys in chat. Without you, we'd just be us. So thank you so much for joining us. I can't wait to see you next time. Good luck, Rocket League Nation. You know it's coming. Peace and much love to you.
shot. Take a shot. Take a shot, take a shot, give it all you got. Put in work, keep your game on lock. Take a shot. Take a shot. Give it all you got. Put in work, keep your game on lock. Take a shot. Take a shot. Take a shot, take a shot. Give it all you got. Put in work, keep your game on lock. Take a shot. Take a shot. Give it all you got. Put in work, keep your game on lock. Take a shot. Take a shot. Take a shot, take a shot. Give it all you got. Put in work, keep your game on lock. Take a shot. Take a shot. Give it all you got. Take a shot, take a shot. Give it all you got. Take a shot. Take a shot.